welcome to the weekly recap show. Thank you guys for standing by, or if you're watching this in the future, hello, and please give me some sports results that I can bet on. Anyway, let's go. We just wrapped up. We just wrapped up our final day of the regular season and our Super Week. The playoffs are now set. Before we get into everything, just want to ask you guys just brief personal reflection on the season so far, starting with you, William.
I actually had pretty high hopes coming in just because I thought there were a lot of teams had high potential. Just curious how much they would grow. I think pretty much all the teams delivered more than I would have hoped for, so this was a great first season of VCT Pacific.
How about you, Quack? Obviously one of the newer additions coming over here to join us in Korea. How was this for you?
Sure, I mean, it's great to work with everyone here. Let's start with that. But at the same time, for the teams, I have to agree with Will. Likewise, I think so much potential. It's fun to watch how these teams have grown across all 8 weeks. I mean, 9 weeks, actually.
Well, we'll go ahead and take a look at how that growth did go as we look at the standings here now set in place with our top 6 secured, getting ready to do battle starting on Friday, where the playoffs will kick off. PRX, PRX, T1, Zeta Division, Team Secret, and Gen.G are 6 teams that have clinched their positions.
You know, now looking at this kind of as the big picture, now that I'm looking at it, it's like, oddly, it kind of makes sense to what people would have expected at the very beginning of the season.
Sure.
Maybe the order, not so much, but DRX, PRX, obviously. And then, Gen.G, Zeta Division, I think a lot of people would expect it. And then Team Secret, T1, always in contention.
I think the one thing that might have flipped there was obviously Talon,
Yes.
who came into this season with really high expectations, but couldn't quite deliver on it until about the midway point, and then unfortunately weren't able to make their way into that top 6.
Very much so for all of those, but I would also have liked to see, some of the newer additions to this entire league. RRQ, Global Esports, they almost made it, but not quite there. So it's a little bit unfortunate, but at the same time, I mean, you guys are right. This is kind of what most of the fans would have expected, I think.
Yeah, so I mean, we didn't stray too far from the path. Obviously, some ups and downs there as far as, maps taken off of some top teams, as well as, even DRX suffering that loss just a couple days ago. But, maybe somewhat anticipated, but in a slightly different order. We do, however, want to reflect back on the entire season so far with some nice little awards and see who was top ranked in some different positions. So this is going to be our league awards here, the regular season at least, and then maybe we'll do this again for the playoffs. You never know. We do have one more recap show after this one, so we'll get ready to jump into that and see where people are going to rank. We're going to look at things like the most kills, the most assists, the most first kills and whatnot. So we should be able to fly that on your screens in just a moment and see where the people are going to rank.
Yeah, I mean, this should be interesting. It's always nice to have kind of a look back. And it looks like we're just starting with kind of representative stuff. And Deb continuing to hold most kills and most first kills. Wow.
He was way out in front. Actually had a really good differential the last time that I had looked at his stats.
Yeah.
And that was, I think, like a week and a half ago. So he was still able to maintain it, even with Saya player putting up such a strong performance and finding an immense amount of first kills, because he, I believe, is still in second place.
I could have sworn that I thought it was Foxy now with the most first kills, but this guy must have taken over, especially, like you were mentioning, in that match against T1. It's just Zeta. They played that many rounds, and they played that many rounds sometimes because depth keeps them alive. Meanwhile, on the other side, Gen.G God did with 234 assists. That's a pretty big number.
And we were talking about this before the weekly recap. Goddead was one of the most consistent players on Gen.G, and the part that surprised me most is that he's actually really playing as a team now. In the past, on some of his former rosters, he was kind of this guy who would pop off, have really high peaks, but also really low valleys. And this time, if you're putting up the most assists, you're doing your job on that team.
Yeah, really, really good stuff there from Goddead, and even in their dips has still been looking good and has been, let's say maybe even overperforming compared to the rest of the team. So you got to assume that about 100-something of those assists probably all just from Meteor in their first couple matches where they were able to get those 4 wins, because they were that dynamic duo that were crushing.
Yeah.
But in addition to those stats, I think that this is not going to come as a shock as we go ahead and put up the most aces that we have had here in Pacific League. It's, of course, it's Monyet.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah.
We had Monyet Monday yesterday. He wasn't quite able to get an ace to make this 4, but we saw him get pretty damn close.
It was really, really close. I mean, he always has those highlight moments, highlight clips, and I think a few of these aces were gotten because of shotguns. He's one of the most strongest controllers, I think, that we have. Of course, Mako being on top, but coming into Pacific League, just starting things off, I think unless you really follow the APAC or Southeast Asian scene, you might not really have heard of him, but he showed up. And something that we now have this term coined for, Monyet Monday, and it happens in a lot of these clips that we're watching right now.
Also happens a lot on Split.
Yes, yes, obviously some strong showings on Split, even against the likes of DRX. But I like that you pointed that out, Quack. I mean, this was one of those players that people who followed the sub-regions, right, of APAC or SEA were cheering for. They were waiting to see him on this big stage. They were hoping that he could prove himself, and boy, did he do it. I mean, now he's got fans globally clamoring to see him in more matches, see what he can grow into. And the fact that he used to be, a duelist, now he's a controller, and anytime he can still pop back on that duelist, as we've seen, he's proven himself very well on this stage.
Yeah, did get that brief look at him on Raze, and it was a very explosive performance. So maybe there's going to be some more of that in the future, because obviously Global Esports are going to be competing in the LCQ later on in the year, after we wrap things up at Masters Tokyo and whatnot. So still a chance to see even more of that from Monyet, but well, let's just see more of Monyet right now, because we're going to take a look at the single, the top kills in a single map here from the season, and this was a new LAN record set here by Monyet.
Yeah, 39 kills, and big surprise on Split. Of course, it did go to several overtimes, but this was that map, against CRX, where he was just farming on that Aster, controlling so much of that B site and mid, all at the same time.
I mean, correct me if I'm wrong. Does this top, the previous holder of this record was it Xfero?
It was Xfero?
Yep.
Yeah.
It tops it.
Indonesian counterpart, and he kind of really earned this spot. The fact that he was able to pop off, challenged, I think they were the first team to challenge DRX that far, past their limits into overtime.
Yeah, I mean, this was across 32 rounds because this map ends up going 17-15 in DRX's favor, but he's still able to put up those numbers in a loss and average well over a single kill per round. It was just such a nasty performance. We knew it was coming. Once he had gone around 30, we're like, he might be going for the record because it doesn't look like this game was going to end, and then he was able to breach it. So Monyet, hell of a season. Same for just Global Esports overall. Couldn't make it into the top 6, but they continue to show that this experiment, this multinational roster could work out and could put up strong performances. So more power to Monyet there. So we'll see what happens in the LCQ. Maybe he's going to have some more aces up his sleeve for us. But I think our last award that we have to give out here, and this is going to be one that we get to select. This is not back on statistics. This is going to be, well, it's all about opinion, because we didn't select these walkouts, but we're going to be judging the best walkouts and reactions from the players as they enter onto the stage. So I believe that we've got our first person is going to be Cruz, obviously from Talon.
He's had some good ones.
Didn't show us too much flair here today. He was in serious, in serious mode, wanting to take down DFM, but
come on.
It was a bit different versus Secret.
I just want to say, he did a dance video with Forsaken at some K-pop dance studio.
And he nailed that.
That was awesome. And could you imagine if they actually do make it to champions? Cruz, Boaster, Forsaken all dancing together. That would be fun.
People want to see that.
VCT boy band.
Yeah, I mean, the fact that he also just kind of goes all in on it. He's prepping, different dances every time, just making sure that he can enjoy the stage. And this was when they were really trying to find their groove as well, and I think that's when we started to see the return of the talent that we wanted to see.
Yeah, it actually is strange, because you could basically directly correlate the goofy walkouts from Talon to them finding success.
Yes.
It was right when they started showing a little bit more personality, that former self that we had come to expect from them, all the way back in the X10 days, with Patty, this initial gorilla-esque leap out onto the stage. That's when we started seeing Talon start to pop and really become contentious here in Pacific. Now our second nomination, or nominee I should say, is going to be Eco from Gen.G. Take a look at some of his walkouts again.
Well, he's in a couple silly ones, I'd say. Now, I always wonder, was that planned, or at what point does the act end and reality hit? You just can't tell with this guy.
This point is where reality hits.
This one was absolutely goated.
Yeah, this was pretty good.
The backwards walkout.
The fact that Garnett's is like, wait, what is going on here?
Oh my God, this guy's trolling.
If only he had walked out alongside Cruz. It would be a combination so volatile. We would just create a new element.
Yeah, it would just explode on stage, right?
Yeah, that would create a black hole.
Yeah, it would fold on itself, buddy.
The Hadron Collider, be damned, it's those two together on stage. That would have done it. Well, our next nominee is going to be Foxy9 from DRX here, and obviously his debut season in VCT. Let's see what he had for us.
I remember a couple ones. All right, the first one.
I'm so happy to be here.
Yeah, I think that's what impressed me the most is there's the dab. I think he does like a kind of a kung fu, maybe a Lee Sin homage here. Is that it? No, this is him just pointing to his name. Oh, and Pat just follows him. But the thing that I enjoyed about his walkouts is that, again, this is his debut season, at the top level of VCT here at Pacific. And he's enjoying himself, right? He knows how to enjoy the stage. He knows how to enjoy the crowds. Here it is. Yeah.
That's Lee Sin when he denied Takajay.
Yeah.
And
Takajay's like, what? How could you?
Honestly, I think Takajay's reaction might end up winning this, even though he's not nominated, because that was a great reaction.
You're right. We
should really
choose one. Keep that in my mind.
All right, well, we'll go ahead, and he's now nominated for another award. It's going to be GodDead once more with some of his walkouts, but I think we kind of know what to anticipate from these.
It can only be one thing.
It's going to be the tissue.
I mean, he was streaming.
All the toilet paper, shoves it up the nose.
And of course, the tissue buff not coming in strong towards the later part of the season, but
I want like one day where he comes out like a toilet paper mummy or something like that.
Oh, just entirely mummified.
I think he should have signed it and chucked it into the audience.
That could be fun.
Well, he has another chance.
That's true.
During playoffs,
earn it. Do it.
PRX bailed him out. It is possible.
I'd also like to throw it out there. Honorable mention, coach walkouts. We had Coach Ewok and Global Esports Eraser hugging each other. I think that was pretty fun.
We also had Ewok trying to stretch and stand up next to Elma Putty.
Oh,
playing against Gen.G as well. So some good
I think
personality.
they stared down Alex today too. We love RQ.
Yeah, just good personalities the whole way across from those guys. But speaking of playoffs, let's get into predictions for the playoffs. Because obviously the bracket is now set. We have the top teams after the match earlier, PRX taking the win, bringing Gen.G back into the fold. Now it's time for us to get down and dirty and try to figure out who is going to be moving forward, who's going to be winning each and every matchup throughout this playoffs run.
Jeez. All right. Well,
let's fly the bracket.
Yeah, let's take a look at the bracket first, just so we make sure we're not making any mistakes here. But I am curious, right? I mean, obviously we've got DRX and PRX who are waiting, with the buys in the first round. And I think a lot of people would expect no matter who came up, most likely those two will at least move on to the upper bracket finals. Obviously, we'll take a look at the bracket again to really get down to the nitty gritty. But, I mean, we didn't even know what the order would look like until the last couple of days of Super Week. So this is going to be a tough one to call.
It is. I mean, there's so much that could change around. And just right off the bat, something that we're thinking of, Gen.G getting this playoff spot just because PRX beat RQ, they kind of have to earn their spot right here. They had a great showing at the start, but what happened in the recent weeks,
It's what Forsaken said. We've bailed you out. We've gotten you back in. Don't ruin this. It's like convincing your group of friends, like, no, that guy's cool. It's okay. Like, just let him hang out with us.
Yeah.
And
Give him another
it's
chance.
like, don't you mess this up for me.
That's
I
Esports,
suck my neck out for you. So don't act like a jackass in front of my friends anymore.
Yeah.
We'll see how they fare and whether or not they will, in fact, be able to earn that respect back from PRX. So here is the bracket. It's kind of far away from us, but my eyes are working well enough to see it. So off the rip, we've got Zeta Division versus Team Secret. Let's just start right there. Winner's going to move on to play DRX. What are we thinking? Who's going to be able to win this one?
Oh, this is a tough one. I will say first of all, basing recency bias, I think the form of Team Secret at Super Week definitely looks stronger. Not to say that Zeta looked weak, but I think the evolution of Team Secret definitely has a bit of an edge. And quite frankly, I always feel like Zeta just only really shows their true form when their backs are up against the wall.
I have to agree with you. I'm going to be with Will on this one because Team Secret truly has evolved in recent weeks. They beat DRX. I mean, you could call that DRX were saving strats, whatever, but they also really adapted to global esports plays like on the fly. Zeta Division, they are a team that can go really aggressive, but sometimes that form isn't there until there's that pressure involved. So, I have to agree with Will. I think Team Secret takes the first one.
Okay.
All right. Okay, we're agreed with that.
We got that. That's already a majority, so we'll go ahead and slot Secret forward. So it will be a rematch of Secret versus DRX to see whether or not they're going to be able to take them down a second time. And now I believe we'll move down into match number 2.
Ooh.
T1 versus Gen.G, the El Clasico of Korean esports.
Yeah, actually. Crazy how this happens everywhere.
Yeah. But
it could have been
T1
RQ.
get it done this time?
Right, that's the big thing. And we even had that kind of know your enemy video with the Korean teams, and T1 Zeta talks, he's talking to King and he's like, Well, I think we can be honest and say both of us probably thought we would win that first match in the round robin, right? And King's kind of just laughing it off like, well, I don't know. I thought we were going to win no matter what. But now we look at what T1's capable of, and it's like, yeah, if a rematch happens, especially in the current trend of T1 going up and Gen.G going down, I mean, I think the stats absolutely say T1's favored in this.
I really wanted to come into this playing devil's advocate, but I have to go with Will because if you think about it, Saya player recent form versus Meteor recent form.
Okay.
Yeah.
T1 takes the cake.
That's a good one. Saya has been so hot in the recent matches.
He has. And T1 was also very much playing alongside their LCK squad. It felt like whenever they were winning, the T1 Valorant team was winning.
Okay.
And T1 did just recently take down Gen.G over to MSI. So maybe this will happen here. Obviously, it's going to be a couple weeks separated, but it could happen. But just statistically, I have to agree. So T1, we think that they're going to be able to take down Gen.G and send them down into the lower bracket. Now, we get into the next matches. Again, a rematch. DRX versus Secret. Can Secret do it twice in a row?
I'll let you take this first. Let's hear it. Can Secret do it twice in a row, Quack?
Yeah, let's go Lavan Piñas because I think Team Secret, they have that chance. Although, you know, it's tough to say what DRX has up their sleeves. We know they're cooking something. We know they've always banned Lotus. Maybe this finally gets played and then they just wash over everyone.
All right.
But
all right, voice of reason coming in here. First of all, Lotus is not going to be unbanned because they're not going to let it go until a best of 5. That's just how DRX plays in these tournaments.
I agree.
And DRX also not a team to lose twice, right? No matter what the reason was the first time, as great as Secret looks, I just don't think DRX is going to accept that as a reality. They'll do whatever it takes to move on. DRX moves on.
I have to agree, and I also think that DRX, if they anticipate that Secret's going to be able to win, they have that extra little bit of prep time, whereas Secret has to get ready for Zeta Division, so that takes away from it.
I'll keep huffing my hopium. You guys go ahead.
So we're going to go with DRX getting seeded forward into that upper bracket final. Now, PRX versus T1. PRX utterly demolished T1 the first time they fought, and right now it feels like it might be able to happen again, but what do you think?
I mean, I think especially looking at their match against RRQ, I think absolutely. I think everything is lining up right now for PRX to really evolve into version 3.0.
PRX, enough said.
Okay, well, there you have it.
All right.
Even if I wanted to go for T1, we're going to go with PRX now. We turn our sights down to the lower bracket, so this is going to be the first team eliminated, and it's going to be Gen.G versus Secret. How do we feel about this?
Oh, God.
I think Secret has. Here's the thing. Secret's been improving, right? And we talk about momentum and all that. They've been learning, and I think they're kind of not only finding their mechanics again, but also they're starting to learn to really anti-strat well. I think that's the thing that they've been kind of missing in the very beginning. And so with that said, I mean, Gen.G, I think they're going to be so busy trying to shore up their weaknesses that I think Team Secret comes in better prepared for this.
You know, I just realized something. I'm going to make this quick. You got the two guys who are like at the bottom of the predictions so far with casters. And we're making this call, but I have to agree with Will. I do think Team Secret has this one in the bag.
All right, well, we'll see. But how do you anti-strat the team that has no strats?
Yeah, I know.
But we'll see what Gen.G can get ready for those matches, for their first match, I should say.
Okay.
But now, Zeta Division versus T1.
Backs up against the wall. Enough said. I mean, listen. I'm a huge believer of the current T1, right, and what they're cooking. But Zeta, there's something, and we're starting to see glimpses of last year's Masters Reykjavik.
Okay.
All right.
I want to set the.
Listen. I fully believe in T1, but like, you can't deny the fairy tale and the anime story all combined in one.
You got the power of anime on your side. I want to hear from Achilles.
Do you believe in fairy tales? Do you believe in anime storylines?
Yes, but I want to hear if you have anything to say for T1.
I think that this could be a really close one because
Yes.
Saya Player and Depp have been neck and neck as far as first kills, as far as their
Yes.
overall kills and performances have gone. They're two of the highest rated players generally, not just within the duelists. So I think that the battle is very much going to hinge on them. But if Zeta do have that miraculous performance, if they do all show up at the same time, I think that they could take them down because T1, they have had 3 players playing really, really well, and then maybe 1 or 2 not so much, rather than all 5 at the same time. So
Zeta.
I guess we're going with Zeta. So
Move
we're going to
Zeta
say
over.
that Zeta stay alive, they move
Masters
forward.
Tokyo.
And now we'll go back up to the top, DRX versus PRX.
You guys know what my answer
I think
is.
it's DRX.
All right, well, yeah, we're all just going to vote our obvious answer, which is DRX, PRX. So 2-1 DRX.
All right, DRX wins. Moving on. So DRX, first team into the grand final. PRX is going to be sent down to the lower, the lower bracket and the lower final.
And then the lower bracket round 2.
Yeah.
This is a tough one.
Zeta, how
Zeta.
far does the anime plotline take you?
Okay, so now returning, now that I've kind of, really lived in that fairy tale world a little bit. I don't know. I mean, this Secret, I mean, I know even like a lot of Secret fans were like, oh, the casters just like keep on doubting us, but like Secret, they know how to grow. And I am convinced, because here's the thing, coming into Pacific, they learned to calm things down. And then they kind of struggled a bit, and then the anti-stratting started coming in. So clearly, the chemistry between the roster of mechanical players and the coach of Warbirds is starting to come together. With this many more matches, I think they could take down Zeta Division.
Will sounds really convincing in all of this, but I'm going to have to go the opposite way. Because I think it's some of these moments you can have, that's a missing ingredient that Team Secret was missing all along, right? That anti-stratting, and then it finally came in towards the end of league play. Zeta could very well do the same thing right here in the lower bracket. Lower bracket run, Masters Tokyo, let's go. Right, guys? Right?
I mean, it's doable. It's doable. You know what? I'll just add one more thing, though, is that while Depth's been very impressive, something that caught my eye is, again, Jeremy's starting to really slot into that role of the main duelist, and also willing to pick up the operator whenever he needed to. You know, a lot of people are harkening back to when he used to play a lot of chamber as well. So if Jeremy was kind of, out of the two rookies, Envy looked strong from the get-go. Jeremy had a little up and down because of also the role swaps he was having here and there. If he's also able to come online, and then it's Borgum time, right? And then dubsteps on Jet. I mean, you know, Secret, I think, has a good recipe here. It's tough, though.
Is that enough for it to convince me? I think it might be.
It is tough. You know, in the current bracket we have, I think that might be the toughest match to call.
All right, I think we'll roll with that narrative, though. You put up a really strong argument, so we'll go with the rematch. The rematch of PRX versus Secret. Secret cared so much about this one during the regular season. They were able to get the win. It was hard fought, a 2-1, but that was before the changes. That was before something. That was before PRX became this monster, this beast of a team that we've been seeing over the last couple weeks. How do we feel this time around?
I mean, can you counter-strat against something and Jing combined? We just saw that against RQ. We saw, and we were kind of contemplating it, like, picking Reyna all of a sudden in the freaking bind map, they still just held that W key down, and RQ, despite the setups, couldn't really do it. Can Team Secret do it? I don't think so. I don't think you can do it a second time. Lightning doesn't strike the same spot twice.
I'm inclined to agree. I think that PRX should be able to take this one.
Yeah, I think so.
Okay.
I think so. Yeah, I think it's a combination of PRX coming with a vengeance, and yeah.
We just assume at the end of it all, our top two teams are going to remain in the top two, and that they will be battling out. But what this does mean is that Secret would go to Tokyo.
Yeah, which is something that obviously that team and the fan base would want incredibly, and that's one of the teams that we always said, well, they have a chance to go to Masters Tokyo, but we don't really know until we've seen the round robin. Now we've seen it, clearly we see a bit more of that possibility.
Now, all right, well, let's go ahead and just zoom in onto the schedule a little bit more so we can refocus and take a look at the playoff schedule as it does get ready to kick off this Friday in just a few days. Off the rip, Zeta, Team Secret, then T1 versus Gen.G. DRX and PRX obviously going to be waiting with bated breath to find out who their opponents are going to be the next day. But they do have that extra little buffer. But obviously, you know, we go from one gauntlet into the other, the Super Week, now into the playoffs.
Yeah.
Unless you're making it up into that top three, you're not really going to have any reprieve, any respite whatsoever unless you can get there and have that slight little week break.
Yeah, and here's the thing, right? At this point, for all 6 of these teams, it is an endurance battle, right? You're just constantly going match to match, learning new comps, learning new metas, trying to counter-strat against your next opponents, which you might find out the day of or the night before. So I think it's going to be interesting, and the evolution of all the teams, it's going to be a really exciting playoffs.
I mean, you just can't miss any of it. That's Esports, baby. That's VCT. You know what I'm talking about? Zeta, Team Secret, T1 Gen.G. It's just such a tough matchup, and we were just talking about it during the predictions. You have to mark this on your calendars. What more is there to say?
Yeah, we as casters and the viewers watching alike have been confused and befuddled by some of the results that we've seen here this season, and that is very likely to continue as we go into the playoffs. We'll see whether or not, we'll have to revisit this and see whether or not our playoff bracket ended up being correct. It probably won't. It probably won't be anywhere close, but that's all for fun. But that's going to do it from us here. We're running a little bit late, so we're going to go ahead, take some rest, get ready for the playoffs, and we will see you guys then. So like we said, mark your calendars, set your alarms, make sure you've got snacks and everything on standby because you do not want to miss any of the action. We look forward to seeing you guys on Friday.
It's the playoffs of Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. We're live in Seoul, South Korea. I'm your host for today. I'm Victoria, and with me at the desk, we've got Tasteless and Paper Thin. You guys are looking good.
I'm feeling spiffy.
Yeah.
Looking good.
Why is that? Have you guys noticed?
We've got our outfits, our sponsors here.
Yep.
I'm digging it.
Yeah.
Looking good.
I'm ready to go out on my boat and, That's right. Play some golf, maybe. Yeah, I'm ready to go. Let's do it. Yeah.
I love it. Yeah, get your sunscreen out.
Yeah, that's right.
So Polo Ralph Lauren is one of our sponsors, and we're going to be dressed from today until Grand Finals, which is pretty darn cool. So thank you for that. Let's get into the games, though. You can't talk about our outfits all day. Let's talk about the playoff standings as they currently are. We had our day one yesterday, and heck, did it go how you thought it was going to go?
Yes. It did.
Paper Thin knows all.
It went exactly how I thought. Well, I shouldn't say exactly. I mean, I think the Team Secret game I thought would be a 2-1. I thought that one, even though it was very, very close because they were both overtimes, I thought that Zeta would at least maybe take one map, or I thought they were going to win. But Team Secret was just strategically the better team. I think Zeta had another off day where not everyone's consistent, and Depp and those guys aren't kind of performing at the level we expect. So that one definitely was maybe a little bit of a surprise in a way, I guess. I expected T1 to win, but Gen.G at least had moments where they looked better.
Okay.
Yeah, the Team Secret versus Zeta match, that was really, that was a fun one. That was exciting. Team Secret, they have these moments of real brilliance. Zeta, I mean, look, they're not eliminated yet, but when you get to that lower bracket, it always gets a lot scarier, right?
Yeah, that's right. In fact, let's talk about that. So today, because Secret and T1 won, they're obviously playing today, which we'll be breaking down a bit later. But I think it's safe to say, whoever wins today secures their spot in for Tokyo.
Yeah, that's correct. If you win today, you're going to Tokyo. If you look at the way that this bracket shakes out, the match 7 loser goes directly to the lower bracket finals. So no matter what here, if you win today, you go to Masters Tokyo. So this is a huge day for these teams. I mean, of course, you expect DRX to win, but who knows? Anything's possible.
Anything's possible, and I'm glad you guys highlighted that, because after today, it's going to be everybody else who's still here fighting for that one last spot, right? So it's going to be interesting to see how exactly that develops. But looking at the bracket overall, I would say not the craziest results, right? Kind of so far, everything to be expected.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, that's, like you said, it went exactly as we thought it would based on how the season has been going. But who really knows? I mean, Gen.G was in second spot at some point, and now they're, trying their darndest to stay in for till the end of playoffs. Let's recap a bit about that, actually. Let's talk about the first game of yesterday. We had Zeta versus Team Secret. It was an 0-2, but both games went well into overtime.
Yeah.
You were here yesterday. That first half of the match was kind of crazy. It looked like it was in the bag for a Secret. I mean, it ultimately was, but it was like a 0-6 at one point until they started to turn things around.
Yeah, I mean, both these teams are pretty good at kind of preparing for each other, but it's, again, Jesse Vash kind of kicking off Haven with another classic 4K. I mean, he's so good in those rounds where he's called upon to kind of be an anchor with those classics. So, good start here. Secret, I think, rattled off 4 or 5 rounds in a row, 5 in a row, 6 in a row, maybe. I don't remember exactly what it was, but it was a lot in a row to kind of set the tone for this. And normally it's Zeta that I think comes out strong on maps. They usually have really good reads on their opponents. They usually have really good kind of, I guess I'll call them scripts for the early part of their maps. But at the end of the day, Secret just had, I think, more strategy in the tank, and that was something that we kind of highlighted yesterday as a difference between the two teams.
Team Secret, they do seem to be able to come up with plans and strats that can actually beat any team. They had a really great match here just the other day. Zeta, they've had this sort of Japanese play style of maybe being a little bit too slow, a little bit too methodical, and because of that, a little bit too predictable, sometimes not able to really get onto the site in time to actually then set up a good defense, or sometimes even planting the spike. I thought they played really well. I think they have been improving. They have fallen back onto that style a little bit, but Team Secret, really exciting to see what they're able to do. I do feel like they're kind of the big dark horse team of this tournament, where it does appear that they can beat anyone, right? I mean, a best of 3, it's not a lot of games, right? If you can have a couple good strats and build momentum, you can kind of carry that forward. And so they're the team I'm kind of looking at almost more than any of the other teams to really see what they do, because they could maybe cause continuous upsets here moving forward and maybe change the entire landscape of how we understand what are the top teams here in Asia Pacific.
Yeah, I fully agree. I really like what you're saying, by the way, with like the slow style of Zeta. You can see it reflected in those stats, right? It was 33% on their attacker side. It's because they take so long to get these plants down, and half the time they're not even able to get there just because of the way that Team Secret was able to play some pretty sturdy defense. So, yeah, Laz was good again. I mean, but this is the problem with Zeta. We always know Laz is good.
Yep.
No matter what, Laz is consistent. But it's the rest of the team behind him that is just kind of on this roller coaster of this up and down nature where they can't quite really consistently piece it together. I mean, yeah, Depp was maybe, in the stats department, one of our best duelists, but some of those matches where he's been bad, he's been pretty bad.
Yeah, I mean, Laz, like you were saying, he's so strong. I do worry that, what the team Zeta itself executes is not always as good, right? And they do get spooked a lot. They'll get all the way up to a site, and, one Skybird will come out, and they'll be like, all right, we're going to be holding the shift button. But, with Team Secret, my big takeaway from this team over the weeks and weeks that we've got the opportunity to watch them or cast them is that they do operate very well under pressure. They do seem to be able to come into a situation where everybody thinks they're going to lose, or they have less experience, like the first 2 weeks we saw here at our event, and play like it's no problem and come out and win. And it's going to be really interesting now that we're finally at kind of the twilight of this whole tournament, right? We're actually going to start eliminating teams very quickly. How are they going to perform, and can they actually just cause a couple upsets and maybe go all the way to the finals? Who knows?
Yeah. I mean, I think you guys have definitely nailed it, and this was mentioned yesterday. I think Zeta, with their predictable plays, they have their set game plan, and if one little thing goes off, like the Skybird, for for an example, then they get a little lost, a little confused. And with Team Secret being so aggressive the moment they come in, they're adaptable, they're aggressive, and it kind of throws them off. And Zeta is definitely, you can see it when they lose that confidence in their decision making, and then that hesitation kills them. But like you said, there's the lower bracket, and they have the potential to make it to Tokyo. And we do, in a way, want to see them at Tokyo. It is their home turf. Zeta is the #1 team in Japan. But we'll have to see how that goes. We're going to see Team Secret play later today. Now let's recap the second matchup. We had the two Korean teams, T1 versus Gen.G. Now Gen.G, we know, was sort of on this, we just mentioned it, they were in the second spot. And
they were nosediving.
Nosediving completely, and it looks like that trend is continuing. They did try to come back at some point, but it just wasn't enough.
Yeah, it's been sort of a weird story here with Gen.G. I think out of all the narratives that we've had at this event, this is kind of the hardest one for me to, I guess, understand. Like, how do you look so strong and be on top and then not ride that momentum, right? Like, normally, you win a couple games and you get that confidence, then you're able to just play better and execute better and not be nervous on stage. And it could be partially because these other teams are just, doing a better job at studying them and kind of figuring out the quirks and the ticks in their play, and then, learning how to counter that. This was basically the fight for the two teams in Korea that aren't #1. It's like the #2 to the #3 team. Let's see which one is actually the #2. It turns out it's T1.
Yeah, I agree. I mean, I'm really frustrated with Gen.G because I thought they were going to be our #2 team, until PRX picked up something. Then I was like, okay, this is different. This is a very different team. They're a much more confident, better team now, but maybe our #3 team. But now T1 for sure is that team. And, it's funny listening to Zeta in that post-game interview, and then I talked to their coach, Autumn, after the match yesterday, and T1 just said, more or less, we just needed to start swinging them, like dry picking them and wide swinging them and being more confident, because that's when Gen.G started to gain momentum, was when they were kind of winning those duels, winning those ego battles, I suppose you could call it. And T1 just kind of said, yo, enough of this. We're better. We're going to actually shut them down. So it's kind of funny sometimes to listen to teams talk about this stuff where it's like, there isn't much strategy involved other than just the confidence, the mental aspect. And that's what ended up turning it around for T1 when it looked like it might be, who knows, Gen.G kind of went on a run there on Lotus as well and almost took the map.
I mean, these two teams are very familiar with each other, so I imagine this definitely factors into some point where they kind of throw the strats out the window and they just go into a full-on frenzy.
Yeah, Gen.G, I'm worried the nosedive is going to continue on here. It's one of the weirdest performances in a Valorant tournament I've seen, where, like, we already knew that they were really good, right? We came into this being like, okay, we're not sure exactly how they're going to compare to the other best teams. And then they start to win every week, and it's like, okay, maybe they're going to be better than DRX. Who knows? And then they lose to everybody after that, and they have these kind of weird hot or cold moments. T1, going into this event, they said that they felt like they knew what they needed to work on. Every passing week is another opportunity to kind of go back to the gym, so to speak, to do those reps as far as your play is concerned, and come out a better team. I don't think T1 is going to have an easy time in this tournament. I have almost more questions than answers with these guys. They are able to put up a good fight, but I do feel like going forward in this event, T1 is fighting for survival, I think, almost more than to take the whole thing. And we'll see how long they can last. And, I mean, if they can do it, maybe they go all the way. I don't know.
I fully agree, dude. I think T1 yesterday didn't play up to my expectations of what I hoped to see from them. Some credit to Gen.G. They did kind of reorganize themselves a little bit on Ascent and played a lot better than they had in the previous 5 weeks in that regard. But the other two maps are kind of typical Gen.G for what we've been seeing. They don't get more than 7 or 8 rounds on a map, and they lose. So it's been kind of a really surprising, slide from grace here for the side of Gen.G, whereas T1 needs to clean some things up. There's probably some mechanical things like Saya player probably overheating a little bit at times. Now, they were able to dial that back in the end. They were able to, even though I said they should wide swing, and they said that they should wide swing and dry peek some stuff, I think also what they were doing is, when they got a plant down, their post-plant defense was less aggressive, get into the space of the enemy, and just let Gen.G make mistakes. And that's what Gen.G was doing. They were just, walking in one by one to these retakes and dying. So I thought overall, T1's readjustments towards the end were really good, but you can't have those kind of slides against PRX today if you're going to beat them. PRX is just too strong top to bottom.
Yeah, looking at Gen.G, I mean, look, they're not eliminated yet, so I don't want to get too dark in my analysis here, but it'll be interesting after VCT Pacific is done. Are they going to kind of do a makeover of the team? Or are they going to be, trying to change just how this team operates, or who's going to be coming out? Because clearly things are not going well, or not as well as we expected, and they haven't been able to make those adjustments yet.
Yeah, that's right. And for T1, it does seem like they at least figured out their roster. We saw sort of the rise of Ben here,
yes.
And he's just performing so much better now. But you're absolutely right. They're going to be facing off PRX today. I mean, they were just playing last night. So for them to be able to rest and recover and to face an opponent like PRX, you need to clean up all those mistakes and just get in there looking strong. But we'll break that down more. We're going to go to a commercial break first, and when we come back, we're going to talk about the very first matchup up today. We've got DRX versus Team Secret. Don't go away.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
Welcome to Valorant Champions Tour Pacific. I'm Victoria, and at desk we got Paper Thin and Tasteless, and we're going to talk about the first matchup of today. We got DRX versus Team Secret. Now, this is going to be an interesting test of the limits. Team Secret is the one and only team that's managed to take DRX down, but I'm sure DRX has been prepping since.
Yeah, I mean, they did beat DRX, yes, but it was kind of at a weird moment in the entire tournament because DRX, for one, already knew they had qualified. They had survived to this part of the tournament where Team Secret had every reason to fight and to bring out their very, very best. It was also a different lineup for DRX. The lineup that we're looking at right now, I would say, is their absolute best of the best. It has produced the strongest results. And so, with the victory that Team Secret already had over DRX, I'm not exactly sure what to make of it. Maybe it means a lot, and maybe we're going to see them beat them again, or maybe it just, it wasn't as important of a match in the tournament back then for DRX.
Yeah, I think it might be easy to sort of downplay a little bit the match versus DRX versus Team Secret because they brought in Zest, but I don't really think you should because that's a roster that has a ton of practice, a ton of experience together, getting, third, fourth place at lock-in. Like, that's a team that is very, very strong. We know that even with Zest in the lineup that they can do a lot now. Buzz underperformed on the Jetta in particular, so that was kind of lackluster. So it's not surprising to see them want to go back to Foxy 9 here against this opponent. So, but again, I don't think you should take away much from Team Secret for that win.
It was a solid win.
Exactly.
These weren't like flukes each of those rounds, right?
Exactly. This wasn't like DRX rolled over. DRX was trying. Like, you could tell that they were trying. They just weren't, quite as organized and prepared as Team Secret was, in my opinion.
Yeah, Secret looks so strong that day. And with, like you said, Zest has been with the team since forever, so it's I don't think it had anything to do with that. But that said, Foxy 9 is back on the roster for today, and he's been a superstar Jet. Now let's talk about the roster for Team Secret. They were just playing yesterday, like we were breaking down earlier. And I hope they're not too tired today. But you know what? That's Valorant. You just got to have the stamina.
It can be an exhausting, grueling set of games to go through for sure. Team Secret, these guys have a lot of charisma. I like their confidence. I will stick with what I was saying in the pre-show in that they seem to be a team that really functions well under pressure, almost thrives under pressure. That being said, they are a beatable team and certainly beatable for DRX. But look, maybe they can take 2 maps. Maybe they can pull it off. I mean, in some ways, Team Secret has kind of stolen the show, right? I mean, they've had these moments where we're going, oh, my God. I mean, how good is this team? How far are they going to go? And so I'm really excited for this one. Like, I obviously predicted DRX, like many of the other people that are watching this right now. But if Team Secret takes it, I'm almost more happy,
Yeah.
Well, I think, because they've got the veterans on the team, that they have those guys who've been around the block. They can kind of steady the ship here for them when things start to go sideways like they did in the middle of the season here for Team Secret. Jesse and Dubstep yesterday playing great. Jesse was solid in his role as both the IGL and the Sova, so kind of doing all the right things at the right time. They were having fun yesterday. They were confident yesterday. And it was funny talking to them before the match today. Like, they were just like, it didn't seem like they were that stressed or concerned or anything. And I asked, well, you got to play back-to-back games. Like, is that going to bother you? Do you feel, bad about that? And both Dubstep and Jesse were kind of like, no, that doesn't bother us. This is old school, Filipino esports, man. This is, we played all the time, day after day after day. We had to grind these tournaments out, back home. So this is par for the course for them.
Yeah, that's right. Warbirds, too, they all seem really relaxed about it. But I am concerned in that DRX, they're not one to roll over, like you said. They have definitely been preparing. They had a whole week since last week's playoffs. Super Week to prepare for Team Secret and come back at them. And Team Secret, they were in the middle of a match last night, a very overtime with Zeta.
If DRX loses this, it is such an insane upset, right?
Yeah.
Because obviously this is specifically a match where we're going to see the winning team get guaranteed a spot into Tokyo, right? So there's a lot to fight for here. DRX, I think we're going to see a very different version, a different iteration of DRX coming forward. But let's not forget, Team Secret, when they were interviewed, they mentioned we kind of thought we would beat DRX, actually, because they had done the most research on that team, which is kind of a funny idea when you think about coming into an event where maybe you almost over-prepare for, the best opponent, and then you're going to falter against some of these other teams that you haven't given as much attention to. Very unique situation, but that does mean that they are able to also put their prep in. So there's going to be a lot of mind games going on here for both of these guys.
Well, whatever it is, it's going to be a good game. Now, we do have a video and interview with the players, so let's roll that video and let you guys enjoy.
Very disciplined. It's hard to give them the first kill.
시크릿은 저희가 경기하는 팀 중 한 팀인데
시크릿 일찍 끝내가지고 칼퇴 시켜드리겠습니다.
당연히 저희가 이길 거라고 생각하면서 준비를 해왔지만 혹시 모르니까 일단은 방심하지 않고 게임을 임해야죠.
Nobody cheered. Bro, it's the greatest way to win.
Compared to DRX winning moment.
Kind of sucks for them, but there's winners and there's some losers, so 3-1,
Counter for it is to make sure you always have a trade if you have a contact.
경험이 좀 많아서 그리고 팀 플레이도 좀 잘하기 때문에 저희가 그런 걸 어떻게 카운터 쳐야 될지 잘 대처한다면 쉽게 일 것 같아요.
Well, you heard it from the players themselves. I love a good friendly banter there.
I love that ending clip of them both like mocking each other, thumbs down. So cool. Great video.
Yesterday they were like punching the camera and stuff. Like, okay, guys. Like,
well, I mean, whatever it is, a lot of the teams here are friendly with each other, but they're gonna try their best. Here's the head-to-head record. As we mentioned, this is the one and only team to beat DRX, and not only did they win, it was like they took it home with a 0-2.
Yeah, it was a pretty comfortable win in some ways. I mean, Ascent is close, but I think now you're seeing that at like this higher level, when Ascent comes through, it's almost always going to be a very close affair because these teams are so experienced with it. They know each other so well. There's just buttloads of tape to watch on each other on this map, so you could just really pick apart your opponents. And then it kind of comes down to that gunplay, like T1 was saying yesterday. Like why they faltered against Gen.G was the gunplay started to kind of fall away from them, whereas Gen.G was starting to pick it up. So things like that are going to be important potentially, but I wouldn't be surprised if this is the same maps that we see today, to be frank. Like DRX doesn't play Lotus. Usually Team Secret bans Pearl, so these two maps should be open again.
Ah, that would be very interesting. You're right. They probably want a rematch, where DRX would definitely want a rematch.
Look at this. Post-plant win, 100% there. Over the bottom. That is wild on both sides. That's crazy. Well, I'll definitely be watching after the spike. I'll be definitely, watching to see if we get any spikes diffused here in this series. That is a wild score there on Ascent.
You got to kind of wonder if like both teams are looking at that and be like, well, we just can't let them plant. Like that's the game plan for today. Like that's just kill them. If we don't kill them, then they win.
Yeah.
Who cares?
They got one guy on site. There's 4 on the other. It's like, no, don't let him get in.
Don't let him get in.
Spray and pray.
Just everybody Odins and just go blast. Like don't even let them come through doors.
Yeah, I think you're right. I mean, in terms of the map picks, it would be very curious. Whatever it is, it's just going to be a darn good game. Let's talk about the key players. So you've selected Stax and Envy to have a good look at.
Good initiator players, right? Like I want to see Stax pick it up a little bit more. I know he's got a lot of pressure on him as the IGL. Like he's really taking on that role with a lot of gusto. He's really trying to become not just like a good IGL, but like the best IGL. Like certainly they want to, win a major event this year, whether it be Masters or Champions, and be one of those consistent top 3 teams in the world. They're going to be at the top of Pacific most likely, like they expect to be. But beyond that, they need to be even better. But I need to see him pick it up in that kill department. We need to see some more clutch moments from him. We need to see him be a little bit more consistent with his individual gunplay.
It's going to be interesting watching Stax here. I want to see if he's going to not be overextending. Stax is oozing with confidence. But, sometimes confidence can be your worst enemy if you're going to underestimate your team or overestimate your own abilities. Generally speaking, Korean teams fare a little bit more on the, middle to conservative side of play style. I would say the Japanese team's a little bit further over there. And then when we get to the Southeast Asia team, I put them on the other end of the spectrum. They're a little bit more explosive. Team Secret not as crazy aggro as like PRX, but they're kind of in that realm as well. So it's going to be a fun match for sure, but definitely watching to see, how exactly DRX is going to approach Team Secret, especially after that loss they suffered right before we got to this phase of the tournament.
Yeah, and Envy's a big part of Team Secret's success overall. Like this guy's got crazy good mechanics. He seems to always be in the right place at the right time. He's been phenomenal this year. There's no other way to put it. I mean, he's like one of those guys when they're asking about you know, our vote for MVP, right? We had to pick like 3 different players. He's in my mind. I'm thinking about him as a potential MVP because how good he's been for Team Secret and how many times he's been their top fragger, like carrying them over the line in some big matches.
Yeah, absolutely. Envy is really critical to that team, but in fact, all of Team Secret looks really strong. Now for DRX, you know, we also have Mako, who was our selected league MVP in the end. I mean, almost for obvious reasons, but it's on us who get to make that vote. The coaches, the teams also get to put their votes in, and you know that's Mako.
It wouldn't have mattered. Like everybody, like it was like something like 90% Mako.
Yeah.
Like,
I mean, Mako is
the smoke goat.
Yeah.
The smoke goat, baby.
Oh, is that?
That's
is
what I
that
call
the new?
him now. That's his,
all right, that's Mako's thing.
That's his. That's
goat.
the new thing. Yeah,
I like that. I like that.
The gentle giant is one of the other ones.
I like that.
Mako-sama is what they call him in Japan, like God Mako almost, basically, like the highest tier of respect you could pay somebody. Yeah.
And Depp is only the child of God.
Well, Depp is just a child of God. Like he's all right, you know, but he's not an actual god yet.
No, not yet. But I mean, let's see where Zeta goes. But let's talk about our predictions. I know last time when Secret was facing against DRX, I had predicted Secret. But today, I'm going with DRX, not because of any sort of favoritism. I'm just going to do a prediction.
You're flip-flopping like Brendan does.
Yeah, I'm doing a little bit of Valdez. I might flip-flop depending on how the first game goes, but I'm just concerned. I mean, you know, even the CEO of DRX was saying the same thing. It's like, you know, they didn't get to rest since last night. They had a game. They had to go into this one. DRX had a whole week to go into this, and I know DRX wants to win this time. They're not going to do it.
Yeah, I think it's going to be a very different DRX. I mean, look, my prediction, it's pretty basic. I mean, until DRX starts losing, I'm not going to be betting against him, right?
Yeah.
I mean, DRX has consistently proven to be an incredible team, to be a real threat to any team in the entire world.
Yes.
And look, I mean, this is a pivotal moment. We are past the group phase of the tournament. This is where we start killing off teams pretty quickly, and so there's a lot to fight for. And again, the winning team goes to Tokyo, and I think DRX wants to go home, take that ride back home, being comfortable knowing, okay, we finished out this step, now to try to win this tournament.
That's right.
I fully agree. I mean, I think if you're betting against DRX at this point, like this is like you're playing blackjack and you got a 20 and you hit on it.
Yeah.
It's like okay, well, there's that 1 in like 10 chance that or 1 in 11 chance it comes up as that ace, that one extra card, but that's not going to happen very often. I mean, DRX is just too good, especially with prep. They're one of the best teams in the world when it comes to counter-stratting their opponents. Coming in, especially after they lost to an opponent, there seems to be that revenge factor. Like, they want to come in and they want to, like, not just beat you, but they sometimes just come in and, like, slap you around and wipe you out.
That's a very important point. And I've talked to many of the players in the team and the team owners, and they actually have that mentality. They really want to come and crush, dare I say, humiliate. They want to actually leave these other teams with the sensation that, like, oh, that is a completely different team. And we'll see if they can do it this time around.
That's right. I mean, they want to make sure they look super strong going into Masters Tokyo, have people quivering in their boots. And I think that was almost like a note for Quack, like, don't play blackjack. Because, or maybe do. I don't know. If you end up winning this out, because Quack ended up.
It's going to be. Quack's going to look like that scene from Austin Powers where he bets another card and then it's way over.
All right, let's go to the stage and welcome the teams. This is Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. Playoffs continue here in South Korea with DRX and Team Secret, where only 3 teams will make it to Tokyo Masters.
Oh, this isn't even coordinated. Like yesterday, the teams like came out all together, and now they're just kind of like, just one by one. Just Mako's even like, no, I'm on the outside, bro. Like.
Hi.
I'm so excited for this match. Yeah, different entry this time around here. There they are. That's the strongest possible lineup for DRX, and they very well may be the strongest team in this region. The question, of course, is going to be, will they be able to beat the team that actually managed to beat them earlier?
That's right. I'm just kind of gripping the music. Like, this is so different than, you know, the last 8 weeks here. The stage is just a completely different energy right now. And now we got Team Secret coming out.
All right, let's see their walkout.
Yeah.
Okay, see, this is much better. Look at this. Have they got something prepared, or they just...
These are some bad boys.
Yeah.
Oh! Looks like they're walking into the principal's office, these bad boys.
You've been a bad boy, Team Secret. Look at them. That's gangster. Look at them. Look at
Yeah, that was pretty sick.
They win the walkout.
Well, that's like you said, gangster, because they were like, when they did their like VCT Pacific like photo shoot, it was all them in like 1930s like gangster clothes.
Yeah.
Like, yeah.
Exactly.
I like that.
He's always smiling. It's so hard for them not to smile.
They don't know what else to do. They're just like, well, we're just happy to be here. Like, we get to play video games for a living.
Yeah.
Like, this is pretty amazing.
And we're pretty darn good at it too.
All right, we're going to have our coaches come out. Again, so much on the line. Are we going to see DRX actually dominate like we're so used to seeing them do it? Or is this going to be the big upset of VCT Pacific?
That is definitely the question. And if there's one team that can cause that upset, it is definitely Team Secret.
Well, I mean, I think they could do it. Warbirds has done a really good job prepping them against DRX. You know, I guarantee it wasn't just for that first match when they beat them. I guarantee for here again, a lot of that's not just going to carry over because they were probably prepping for Foxy 9 in particular in the lineup, not having Zest in there, so there should be a lot of protocols in place. You heard Jesse talking about, like, we're playing for trades, like, we're not going to let them, you know, get free kills on us. That's something that Foxy 9 in particular excels at, is getting those free first bloods, getting those free kills, especially when he gets the op in his hands.
You're absolutely right. I mean, in some ways, when Foxy 9 is really activated, when he's firing on all cylinders, that's when he just starts to thin out the numbers, and it makes it very easy strategically for DRX to close it out. But we've seen the peak plays here, especially dry peaks from Team Secret, actually be pretty good, pretty on top of it. So it should be a pretty explosive, first map here.
I agree. I expect this to be pretty close, even though I said, you know, sometimes DRX just comes out and wipes the floor with you if they're angry after they lost to you. But yeah, Haven first, no shocker here. DRX starting to look a little bit weaker, but this is a surprise. Split for DRX. They very rarely pick this map. They kind of hate this map, to be honest. So they've got to have something cooked up.
Yeah, it's going to be really interesting to see those agent picks here. DRX banning Ascent. I mean, we've seen them on that map so often, and you have to imagine they're probably saving some of their best strats for the latter part of this tournament, assuming they can move on. And the final map is going to be Bind.
That's super interesting. I mean, DRX did I don't know what to expect with that. If we get to that third map, I imagine that, you know, Team Secret has been workshopping it pretty hard, so really curious to see if we can get to that Vine. I'd love to do it. I just like the map in general, but it's got, you know, it's going to be, I think, a difficult road for Team Secret to get there. I think most people are expecting this to be a 2-0, but you know, let's see if they can defy expectations again.
Yeah, it's going to be a fun one. All right, our agent lineup is now ready. Do we have any surprises, or is this going to be an old and standard comp? Looks like it's going to be, yep, with that Omen coming around that corner. Going to be much more of a classic composition here on both sides.
No Cypher this time for Team Secret on Split. But like you said, I'm sure they've cooked something up.
Well, yeah, I mean, this is more about just, oh, this is a little bit different here. This is the Harbor now for DRX, so that is a different look, and a Sky as well. So they're kind of going into that more meta comp. They're shifting away from their normal, their normal lineup that you see with the Breach. So this is, and the Sova. So this is fascinating. DRX is doing something very different here.
Yeah, they've had to make some adjustments. Again, remember everybody, DRX is going up against a team, the only team that beat them actually, when we were in the group format of the tournament, so they're eager to get revenge. But is Team Secret possibly going to be able to prove that that wasn't a mistake and they can do it again?
Well, DRX is definitely an exception to all the Korean teams, and they are quite unpredictable as far as things go, and that's why they've been #1 for so long. And remember, the winner of this matchup gets to go to VCT Masters Tokyo. With that, let's go into map 1 split. We've got our casters Valdez and Quack today, the first time together in that caster's booth.
Thank you, Deskers, for that wonderful breakdown. And yes, I am Valdez with Quackington, Sir Quackington, back here once again. And I spilled coffee on my undershirt, so now I'm just going to button up my awesome Ralph Lauren shirt. They have these great buttons. And yeah, we're all rocking it today. This is going to be a great match, and I cannot wait to see if Team Secret are going to be able to do it again.
I'm just surprised that you actually said that with your coffee spilling. But hey, you look sharp.
You know?
You look sharp, dude. But yes, I mean, back to the match. This is really high stakes. The first team that gets to qualify for Masters Tokyo for all the regions. But at the same time, it's that revenge matchup. Today is a match. It's a day of revenge matchups. And we have the DRX fan cheer going off. I mean, DRX, it's already, switching things up. They have the harbor pick stacks on the sky, different from Breach from before.
Yeah, it's definitely a different look in terms of the agent select. They are going to be going back onto Haven here, which, of course, Team Secret's pick. The guys on the desk already talked a bit about it, but in the past, this is something you would probably never be brave enough to do, is to pick it into DRX, but times have changed, and teams have found out ways to defeat them, and DRX are going to look for a different way to handle this map, as we're already getting started here on a long Foxy9 looking for the peaks, and he will take he will do a little bit of damage there to Jeremy.
Just a little bit of information for DRX, right? But now begs the question, do they rotate over? Team Secret also just kind of trying to suss out where their positions could be.
Well,
hello.
Foxy9 is saying, yeah, I should have been playing last time. I'm going to take them both out and make quick work of that little push. So no rotation, and they both try to get the jump on Foxy9, and it does not work out.
Not at all. And the response is so fast. I mean, you can instantly see RB on this harbor. That impact is already there. 2 kills, and he puts the high tide up. Even a cascade just to buy even more time, obscure that vision that Team Secret is so desperately looking for.
Yeah, it's so cool to see RB coming back onto this pick. He has played it already 6 times this season as another push does come in. And okay, Jesse Bosch dubstep, really nice right click on the site, and they're even gonna get a plant here. And all of a sudden, this round that looks very DRX dominated immediately gets spicy.
Trying to play close. Mako's got the paranoia, but Jesse Bash whiffs the right click.
It's like they don't have any idea where he is. They're gonna tap the spike as Dubstep gets some little information. Says that, okay, the one headshot. And he's holding this to half.
Buzz?
Doesn't
Are you
seem
serious?
like he knows he's defusing this, and he's just gonna hold it.
What?
In the smoke, in his face, and take the round.
Oh my goodness! Maybe he didn't hear the spike being tapped because of Mako on the other side, but what a way for DRX to clinch this first round. We start off with, yes, Foxy9, a couple of picks, RB instantly walling it off. And then, I mean, a bit of a recovery from Team Secret, right? Jesse Bash and his right clicks on the Classic has been so strong. But, pros never fake.
Pros never fake, he just holds it in the smoke. And that was a pretty badass move as well. They talked about the walkout from Team Secret, but yeah, this time Buzz with the one-up on them as Foxy gonna put down the smoke, and another quick entry comes in, but they're running straight into Spectre, but it doesn't matter, as it seems like Team Secret gonna take a little bit of what RRQ have been able to pull in with their eco rounds and totally demolish DRX on the A side.
And at the same time, keep in mind the minimap Dubstep is on a big lurk. The rest of the DRX squad, though, they've got their guns and they're ready to push through A-Link.
Blinding.
Now let's see how this goes. Dubstep just gonna come in through sewers as we speak, and Borkum has picked up a Spectre. As I don't think Buzz is going to do it twice in a row. He just comes out here, Jesse Vash with a little jiggle, rather, and maybe a giggle. He also had a Vandal, who was able to pick up somewhere along the way. So a massive round for Team Secret, round 2.
That's been their style, Valdez. I mean, looking at how Team Secret plays Haven now, it's a lot of these close contact duels, especially with the classic right clicks. He's very satisfied with that one. Dude, we are in for a wild ride. Already starting off round 2, we have that thrifty win. Now Team Secret economy starting to go up. Meanwhile, DRX in shambles.
Yeah, definitely a fantastic start here for Team Secret. And it's probably something that DRX would not expect, you know? That's the fun part about VCT Pacific. We get all these different kind of play styles. Like, how many times is a Korean team, especially 1 or 2 years ago, going to do something like that and just kind of roll over you? Like, do it successfully as well.
Now, you can see the Owl drone, actually, from Team Secret. Just trying to clear out short. If they get information on it, I think Borkum gets an opportunity to send out that paranoia, and it's going to collect onto all the players from DRX on the A side right now. At the same time, you have to be really careful about it because you're never quite sure where DRX could be. There hasn't been a lot of information gathering in this round.
Yeah, Team Secret 3 rounds in a row looking to go into the A site. If they rotate from here, I would feel like I'm watching Zeta Division or something, but no. Just gonna run on through as the wall is set up. And they do have the look on all of them, even getting the kill through the box. Buzz with a couple with the frenzy, but that's all he'll get. Team Secret link a couple of rounds together.
And that's just incredible. The God Arrow from Jesse Vash, the captain himself, revealing so much for his team, and it was beautifully timed as well, the push that goes along with it. As soon as they clear this initial high tide, DRX wasn't quite expecting that push coming out of nowhere. And at the same time, I mean, that's the tricky part about switching up your composition at this point in the tournament as well, right? DRX, they've played that same old Breach, Sova kind of composition for the past 6 times they played Haven, ever since Lock-In. Now they're changing it. Surely, you know, there are some habits that are hard to break.
Yeah, absolutely. And, you know, would hope that DRX have practiced this, no doubt they have, but to bring it out for the first time for themselves is definitely going to be a different look for them. We'll have to see if they can shore it up, as now they're on a bit of a bye round, and Team Secret again, just hanging out in A long. They're like, you know, we have this entire map, there's 3 sites, but we like the A site because it's the first letter of the alphabet. We're just gonna go there instead of B or C because, I don't know.
This is the first alphabet.
It's just working out for them.
It's our favorite one, Valdez. I mean, you know the old saying, right? If it ain't broke, you know, we'll just keep going at it. Waiting for that God Arrow again. Haven't smoked off, and we get that entry in. But here comes the Cascade to slow them down.
Yeah, we'll come in, but take a look at this entry once again. Jesse Box is lining up the ult kill, and Envy just going to run on in. And like you said, well, now there's no Hunter's Fury, so let's see how Team Secret going to handle this. They're going to get the spike down. And there is a little corner there at long where they can just back up to, as meanwhile, Mako with a fantastic rotation comes in, gets 1, spots 3. But again, the spike is ticking.
It's a little bit tricky for Team Secret as well. They've got 2 angles to cover now, and then the Rolling Thunder hits.
Oh, Buzz, not this time. He's going to get out shortied as well, as he is just stunned up from the Rolling Thunder, as multiple ults used for Team Secret to come in and secure a 3rd round in a row.
It's such a big round, too, because this would have been that DRX bonus. Now it's Team Secret's bonus. DRX had to win that round in order to secure another full buy. Now they will not be able to come back in with rifles. I mean, what a way to take it back, too. The lockdown was a good effort. Mako coming in from the back with paranoia as well, but still, Team Secret just recover going into that corner, playing off of each other incredibly well. It's going to be Sheriff for DRX in this round.
And if it ain't broke, don't fix it.
Watch the back, though. Foxy's got blades.
Yeah, DRX beginning to, you know, do some change-ups here in the mid-rounds and try to get some more information earlier on and rotate people into position. So they are going to have a lot of guys here, but again, Sheriff's only for that Zionist. Stacks and Buzz, though, with a couple of kills. Let's see if Borkin can get it done. Yes, he's going to pick up 2 in the smoke. And meanwhile, Dubstep's timing as he comes out and owns the rest of DRX. That's going to be now 4 rounds in a row for Team Secret.
We're just going to keep counting, Valdez. Oh, my goodness. And to pump the brakes. This, you guys talk about it all the time. Termi hardly calls timeout. It's playoffs now, and he wants to step in.
Yeah. I think this is... I feel like this is definitely the earliest timeout he's called so far this season of Pacific.
It's gotta be.
He barely even called any timeouts. They were always winning, except Team Secret, of course, which he waited until like 10 to 7 at times to call timeouts in their last series. So now he's like, okay, pump the brakes. These guys, they come out with a nice little plan. We have to really calm down because right now DRX are getting pummeled.
And just to remind everyone about it too, right? The stakes of this, if Team Secret actually wins, that's an instant qualify for Masters Tokyo, the first team in the whole of VCT to make it. Meanwhile, DRX would then have to go for that lower bracket run where things can get a little bit dicey as well. That's not quite the script that I was anticipating. I mean, I did predict for Team Secret, but still, that is incredible.
No, Quack, you knew.
I don't know.
You are the fortune teller.
No.
You understood. You saw the lines.
I saw the assignment.
It's okay. You can be modest, but I'll say it for you. You just knew. It's still early on, but obviously Team Secret are having a really nice showing early on.
That's the thing. This is just the first map. And Haven was Team Secret's pick. They have been performing incredibly well on it, especially against DRX. I think one of the things that you have to look out for is RB and his walls, because those are just smokes. They only obscure vision. Team Secret have been walking through them, no problem, but now Paranoia in, Showstopper as well.
Envy did run into quite a lot of things. The Paranoia and the Seekers coming out. RB and Mako trying to put 2 together as RB is going to steal those kills from Mako, who's like, I've got such a great spot. I want some of these kills. So finally, DRX is going to be able to put a stop to this 8 push.
Just for the time being, too. Dubstep trying to clear corners. Mako having a very good idea of where they are.
Drops another smoke as he has to reveal himself, and he's going to get sprayed down by Dubstep, but Foxy with the operator able to take a kill.
1 on 3. He's got only a Phantom, 1 Nanostorm, maybe the lockdown, but if he puts that down, they're going to start rushing him, so probably not the best option, and there's so many on the other side. A little bit of a swing does get RB, but Foxy punctures him through.
Yeah, and I mean, at the end of the day, this is the second time that DRX have been able to buy rifles, and it was relatively close. As you saw this push, again, pretty forced. They thought they could open it up with the Showstopper, but not enough.
Here's a little bit of math for you, Valdez. It's been 6 rounds. Team Secret has gone to this side 6 times.
Yeah.
So finally, DRX adapts to it. We have a little bit of positional switches. Mako sending out the Paranoia a little bit earlier. RB on top of the box, too. No, not RB, but that's the kind of thing that changes it up, right?
Yeah, it's cool. You know, I like what DRX have been doing. Instead of trying to go for the early pushes themselves or the flanks or anything like that, they're just trying to hold down the site with some positional switches, some more ability usage.
Interesting.
Maybe finally Team Secret don't go to the A site?
What's 6 + 1? 7. 7 rounds, and we're back to A site 7 times. That would be pretty fun. I mean, if Team Secret can just keep mentally conditioning DRX to stack up on this site, that could be a big boon to Team Secret's advances for the future rounds. But currently, they're just getting smoked off.
A lot of abilities used. I mean, even the one-way in sewer. And Team Secret, they're just waiting. I feel like they're doing what Zeta Division do all the time. As, okay, the Harbor.
All right, what now?
Going to be used as, oh boy, Dubstep with that first kill right out of sewers. Borkum as well, going to pick up 1.
30 seconds
and RB has found a little corner here in Hell to try to hold this off as the push does come through. He gets 1, he gets 2, and does not get a 3rd as Borkum will pick up his 2nd one of the contest. Buzz jumping down, trying to make a play, picks up a trade.
2 on 1.
Foxy versus 2, but he's not going to win the fight as Dubstep. And Borkum really with a huge step up there in that round to give Team Secret their 5th.
I can't believe it. I mean, we were talking about it, we were comparing them to Zeta Division, but Team Secret just doubles down on the A site. 7 rounds, we went to A site 7 times, and RB suggested that they moved, but they didn't. Team Secret just stood still, put their feet down, the lockdown was in, and they continued pushing through, and you can see how well they trade off of each other. Jesse Vash, as soon as Buzz drops down, he gets off of it, takes him away. Foxy pushing in, that was something that I think Dubstep anticipated. We're back to it again, Valdez.
Yeah, I mean, there's really no reason for them to mix it up. As you mentioned, there's kind of like an emotional aspect, a mental aspect that goes into just rushing them on A over and over. Like, PRX are going to get tilted, especially if they keep losing against these pushes after they took a timeout as well, you know? So there's so many things that go into it. And Team Secret, I mean, the ball's in their court. They can do whatever they want. Like, if they eventually rotate on, like, round 11, PRX will never see it coming.
You are absolutely correct. Team Secret just has so many options. A minute left on the clock, and we still have Dubstep on a bit of a lurk. I think what he's looking for is for potentially a push from DRX if he gets that pick, and then maybe Team Secret will rotate to another site. But right now, it is that eco round for DRX. It's up to Team Secret and how they want to push it. Those closed corners have to be very, very careful. They have to be watched.
Jeremy looking for an option. He peeks right after he gets the fault line, picks up 2 on the entry, and this is just lights out as nobody on DRX is able to get anything, and Jesse Vosh just kills 2. So that's, okay, just waiting a little bit there. That's Buzz, I mean, what does he do now? Just dies to the spike if he can. Team Secret are about to go up 6-2. I mean, now we've seen Team Secret at their best. They look incredibly good.
And now Buzz walks into it. He might be able to find Dubstep from behind.
Oh, hello. Oh, he could get that, I think it was an operator. Well,
yeah, I thought about it.
Not gonna happen, as Envy will take that down.
6-2, an incredible start for Team Secret as well. Again, just back to the A site, and this time obviously because expecting DRX to play inside of corners with their frenzies or sheriffs and what have you, Team Secret just continued to bulldoze on through into the site and easily able to suss out their positions. I mean, that's what you would expect when you have pistols. It's all these one-and-done positions. On to the next. DRX gets the buy back up. Mako on the front of the shadows. Buzz a point away from his lockdown. And surely we switch things up, but all right.
Oh, Jeremy is in there so quickly. DRX are looking to challenge them on a long. I like this idea. You have to do something, right? But already the boom bot, and he messes up the dash. Still gets 1, but Jesse Vosh is going to open up this site now, as they don't necessarily have to go in here. Team Secret with the advantage, 4-3.
I'm firing my laser, but Buzz on a journey of his own as well. Dubstep will be exposed.
Oh, hello.
The crowd is going nuts over this.
Buzz just waiting.
He's looking for more.
He gets the 1, misses the 2nd as Envy is right there. And Team Secret finally choose to rotate. And it will work out for them. Borkum just going to ult onto the site, immediately get control for the team as well.
Just getting that initiative means so much because now he's blocked off C-Link. He can't set up post-plant positions, and he's watching every angle like a hawk, making sure that DRX does not push out and stop the spike plant. Still, though, 2 players, and they're pushing through.
Rolling Thunder available for Envy. So I feel like they're still in a pretty good spot, even though Mako is going to make things interesting. He's very low on health.
Right there.
Jesse going to garage.
Rolling Thunder on the first tap. And it looks like RB might have gotten up on that, but Mako going to get 1. It's 1-on-1 here as Shock Dart is in. Just buying time. He's in the cove. Jesse has rotated, and he will pick up his 3rd kill. Team Secret with 7 rounds now against DRX.
Like I'm saying, these boys, the Adobo gang, they are really momentum-based, and right now, with everything going right for them, the mental conditioning onto the A site, now suddenly switching things up, going over to C on the opposite end of the map, even with a 2-on-1, even with the Cove. Jesse Vash, the captain. And look at his, what? Come on, give it to him. All right, there we go.
Come on. Yeah.
He earned it.
He did.
Just so smart and calm in all of these situations, and that's the experience that he has as a veteran.
And DRX will continue challenging them on the site as Foxy tries to get interesting here. Of course, this is a bit of an eco for DRX. They've lost so many rounds now in a row that we do see a couple of Spectres, but they do not match what Team Secret has. And, you know, in times past, sometimes you let them enter the A site and you go for retakes. DRX are not doing any of that. They're still trying to hold on to this site.
Well, Mako.
Okay. Making it interesting. At the end of the day, though, Team Secret have so much money that if DRX do not win this, it's not that big of a deal. Jesse gonna pick up his third. Once again, another multi-kill for the leader of this team.
4 wins in a row now. And for DRX, you know, seeing them push out of their own high tide that way, Stacks, I'm starting to feel it. I'm starting to think they're getting a little bit tilted. Granted, yes, that was an eco round, but
second timeout
in the first half. That's both timeouts spent.
Yeah. And you can say what you want, you know, we've got all the statistics. We can say, oh, well, Haven, you know, attacker-sided map. You can attack, and Team Secret, they're really good at attacking. You know, they've got the read on DRX. I kind of want to throw all that out the window. I think Team Secret are just playing better Valorant right now. Like, they are just the better team on this map so far. They came out with a really nice strategy, rushing A multiple times in a row. They have outgunned and outplayed DRX here in the first 10 rounds, and I think Termi and the entire team sees it, which is why we're getting 2 timeouts already, and DRX are going to need to turn something around big time, otherwise might just be 1-0 Team Secret.
100%. I mean, you're absolutely right, Valdez. Like, just throw everything out the window because, well, in the past, we might have seen that this was one of DRX's strongest maps. You know, they had that classic composition, Breach, Sova. You would have the Jet as well, Mako, and the controller, and the final Killjoy. But now, let's say in the present, things have changed. RRQ was the first team that took them down on this map, exploiting their rotational weaknesses. And then on towards Team Secret, and it was a bit of Bucky Gaming, classic right clicks, and brute force onto the A site, and things have switched up. It's a 50% win rate on towards DRX now on this map, and that might change even further.
Foxy, very nice play here in the sewers, is going to get a quick flick and a kill as a rocket is coming out. Foxy just going to get out of there, but Jeremy has another idea. Let's see if he can actually get a kill here. No, he's just going to get sniped down by Foxy. As the Korean fans go wild, Foxy going to pick up a third snipe as Envy is 1 on 4. Uh-oh. Here comes Rover.
Oh!
Ow.
Well, Rover bites.
He's ferocious. And Envy has a lot on his shoulders here. Let's see if he can get anything done. But it's looking like DRX may have been able to pick up a third round.
We're just going to pull Rover back, give him a treat. Meanwhile, Envy looking for treats of his own. 3 players on this site. Well, 4, actually.
There's only 1 site on this map.
30 seconds left.
Site. Oh, nice fault line, but he's only going to get the 1 as he will take out RB, but that's going to be the end of that. As DRX, you know, a very slow start. Perhaps they get something going off of the second timeout. But Team Secret very much in control still.
They haven't used their timeouts. You know, DRX has spent them all, but at the same time, now just exploiting these elevated positions, and also Foxy Knight getting a lot more ferocious with his fights, landing a lot of these shots at maybe mid-range with the operator. That's something that's incredible, and only he can do it. 3 to 8, last round, DRX has all the ultimates in the world.
Guess what? They're pushing A site.
Spike dropped.
Who would have thought?
Yeah. I mean, they've come out and they've said, well, A's pretty easy to push. Let's just attack only that. They're probably going to play Killjoy. No reason to attack C.
It's good to push and at the same time a little bit difficult to retake for DRX, and I think that's part of the reason why it's so successful.
Yeah.
Based on how the map is laid out, but now information being traded. The Trailblazer Rover unfortunately got put down. That's now going to be Foxy9 on a bit of a potential flank. Seeker's out. That's a lot of information for TRX.
Yeah. And the Reckoning will come out and says, get
Foxy's
out
got
of
the
A. Here is Foxy, as you mentioned. Also has Blade Storm if necessary, but he's looking for that first pick, and Dubstep has got an operator himself.
First shot fired. Mako still perched up top. Paranoia sent. And here comes the hit.
Oh, this time Stack's very ready for it. Knows the timing on the push. Mako picks up 2. And now the Rolling Thunder's going to come out here in the last round as they try to make something of it. But DRX will wipe them on the site and pick up a 4th round on the defender's side.
Just a well-timed shrouded step from Mako, and it almost looked as if Team Secret went, where did he go? And still, despite all the utility being dumped, all the utility being sent, DRX were able to hold down their positions up by the off angles, up by the boxes. And that's exactly the moment as he swings out to get the final one. Mako, our league MVP, the ever consistent player, showing up in the last round of the first half.
Yeah, he looked pretty unimpressed. He's like, okay, I'm just doing my job. Easy peasy, these guys are nothing. But obviously a very strong attacking side for Team Secret, picking up 8 rounds against 4. Curious to see what DRX is going to do on the attacker side, if they are going to, try to mix in some of that tilting, just 8 push over and over, or if they've got a plan of their own that they're going to show to Team Secret and try to teach them how to push some other sites.
Certainly. I mean, they have that double controller setup, Valdez, and there's so much that they can play around with just because they have multiple smokes. Still, the coaches, I mean, with the timeouts all spent now, this is his final moment to call for it, and that's Razzie. Big shout out to him. He flew in from the Philippines. The biggest Team Secret fan ever. Laban Piñas. He drew pineapples.
That's the thing.
Yeah, we can see him streaming from our booth, can't we?
Oh my god! Yeah, awesome to have him here. He's got a little streaming setup. Nice what they've been able to set up for him here at the arena. As we do have some...
For one Razzie Binks, we've got like 10 DRX fans.
That is true. We are here in Seoul, South Korea, so, it's a little bit easier for our Korean fans to get here.
Certainly, but also
just a little bit.
It's incredibly packed today with every round, every frag. When Buzz is on a bit of flank, you can hear the crowd going nuts, and
yeah,
it's electric. I love it.
I see a lot of nervous DRX fans.
Nah.
I do, and
surely not.
This pistol round, as always, when you're down a bunch, you would love to take this, try to make things a little bit even, especially on the attacker side. Note that, again, you'll remember that DRX, they took the pistol round, but then immediately Team Secret fired back, and that totally messed up the momentum of DRX.
So much of it.
Tied up 1-1.
I mean, even in the first half, Foxy9 hasn't really been able to land a lot of his first picks, something that he's known to do. Instead, it was Team Secret as they seized the initiative repeatedly towards the A site. Now, we're swapping over, and DRX are anticipating pushes. No movement from Team Secret, though.
Yeah. I think that's fair. DRX, just wait at least 30 seconds, maybe a little longer, and say, okay, let's see what they have planned, because that first round was really weird, that first half. So with the Harbor, you can block off both of these entrances, and they will be able to get a free plant on the C site.
Spike planted. Team Secret trying to fire a couple of shots, and Jeremy does find the first.
Uh-oh. Just like that, and Jeremy's going to push right on through. The flash timing was great, but still Stax and Puzz able to get a one apiece, but they're a bit low as Team Secret up a man as well. They are going to look to tap this spike as Puzz gets one. Still very low on health. Dubstep's going to take out 2, and that will be the pistol round going the way of Team Secret.
That's just a big win again. Winning out the pistol, the second half. We're going to find that momentum as we move into the next few rounds. Can DRX turn the tide with Team Secret making waves? I mean, dubstep, sidestepping with the Ghost. And it's just a smart retake as well. The way that they were all hiding, not giving that information to DRX, anticipating that retake.
Someone is someone is in pain over there.
I mean, how could you not be, right?
Look at Jesse's score, by the way. Sorry to interrupt you. This is absolutely disgusting.
He sent out that recon bolt. He's been getting so much value in terms of frags as well.
Yeah. If this guy is not the key player, I don't know what to tell you. Now the map isn't over, but
hear that desk?
16, 5, and 7 plus. He's offering some insane value, as you just mentioned, with all of his Sova abilities. The guy is pretty much hard carrying right now.
Wow, look at this little wall, though. There's a tiny corner that Envy's looking to exploit.
It kind of like is not good because you can just look through and see if they go into C.
I mean, that's the thing about playing with Harbor's High Tide. It doesn't make a sharp 90-degree turn, you know what I mean? It's a slight little curve. So there might be little angles that you could expose, but at the same time, it was a bit of a red herring. DRX headed to our favorite site for today.
Yeah, certainly is a favorite site, but Foxy going to open it up with the first kill onto this A site. And now Stack's going to plant it down, some spam down, but he gets that High Tide back up, and this one is fantastic. It's going to totally cut them off from the site.
Waiting for the retake execute, though. Jeremy's got paint shells. Whole team executing in.
Oh, the timing is pretty good, but Buzz going to get the headshot as in goes Envy. The spam was good. He doesn't know. Going to tap onto the spike, and Borkum's coming around the other side. Mako able to get one, but it looks like it will just be the one, as that is a very nice double right-click to come in. Jesse hits the second one. Team Secret will not be losing their anti-eco.
I'm going to start calling him Jesse right-click bash. He's starting to land so much of these, and also Envy just Goomba stomping on towards Buzz. A good position held from Hell, and actually managing to take Jeremy down, but alas, you know, it's firepower. Team Secret with the numbers, they will prevail. This is now the round. DRX buys up. Team Secret trying to exploit some of these little angles, corners with judges.
The cheap guns.
Sure. But also,
whatever works, they're in the game, you know?
That's the economical damage that DRX had from the previous round. Jeremy pushing up, oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, you know, if you're going to win against a Vandal, it's probably going to be in a small corner
Here
like this, as the poor dog does come through the judge shots. Not ringing true this time as Stacks on the Phantom, and Foxy with a nice spray. Here comes Envy, though, pushing in. He's going to pick up a kill on the Foxy 9. This plant will come down, though. DRX will have control of the C site. And yeah, he's got this lockdown from the rotation. Got a bunch of members from Team Secret on the site, actually. They should know that almost everybody is on long right now.
Yeah, just turning this C long area into a firing range, and we also have Buzz watching the flank in case Envy does wrap around. Jesse Vash did pick up a Phantom, so maybe he's going to go for some exit frags. That's going to be a save instead. We don't want to give those ultimates to DRX.
Yeah. Probably a good idea. I mean, it is so difficult to actually get in here. Here's the exit frag. Partez. Ooh, that was a little bit much to pull out the recon bolt, but either way, Envy going to be spotted in there. Either way, he does go down, doesn't want to hold on to a judge, so. DRX finally back on the board. But I have to say, Team Secret doubling the rounds. They, again, are still in total control of this map.
Very much so. I mean, even taking down a couple of players as the round ends, it's a bit of a small win. Give me the turret, of course, the MVP as well for VCT MEA. But, I mean, in the way that this round goes, it's, I believe, a read from DRX knowing that Dubstep has played this judge position in Garage before. We have a Foxy 9 that can go even faster than that, making it tough for Team Secret to react to. On to the next round, though, now. Full buys on both sides. Stacks with the Seekers. It's very crucial that Team Secret plays it safe, gets information, figures out a game plan.
Man, that Nano Swarm got wrecked. Not going to be taking out that turret. Take down the armor. And let's see what DRX want to do here on their bye round.
It definitely feels like Team Secret just playing really reactively. The Cascade being sent through now, it's just DRX trying to gain more map control, a little bit more space, deciding to hit the A site. The other parts of the map have been covered by the remaining Team Secret players, so now, perched up on top of the boxes, Jesse Vash getting further information. The rotation should be coming through.
Yeah. Team Secret know 100% this is in, as Jeremy up on the box is going to get so much work done. Takes out Foxy on the entry, gets someone to take down his Seeker, and he picks up a third with a huge explosion on the site, and now 2v2 on this one. Team Secret have given themselves a great chance, but Buzz is going to lock down that first kill on a dubstep. The dog goes down, and it's all up to Borkum 1v2. See what he can get done as the Hawk comes out. Borkum knows kind of the positioning.
Is it time, Valdez?
Is it Borkum time? He's going to try to go into the smoke. And nope, it's going to be Buzz who takes him out on the backside of that smoke. Borkum trying to get a little bit tricky. And the 2v1, finally DRX showing some ability to win some rounds.
Very much so. Light years ahead of Team Secret. I mean, just a smart reaction coming in. Jeremy, although the impact was great, the showstopper as the third kill, the rest of the Team Secret players not quite able to follow through on it. The retake coming through from A-Link.
Back.
It's DRX, and they are now fired up ever more so as they try to mount this comeback. Team Secret on another save.
Let's see how this one is going to go, as we do have a very sneaky Borkum in the corner. That is going to be red. Smako takes him down. Here comes Envy looking to pick someone off through lobby. He's going to get one, make it. Jesse picking up a second.
All right.
And all of a sudden, I mean, potential to upgrade, potential now for Team Secret to take a cheeky eco round. Dubstep. Oh, the timing!
What? Oh my God!
Headshot! You've got to be kidding me! And all of a sudden now, Team Secret upgrading the gun. Dubstep about to take his life. Down goes Foxy, and the Thrifty goes the way of Team Secret, just dominating them.
I mean, talk about two birds with one stone! It was such a smart read from DRX, Valdez. I mean, they saw the two players up by A lobby, and they knew, all right, C is probably the least reinforced site. We could just rush into it, but lo and behold, the stars aligned.
Well, they made the stars align too, right? Because the second the Hunter's Fury is called, everybody on DRX is looking to see what direction it's coming from, right? They're like, okay, well, we got to dodge this. We got to see where it's coming. They're all looking one way. They line up for it. A Cove is coming out. You know, they're busy. And Dubstep takes that exact moment to step out and dub the two of them. Yeah, a really awesome play. And now, I mean,
he dubbed on them all right.
Yeah. I struggle to see how DRX can come back from that.
If they don't, it's now going to be match point, and Team Secret stands a chance at just closing out this first map. DRX desperately looking for a win here. They've scrounged up where they've got Foxy 9 on the Blade Storm. We've got 3 other ultimates. Surely an execute onto the C side, but at the same time, keep your eye on the minimap. Team Secret are nowhere to be found because they're looking for that retake setup. Dubstep with the lockdown, Envy on the Rolling Thunder.
Yeah. Oh, okay. Foxy, nice angle. Right over the backside of the site. And he's got some room there as well to just hang out in the corner. He's not really bothered by all of these Killjoy ults as he's going to step back in. He's on the site with the shorty. Foxy has a really nice spot. I don't know if they're going to expect this. That's a second kill.
Unbelievable.
And down he will go. Dubstep finally getting that one. As Rolling Thunder coming out, they're going to hold to half, and now challenging on long, and the Rolling Thunder's getting so much value. Jeremy! That's going to be the round as they hold on to it, and nobody can get in to stop the defuse.
Team Secret counter red DRX. DRX knew it was going to be that retake setup. They knew they had the site. They left Foxy alone on it. And they all backed up towards C-Long Dragon area, and Team Secret still read that, sending the Rolling Thunder all the way down. They were all knocked up. They were stunned. They could do nothing. And Jeremy just sticks it all the way to heaven.
They're cheering as you hear the timing, and yeah, I mean, the rotations was just not there. That's what they did the last time as well, just all hanging out on long. And the second Foxy 9 goes down.
Oh.
And now Borkum is just taking liberties. He's just checking, dry peeking out there on C-Long.
Is this a round? Even from the shadows all the way to the back into safety.
Yeah. So now DRX gonna run it into C. Maybe they get this planned, but we saw what Team Secret were able to do on the retake the last round. No Rolling Thunder this time, but let's see. As Foxy gonna pick up 2. Very nice start for DRX. Buzz as well.
Wow.
DRX are angry. They're going to take them all down. Only losing Mako. DRX will stay alive.
Thought you could take that fight against us. Borkum pushing out. But it was not meant to be. DRX, they bare their fangs and they go back into it again. I mean, it's just that fight, and they are now slowly adapting to how Team Secret retakes. It's always that smoke, it's always that flashpoint, and that's when you know they're going to peek out. Foxy just swings at the right time, gets a couple of them, even a third, and stacks to finish it off. If they can continue doing this, this could very well go into overtime, but it's 5 rounds in a row, Valdez.
Yeah, I think Foxy at the end of that said, oh, we can win this. It is technically true. They do have a chance. They are, you know, offered the opportunity here, but they do need to win 5 rounds in a row. As you see that Team Secret don't really have much in terms of guns. They're just got a lot of shotguns. Sheriff here for Jeremy. It's going to save the majority of his creds.
Guardian, Angle locked down, Garage locked down, DRX seeking
them out
to sneak. Yeah, that, and also sneaking in towards the C site. Jesse Vash gets the information.
Well, everything is going to miss, and Foxy 9 is going to take him down. So not able to make it happen this time with the Bucky.
Spike planted.
Simple spike plant for DRX, and now probably knowing not to play so far back into C-Long, they're just going to watch up towards C-Link instead.
Let's see it. Foxy looking to peek that, but doesn't want to push it, obviously. Frenzy on the opposite side.
It's also just Team Secret trying to maximize their value from this half/force buy that they've got. More ultimate points, more frags, and damaging DRX's economy.
Is working? Is he going to try to get in there?
Wow.
He has teleported onto that spike. He's tapped it. It doesn't look like he does. He's just going to run away as there's the explosion, and we have mayhem out here as Team Secret try to take out their weapons, but DRX going to hold on to at least 4 of them.
Hey. Oh.
And finally, you know, DRX don't have any timeouts, but Team Secret have 2.
I was just thinking about it. Yes, sir, Warbirds. Oh, Captain, my captain, and he's going to be talking to the boys, just trying to find a way to close it out, because now DRX has gone back to the C site for a couple rounds, seeing as Team Secret often sort of leaves it open. But at the same time, the fans are just reinvigorating for DRX to push this to an overtime. We had 2 overtimes yesterday.
Yeah, and you know, there were a lot of maps that kind of went like this, right? A team would hit 12 rounds, and then all of a sudden, the enemy team would be like, okay, well, you know, no pressure now. We're probably going to lose. Let's just, you know, let's wing it. Let's get in there. And then they end up winning a bunch in a row and then eventually lose. So maybe DRX can also do something similar, except, of course, they would love to tie it up and make this overtime happen.
There's so much to assess at the same time because while Warbirds does call the timeout, he gets to talk to the Adobo gang. For DRX, it's the same thing. Termi, got to reassess the situation, take a look at what Team Secret could do in the next round and how DRX can kind of find a counter strategy to that. It's going to be a little bit tougher because they are on the attacking side, so it's absolutely imperative that DRX finds that information early on and then figures out a play to work around it.
Revealing area.
Curious to see what Team Secret have prepared for this one. All 6 of them, including their coach, as always.
Let's not forget the 6 players too, but yes. Team Secret now just kind of holding an early rotation from the A site. Jesse Vash up onto Heaven. DRX slowly looking to explore in towards C again.
Scout destroyed.
Doggo is in, and Borkum's got a really weird angle here. They're not going to expect this, but they spot him. DRX get into the site. The spray is not good. Buzz going to pick up 2 headshots. And Dubstep also in a tricky spot, but that's going to be the end of him. And DRX make quick work on their entry into C.
Here.
Unbelievable execute. I mean, just watch the replay on that, because in every one of those fights, it was 2 DRX players up against 1 Team Secret player. And that's just how DRX rolls. Now with a heavy investment into the round, Team Secret, the rest of them, they're going to save up. And DRX gets a little bit closer to that match point overtime. I mean, Foxy9 dashing in, Borkum not quite able to recenter his aim. So many players rushing him down, despite the Rolling Thunder from Envy as well. All these players from DRX just staggered their push.
Yeah, it was really clean. It was a great job done this time. The harbor wall also just totally blocks off the garage window, makes the entry pretty easy. And it looks like we are going to have a Vandal and a Operator saved here for the side of Team Secret.
And it's so sharp. Every position checked.
Yeah, pretty cool viewing party.
Nice disco ball. But that's now 3 rounds in a row for DRX. And if you were in Team Secret's shoes, you have to think about it. Do I save up?
Apparently, Knee is there.
Guns and ultimates. Oh,
famous Tekken player.
DRX Knee.
Now.
At the watch party, but still back to the game. That's going to be DRX now. Anticipating pushes, looking for that opening pick onto Team Secret. Meanwhile, the opposing team just trying to play it safe.
Yeah.
Got Jeremy on an Operator, but he doesn't see anything towards C long.
Yeah, Team Secret really need to be careful because, you know, you don't really have Jeremy and Jesse's economy now in a great spot that they save their weapons. So if they lose these, if all of them do go down, then again, they're kind of on this off-balance kind of position, as Dubstep is going to get a lot of value, a lot of information here on long. Jesse is here with him as the dog gonna pick up one, but Jesse, the spray down through the smoke, just gonna take them both out, as Envy as well is right there to help them out.
It's all the way up from Heaven, and such a good dart from Jesse Vash again. This could be it. It's a 3-on-5 there, completely blocked off by this dark cover.
It's just Jesse Diff.
30 seconds.
Truly.
He made so many of those rounds work on attack as well, but Stack's gonna line it up. The Cove timing, very nice, as they have to try to get this spike down. Envy is here on the angle, sees the gun!
That's it!
15 seconds, and that's gonna do it. Team Secret gonna take down Haven for map number 1 against DRX.
Jesse Vash, the captain of the team, the intel gatherer, and the headshot hunter as well. I mean, he's been landing so much of these, and he's up there on top of the leaderboard, right next to Envy. And still 13-9, despite the almost comeback from DRX. Team Secret close out the first half, only 1 shy of making it to Masters Tokyo. La Ban Piñas indeed.
Oh man, what a way to start off this series. I was hoping that Team Secret would bring the same energy, and that they did. Maybe even better, as that round started off heavily in their favor. DRX, nice little run back, but not quite enough, as we're gonna take a look at some of the highlights. And again, as if you guys are joining late, they literally pushed a site 12 times in a row.
You were keeping
12
count.
times.
You were right. The entire first half was just A site executes on top of A site executes. And DRX, despite little bits of brilliance, they did have 2 timeouts being called by Termi, something that's probably not ever done from DRX, they were able to recover a couple rounds. Off of the timeouts, they did manage to win, but not the subsequent ones. You know, just 4-8 at the end of the first half. And that's the impact that we had. Moving on to the next round, Team Secret trying to seize initiatives, trying to go a little bit more aggressive. Not quite able to close it out as Team Secret again. Remember that round with Dubstep and the Sheriff. The final round with Jesse Vash and the Recon Bolts. We're going to split.
Well, this is incredible as so many. It says I'm on TV. Nice. And okay, they got the couple T-shirt matching.
Oh, that's cute.
At least they've got that going on. And she's like, I thought getting Radiant would be easy, but I'm an Iron. I guess her boyfriend is in Radiant. Not 100% sure, but either way, yeah. Haven, all Team Secret, all the time. And now you're in a really amazing spot to potentially get the second time upset victory against DRX. And if you get it twice in a row, it doesn't feel like much of an upset anymore.
Yeah, it's not a fluke, I'll say that much. And, you know, it was also all A site all the time. And if it works, I mean, it worked. Team Secret, they continue to roll through. But that's the thing. This was just Haven. The next map, DRX's map pick, is going to be Split.
Well, guys, we're going to take a little commercial break before we do come back for Split. Don't go anywhere. We'll be right back. But already 6 times this season as another is that okay, Loke and another quick entry cut. And they do have the look on pick up 2 in the smoke and meanwhile something he's gonna get sprayed down.
So many on the other side.
Trying to hold this off as the push does come through. He gets one.
Looking for more.
He's in the cove. Jesse has rotated. Okay. Moxie, the green fans go wild. Around the other side, Moxie able to get one, but it looks like it will just be the wall. Here comes Envy though, pushing in. He's gonna. And yeah, actually get in here. Here's the exit. Team Seeker no 100%. This is in as Jared South Moxie on the entry. Gets someone to take down his Seeker. Sneaky work in the corner that is going to be upset. The timing. Upgrading the gun. Dubstep.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific, and how do you like them pineapples? Team Secret gets an A+ for their A-site defense. Do you like my? I'm inspired
really
by Paper Thin today. I'm just
Yeah.
like dad jokes.
I really like that one. that gets my gold star, my seal of approval for the day.
I mean, it's not a mistake. Apparently, they are very good versus DRX. It's like, it's weird. Like, I knew that was a possibility, but I refused to really accept that was, going to be the thing. But Team Secret actually almost completely dominated DRX. DRX had to fight back really hard there at the very end. I'm glad the score is close. I think DRX still has a chance to take this. But to what we had said earlier, before this started, Team Secret had mentioned that they had done a lot of research on DRX, and they were actually, that team DRX was one of the teams they were pretty confident they could beat. And I could see why. I mean, they seem to have a very good handle on the way that DRX thinks, the way they approach that map. And if they win one more game, they're going to go to Tokyo.
Yeah.
They're going to be the first team that we officially know is going to Tokyo. I mean, that's insane to me.
Yeah. That's not one of the teams we thought. Like that would not be the first team we thought would have been guaranteed for Masters Tokyo. But, I mean, Secret's doing great. There is probably a room where Zest is sitting in, like, almost relieved. Like, guys, see, it wasn't me. Like, Secret is just so prepared.
No, they're really well prepared, and DRX tried to give them a different look here with the Sky Harbor combo, but frankly, it didn't even I don't think it mattered either way. I think Team Secret was just winning this map today, the way that they were playing, like, early on in the attacker side, just playing off of each other really well. Jesse said it in the pregame interview that they're just going to try to go for trades. Like, if we lose someone, we have somebody there to kind of step up and, kill the other opponent that kind of got the first kill or something, and they were doing that all over the place. Plus, Jesse's utility was insane. I mean, he was getting so many good spots with the recon darts. Like, DRX's protocols were in shambles here today. Like, the way that they were clearing darts, clearing utility was not good. This is not DRX-like, and I think them trying a new comp here is probably part of it, like them trying to kind of try something a little bit unorthodox compared to what they usually run on Haven, because I think Haven's been a bit of a struggle for them this year. It's, I think, like less than 50% they've won on Haven this year now. Correct. So this is a map that's proven to be a problem. They tried something different. Did not phase Team Secret in the least. In fact, I think it might have hurt DRX a little bit.
It's a funny thing. Like, obviously there are 3 spike sites, places you can plant the spike on that map. And
there's actually only one.
This was gonna get it. The right way to play is that you're able to rotate between those sites and become unpredictable. But clearly, they see these flaws in the way that DRX approaches A-site defense and retakes. And I mean, if it's not broken, don't fix it, right? Like, if you were trying to teach someone Valorant for your first time, and someone said, "Well, can we just plant the spike at A every time?" You go, "No, not really. Like, we got to go to C maybe about half the time, and we're going to mix it up and try to get into B when we can." But this is, I think, Team Secret really showing that they have, like, an insight here and kind of functioning in their own way. Who cares? Go A as many times as you want. If you're going to get the spikes planted there and get the round wins, who cares?
Yeah. In fact, let's break that down, actually, Paper Thin. Yeah, I mean, like you said, Team Secret has just been outplaying them like over and over again, especially at A. The only site on Haven, apparently.
Destroying them. Yeah. It wasn't even close. Like, round 7 on Haven. Like, this is look at this. DRX knows it's coming. They throw the Reckoning. RB just kind of walks right into a paint shells there. But then, Team Secret has there's the lockdown to place to kind of counter this. So they're able to push this space, force RB into a corner. Credit to RB. Like, this is a tough spot to get any kills from. You expect someone there, but he's able to find a couple. Now, there was some utility to help him, but Team Secret here is just unflappable. I mean, DRX knows this is coming and they can't stop it. And then Foxy gets a little bit whiffy here. So that's a big one for Team Secret. Foxy a little bit off, but in general, like, anytime that they were, pressured towards DRX, they folded almost every time. Like, it was really hilarious in a way to watch. Like, a team I think they went C one time out of all 12 rounds in that half. It's like watching, I think it was Holy Moly last year in VCT KR that went bind B, like, literally every round, and it worked. So, like, it's not like it's without precedence here in our region, but it certainly is shocking. And I think Team Secret just, like, went on Twitter and saw all these people talking about, like, site differentiation and, like, how you have to be, like, varying things like Nick was talking about, and they were like, oh, DRX is totally going to be thinking that. We're just going to hit the same site over and over, and they are just not going to know what to do.
Yeah. And, well, we know how that worked out. And even when DRX did win a couple of rounds and Team Secret was forced onto an eco, that still didn't work out.
Yeah, we can roll that clip now, actually. This was a really interesting moment because DRX was starting to fight back. You know, we had initially what looked like a pretty good start here for DRX. And backstage, you're kind of saying, all right, well, you know, maybe they're going to pull it back together. Indy and Jesse both get that double. Suddenly, this is looking a lot more possible. And coming up here, we're going to see exactly how this goes down. This is Dubstep here with this lurk. And this shot is just wild what he gets here. It's one bullet literally through the dome, one player onto the other.
That was so cool.
You know, we're at a phase right now in this map where it's like Team Secret just needs to scoot past the finish line. Most of the heavy lifting was already done in that first half. So to get that thrifty win, I think, was essential in allowing them to then stack up a couple more wins and ultimately move forward here 1-0.
Yeah. Look, I mean, if Secret goes into Masters looking like this, that's great. I want to see any team who makes into Masters looking really strong, especially when they're going up against the other regions at that point. Now, we have to talk about our key player. Everyone played so well, but our key player has got to be Jesse Vash.
Yeah, the legend himself. I love it we have the older gamers dominating, where I'm like, that's right. I can still do this.
Represent!
I'm like, you know, I choose to cast this whenever I wanted to. I could go back and be a pro. No, look, he played great. I think he's really been, you know, a good big brother to the rest of the team here. And I mean, people in the Philippines have to be going nuts right now. I mean, this has got to be so exciting where it's like, it wasn't a mistake. It's happening again.
I mean, the Filipino casters have to be just absolutely losing their marbles. Right?
They have to. I mean, it's got to be so exciting. Honestly, I'm excited for them. I mean, this is kind of a break from you know, what is a normal, I guess, what would be expected ebb and flow of a tournament like this, where it's like, well, DRX is probably going to win this, but let's see how these other teams fare and how they do. I'm actually kind of hyped to see if DRX can lose now. I know I predicted them, but I don't really care. I mean, this is actually really exciting to see, like, if Team Secret can go on. That's just like such a story in of itself.
It's so cool. We're gonna do like a Valdez and be like a little flip-floppy here.
Oh yeah. We're beginning we're beginning to channel our inner Valdez.
We could be Fairweather Valdez over here.
That's right.
Actually, like, switch teams whenever.
I really want to give this team a ton of credit. Like, they figured their stuff out. It looked like they were going to slide into out of the playoffs during that kind of mid-season downturn they had. But, you know, Jesse also was struggling during that time. Him and Dubstep, you know, we're kind of like, okay, maybe they actually, you know, the age is starting to play a factor. No. These guys are fine. They just had some bad weeks. That happens to everybody.
Yeah.
So now they're back here playing. Jesse was doing a great job with his utility. And one of the things I talked about yesterday with Jesse is he's like a lot of times a really good sort of like command and control style leader where he's kind of in the back just kind of overseeing and watching. Like, there are literally rounds where he just like stays in spawn and doesn't move. But this time he's like up there, he's with his team, he's like getting there with his utility in a timely fashion, and just, you know, him and Warbird's dialed up a great half here on that attacker side in particular. So I'm just tickled with how good Team Secret played here.
He's tickled, guys. He's tickled.
I too, Paper Thin, am tickled by this.
This little recon
Feeling good today.
Tickling all your nerves.
That's right.
Yeah, but I mean, Secret looks fantastic, and, you know, like Tasteless said, I think we're all flipping a little bit here, and we feel good about it. It's good. I think Team Secret is looking really strong, and it's really great to see that not just one, it wasn't, you know, an accident the first time. It's happening again. They've continued to do their homework. They're on a really amazing momentum.
And I want to point something else out here, too. Like, we're so far into the tournament now. If Team Secret wins, they don't actually have that many games they have to take to then win this tournament, right? And, you know, sometimes some matchups in tournaments are more important than others, and it may just be the case that all Team Secret really had to do was prep for what we thought was the best team here. And then they're already, you know, they're going to be in the finals in no time if they keep this up.
They need 6 more maps, and they win VCT Pacific. That's it. 6 more maps. That's crazy. I mean, and I'm so thrilled. I mean, DRX, of course, don't count them out. They lose map 1 a lot, especially internationally, and then they bounce back and win the next 2. So definitely, like, you know, I just want to make sure that we're giving Team Secret their due here. They deserve it for the way they've been playing at the end of the season. They beat DRX and they have, you know, not cannibalized, but, you know, really weaponized that into a good second half when you need it most. So the confidence, you can see it from their walkout, right? It's in sync, they're in step, and I'm just loving it. I'm just having a great time watching Team Secret play, to be frank. It's just so enjoyable.
Yeah, we're eating so many pineapples right now.
That's right.
I'm really curious how Split's gonna look. Like you mentioned, Paper Thin, like Split is not usually DRX's preferred map.
So both of them going back to the double duelist. Now, that had been DRX's more recent comp here with the double duelist, but it's also going to be kind of a return to sort of what Team Secret was doing initially in the season when they beat PRX on this map. So this is really, really fascinating to watch both of them kind of lean into this double duelist. Now, of course, both teams have two great players who are great at duelists. You have Foxy9 and Buzz, and then you also have Jeremy and Dubstep. So this should be a phenomenal battle here on Split, I think.
It's gonna be a fun one, man. I'm really excited. I think DRX still is a real threat here. We're gonna see if they can recalibrate. Otherwise, it's going to be a continuation of DRX losing to Team Secret. Let's find out on map 2. Is this a fluke or not?
Yeah. They have so much support in the audience right now. A lot of Filipinos are here to support them here in Korea, including Razzie Binks. And I see the casters are really ready to go. I see Kwak kind of dance into the music a bit. And Valas, what was that? Were you stretching? That was like a weird side-to-side little thing going on.
Yeah, that's how I get ready to cast, you know, just like go like this a little bit. No, I noticed we were on camera, so I wanted to do a little weird thing. And now we're actually on camera. We're getting ready for map 2. It's a split, of course, and who knows what's going to happen on this one, because Team Secret, they can do it 3 times. Can they do it 4 times? I'd say probably, yeah, they probably can.
You're going to flip-flop?
No, I'm not going to flip-flop. No, I'm only going to do that on the desk.
Okay. But, you know, I'm going to stick with that, too, because I think this is a toss-up. Split, first of all, it's a map that's been lesser picked by Team Secret throughout the entirety of VCT Pacific. They've only played this thrice. Meanwhile, for DRX, you know, this is something that they're so good at, they're so strong on. You've got the double duelist coming in. Team Secret, I hope they've practiced for this. They're going with a double duelist of their own. It's very much so like what Clinton, Paper Thin said about their pre-game interview, is that they want to go in for those trades and those duels. Can it go their way? Let's find out.
I want to see the pacing first. Let's see just how aggressive DRX wants to get here. Dubstep waits. Spray not great as DRX going to make their way onto the site. Pretty free.
Concealment.
Onto the A side, and ooh, nice little headshot there from RB. He's got a great setup now. Full health as well. Wow. They're trying to chase him down, but not able to.
Now he could go anywhere. At the same time, Borkum has to look out for him in case he comes out from rope. So Heaven being controlled now. Team Secret pushing in.
Woo! Mako, they're angry. All of them. Borkum able to get one, and that's going to be it. Only Foxy9 goes down, and it's a clean pistol round to DRX.
Clean round, clean hit onto the A site. They just went through ramps. They went through the site. And unfortunately for Dubstep, couldn't quite do anything about it. Just the way that they dashed in, the way that it went on through with it, even getting a flash at the initial start. Mako holding the off angle now on the site itself, right around elbow. The rest of Team Secret couldn't do too much. RB also finding his impact now. As compared to the previous map where he was playing Harbor, not quite able to be involved in those duels. Here, he's much more present.
Yeah. Great start here for DRX. Let's see if they can keep it up. They're not going to continue hitting the A site, although we do have Team Secret pushing out of the A site. Mako gonna feel this pressure and just back away. He's not willing to take that one.
Doesn't have to, in fact. That's the whole game plan, same like what RB did in the previous round. They just hold off a little bit, buy more time, but Mako goes in for a repeak.
And he got the one, but trading 1 for 1 and upgrading Jeremy to a Bulldog.
Planted.
Not that great. Doesn't look like Jeremy will actually be able to pick that up, but
so fast. RB instantly goes in to watch that prized weapon. Team Secret looking for other options, but at the same time, look at Garage. Buzz has the angle covered as well.
Yeah. Just gotta wait for them. This Team Secret will have to push into some area if they want to challenge this. Otherwise, might just run up into heaven and try to go down the spike. But not gonna happen. Buzz is gonna take that one. He throws a grenade at RB. As he did miss that, and that was a very strange spray from Stacks, as pretty much everything misses, but RB gonna take him down, and Jesse chooses the spike.
A little bit whimsical, as Kilios would like to say. He turns around and just kind of looks at Buzz like, what the heck, bro? What was that name? But still, it's smart reactions from DRX, covering all of their bases, all of their angles, and of course the watch party a little bit happier about that. 2-0 start, it's classic. Let's see if Team Secret can recover. They've got the full bias now. 3 Bulldogs, a Stinger on DRX's side.
Let's see how this goes. DRX once again coming into garage. Maybe looking for a little pick onto the Astra. In this case is Borkum. See Foxy not really able to see much other than the fact that, of course, Borkum is here. And they might just go for a rotate.
I mean, it just brings to mind again the composition that we have at our hands. Compared to what we saw in Haven, with the newer composition from DRX not quite finding the impact that they wanted. Here, with the double duelist, you have that much more utility at your disposal, more mobility, explosive power. DRX, as soon as they pinpoint a single site that they want to go for, and that's very likely going to be B this time, they will be able to just dash on through. It's up to Team Secret and Borkum as well as Envy to react to this in kind. And by the way, Envy on the Viper, that's something different as well.
Let's see if Borkum's in the smoke, gonna be taken out. Envy picks up one, and immediately RB's gonna headshot him as he tries to retreat up into heaven. Buzz, another kill, has the Phantom, and yeah, they're just totally dominating them here. Stack's gonna get that headshot in mid, and now Jeremy is met with a bird to the face. Stacks knows where he is, gets low on health, and now is on the run. But this will be a round win to the side of DRX, no doubt.
Surely a win. Jeremy just looking for a frag. Anything that he can get his hands on. One more point to his ultimate. Stacks, you know, it's just a sheriff, so it's not the worst thing in the world if he loses his life. But in all this time, the slow rotations, the spike about to go off any second now. Team Secret gets a little bit of time to also rethink their strategy. What happened in the previous round? How did they lose it? And really, it's the setup. You know, they were watching the site, but like I mentioned, DRX, fast-paced hits towards B. As soon as they decide on it, it's a very different role for Envy to play because he's so used to initiators, right? And agents like Breach, perhaps. But here, he's going to have to be a little bit more reserved. He's going to have to watch for angles. He's going to have to get some kills and then fall back. As a controller, you're going to want to keep your smokes up, your utility up, something that can help instead of retakes. Envy a little bit exposed, lost his life a little bit way too early, and right now, back to half buys from Team Secret.
Yeah, not a good feel for them as DRX in very good control of this map after winning the bonus. Now looking to maybe hit the B site once again. So far the setup has been just the one man, just Borkum on the back of the site. He's gonna get that kill on a Foxy who peeks out of his own smoke. There, Borkum with 2 frenzy kills. He's already done enough as now Envy comes in. And this is looking to be a little bit of thrifty action as maybe even Team Secret could upgrade a little bit here. As we do see them on the site. Envy gonna get yet another Sheriff kill. And now it's all up to Mako.
Can he do it? 52 HP.
What? I guess maybe he can. That's a couple right in a row. And one more, it's Jesse, but Jesse's gonna get the kill with the Spectre. And that will be a thrifty round win to Team Secret.
Almost lost it. I got so nervous, Valdez. Mako, you can never, ever count this guy out. The king of Pacific himself. And he almost takes it home. But Jesse Vash just up by the back of the site. able to clean it off with a Spectre.
Yeah.
The thrifty win coming through from Team Secret, something that maybe DRX did not expect, because again, with those weapons, just playing those close corners, and DRX getting a little bit confident.
Yeah, you know, it's something that Paper Thin said on the desk as well, you know, not really crossing their T's, dotting their I's. They're not being meticulous with some of the checks, right? If you're going to move in there as Buzz, nice little spray on the Envy in mid. But yeah, if you're going to move in, you got to check that corner. Like, the Aster's going to be somewhere on the site. Foxy peeks out, doesn't look below him. And that leads to 2 frenzy kills. I mean, that's essentially what got it all started for Team Secret. Bought some time for Envy to come over, get that Sheriff kill.
Right there.
And Mako nearly was able to bring it back, but
here, though, just a little bit of an exchange towards the middle. And very much so, DRX back towards the B site like we just saw, but a very different approach. We're going to be able to top some teammates off. Borkum still jiggling for information up around the pillar. It's going to be a little bit tougher for Team Secret to react to this, because if Borkum dies really early...
Oh, very, very nice. The gravity well comes in, and now Jeremy's just in position to spray them down. RB gets one, but Team Secret making this interesting. Foxy 9 able to hold down the site for now. Dubstep with this operator doesn't check around the corner. Mako with the perfect timing on the peak. And it's all up to Mr. Jesse Vash again, but he will go down. And DRX pick up their 4th round win.
Just more wins for DRX. I mean, these guys starting to find those protocols. They picked this map for a reason. Mako on that lurk. Not at all expected from Team Secret. And as the rounds go on, that's something that they're going to have to consider about, which might shave more seconds off the clock. It's more paranoia, more question marks in their heads. This B-side hit keeps happening, and it's always successful. Jeremy able to take a couple of shots now with that gravity well, but it's not going to be enough.
Jeremy now with the shorty, in fact, 3 shorties to the side of Team Secret.
Jeremy looking to get cheeky, perhaps double blast pack into a single kill if there is a peek from DRX, but look at how disciplined they are. No sound, not that much, just tiny movements, and then regrouping towards the A site, a sudden execute perhaps. There are a couple of shorties here.
Yeah. Against the Eco, DRX might expect this. They're gonna initially take their time, but maybe not enough time as Jesse with the 1 shorty kill, and now we got Dubstep on the back of the site and elbow here, but here comes Jeremy, as you mentioned, the pop out with the double blast pack and a shorty kill. Does get 1, but it's Buzz, I believe, on 4K already. Mako will take away the ace, and that's just fine. DRX don't care about that. They care about winning another round, 5-1.
Of course, and their ultimates as well. I mean, looking at that mini-map in the rounds, X marks the spot, the entirety of the A site covered by corpses, 1-5, and hence the timeout being called from Warbirds. DRX, they've got this map under control. Team Secret need to wrangle it back from them. So far with the defenses, right, they've never quite been able to hold against them. Every time that DRX executes or rushes in, Team Secret, they might be able to get a couple players off, but not so much so to the point where they can go in for that successful retake.
Yeah. And as you can see here, in Pacific, Split is not a defender-sided map. Somehow, some way, everybody just able to get it rolling on the attacker side. So for all you guys who perhaps, you know, tuning into the playoffs, didn't watch the regular season, Split, you know, originally a defender-sided map. They made some changes. Still a defender-sided map. Not in Pacific, though, as all of our teams just seem to be great at attacking, especially with the double duelist style that we've seen so many times, and now we see it on both teams here in the mirror matchup.
We are in Pacific, and we love those duels. We've got 5 ultimates from DRX, 4 on the side of Team Secret. Dubstep on an operator. So far, the idea of going for trades from Team Secret hasn't really worked out. They're going to have to go for a different approach this time. Dubstep looking to anchor down onto B, but the hit is on A.
Not quite able to lock him down, but Jesse did take a lot of damage, and Buzz is not done yet. Picks up 2. He is so good on this race today. Gets a 3rd. As yes, we did have a couple of trades back. Team Secret making it interesting, but Buzz certainly in control and will allow his team to pick this one up. And even a pit going to be used here. As you mentioned, so many ultimates available and used by DRX.
Oh, he spots him!
So much for that pit, eh?
And Buzz is low, but not yet discovered. Just hiding around elbow. Borkum gives himself a little bit more cover.
RB in a great spot. Are they going to check this corner is really the question. It's Buzz.
One enemy remaining.
Oh! Able to get that one in. Yes, they do not check the corner. Buzz with yet another 4K. His entry is clean. The follow-up from the team was, you know, it got the job done in the end, but certainly it does feel like Buzz is carrying a lot of the weight right now.
And it's just a smart team play from DRX as well. Just secure the round. Why not? Let's get as many rounds as possible on this attacking half, giving us a greater lead as we head over into the next. Use those ultimates, get those round wins. We're 1-6. Foxy's got his blades, Stacks on the Seekers, Dubstep popping his. Gonna get a little bit brawly with this.
Yeah, might as well. Team Secret looking to take some of the momentum back, obviously on a bit of an eco here. Gonna potentially rely on Dubstep to get some of these initial kills. As Birdman comes out, may have hit Borkum. Not 100% sure if they got that information, but either way, Dubstep just waiting.
Well, Birdman doesn't quite have the best vision sometimes, and now it's going to be Dubstep just still holding the angle. There are 2 players on the other side, though, and that's very worrisome. Foxy going to be the first point of contact. The spike dropped, and he calls it, but does not know that RB's around the corner.
Yeah, has no idea, but the blades are enough. Dubstep going to pick up 2, has control. Now he's got a Phantom. And all of a sudden, here comes DRX. They're trying to come out of garage right now. But this information is given the Blade's not going to hit as he updrafts, as he gets hit by a Seeker. Meanwhile,
it's been picked up.
Pit is down, but the spike is picked up, and Mako gets the spike, or rather the kill in the pit, and they just run away onto the site. Bit of a disaster now for Team Secret as they're going to have to try to stop this from going down. As, okay, they kill the spike planner. 14 seconds.
They can still plant it. Jeremy needs to use this time to get into a close enough position to surprise them. 2 players, though, and the Stinger doesn't have that much ammo, but he gets the first. This is very doable.
1-on-1, picks up another grenade, too, checks that corner, says, okay. I have a decent idea. And there it is, the spray, just not fair. Mako holds the perfect length against what he knows Jeremy is packing. So DRX, they get across the line in a very tumultuous round. Kind of a crazy one outside of garage there.
Big old seesaw as it goes back and forth. I mean, a great pickup from Dubstep, but also look at DRX. These guys are brothers. They know each other's tendencies so well. They know how to play together off of each other. RB getting that first point of contact, the trade, and then at the same time, everyone else just coming back in to quickly recover the spike. On to the next, and it's going to be full buys from both sides, but the ultimate's now 1 up on Foxy. Dubstep still on the operator, not quite able to find so much as DRX toys around with Rover.
Poor Rover, man, he's just trying to do his job. Can't see anything. Smago's playing on the ropes. Foxy, very nice entry peek there into Fence. Gonna pick up Envy, who has been the top fragger for many weeks in a row now for the side of Team Secret. So if you can take him out first, you're obviously gonna feel pretty good about your chances.
Wow, what an angle held by Jeremy as well. Incredibly exposed, but
well, now he is, as he flies off of heaven. Buzz takes him down. Borkum makes it 2. Has the spike now. This is a good spot for Team Secret.
He saw the head.
And Borkum not able to land that one. Unfortunately, the 2 teammates of Borkum's not really in a position to help out, so ends up being pretty clean for DRX, in fact.
So good.
30 seconds
I mean, first of all, the bit of movement from Buzz, just ever so precise with the way that he peeks out. Instantly checking, instantly getting Jeremy off. And then Borkum, although it was a nice bit of a response, Mako just comes back in. Everyone from DRX comes in and puts down their flag on the B site. Dubstep not able to do anything much. The way that the rounds have been playing out, it's a bit of mental conditioning. It's the default with Mako kind of lurking up by A site. We've got that toxic screen just to pull some players from Team Secret away. All right, that's one pick.
Yeah. It's rough if you try to jiggle peek and your gun shows and you don't really see anything.
Yeah. But I mean, it's exactly this at the same time. The reason why it's so sort of attacker side is because of this double controller setup. DRX are pulling players from Team Secret, keeping them on opposite ends of the map. You know, just trying to keep that attention away. Meanwhile, the hit goes through towards maybe B garage or perhaps mid. And if they get control over these spots, then they'll have easier access into the B site. Maybe easier access into A heaven if they so decide to choose. That is why DRX now 5 wins in a row. Their ultimates again back up and online. Buzz has the option to just push that button and blow up the A site.
Heard at the end of the comms that, not sure who it was. It kind of sounded like Buzz, but generally he's not a big talker. But either way, somebody's calling out that they still have the operator, you know, just kind of checking, making sure that everybody knows what guns they have. And just to be careful of Dubstep's operator, he has been kind of crazy with some of his rounds. So definitely something to look out for as Rover the dog comes in, and so does Buzz, as they're just going to fire into the smoke as they expect Jesse Vash to be there. Spot him down and take him down.
Well, back in for the retake. Jeremy does have a bulldog, but okay. Heads up duel against RB.
Now he's got a Vandal.
And his team up by Heaven as well as Screen. DRX looking to flush them out of position.
Envy, I think he had the classic. Either way, not much of a fair fight as the spray eventually gets there from that Phantom. Mako gonna take him down. Dubstep still holding onto this operator, not really finding any angles to hit pretty much anyone. So DRX looking to hold 9-1 at this point. So now they're on the chase. Dubstep is on the run, and he is dead. Down goes the operator as well.
A second time. And he will not be able to carry that forward into the next round. 1-9 now, Valdez. 6 wins in a row for DRX. We're keeping count. And it's just so tough for Team Secret to recover from this. First of all, you're going to have to keep in mind your economy. Might have to save up for this one. And we're approaching towards the end of the first half. Hyping up the crowd.
Yeah, that's Buzz's job. You know. Doesn't have to talk too much about the operator. He's just hyping up the team, the crowd. Here comes Jeremy on the push out of mid. He's got some help from his Jet buddy, Dubstep. Dubstep's going to trade one. Will they know Jeremy's here? Yes, they do. The spray through the box. Now they definitely know he's here. He's got a big rocket launcher, but Buzz gets up on the box and takes him down before Jeremy can even react.
Well then, any little sliver and Envy almost gets shot out at the air, but still trying to control mid. DRX just pushes into A instead. The entire site is ripe for the taking.
Yeah, absolutely. And DRX just gonna waltz on in. It's Team Secret, only a couple of guys left. Envy looking to wrap around into main, whereas we do have Borkum and Screens. Let's see if they've got an opportunity here. You would like to take more than one round on the defender side, at least. But Buzz might not allow that to happen.
So tough. And look at how they're jiggling around elbow as well. Just covering all bases now. He knows he's there. Tries to suck him in.
Oh, boy.
But Buzz comes out the other side. Every single exit covered, and this is DRX.
Yeah, it's kind of like they poked the bear. You know, the bear was sleeping, it was hibernating. They're like, okay, well, I guess I'll wake up for map 2.
I guess.
I guess you poked me enough, you've made me angry enough. Buzz looks honestly pissed more than anything else. And it kind of shows in his play, right? Because this is more one-sided than map 1. And the attacker side of Split continues to favor all of our teams here, but especially PRX in this map.
And it's very possibly an 11-1 first half as well. They are going Grizzly. Team Secret not quite able to lull the bear back to sleep because whatever they've got, certainly not tranquilizers. Now just trying to hide around the corners. PRX still the ideal style of Valorant, the way that they're coordinating with each other. They're being so active about the map and just trying to get information about where Team Secret are. You can see that Dubstep is still pulled away and stuck on the A site trying to watch for it. Could be that it's just going to be another execute on towards B. Meanwhile, question remains, will the players from Team Secret hiding on the B side, will they be able to land their shots? Mid is being called clear because of that guiding light.
Here they go. Gravity Wells there again. Buzz gonna go down, but Foxy, the second duelist, he's gonna go down to a judge, and all of a sudden,
mid-round.
Seems like Team Secret finally able to get some momentum going for them here in round 12. Better late than never, I suppose. As Dubstep in position, can hit those Guardian shots, and all of a sudden, oh no! Nimby, though, is able to spray them down. Thought I had cursed them there for a second. Team Secret able to pick up their second round of the map.
Fair enough. And it's all down to that judge, Jesse Vash. Able to land a couple more shots. Envy watching the angles as well. Again, just trying to adapt to however... What is it?
He's just like, you know, too bad, that sucks, it's okay, it's whatever, just like screaming it. He's like,
all right, Buzz, we see you.
Nice try, basically like that.
Maybe Team Secret can't understand them, but I'm sure they feel that. And that's the thing about playing on a LAN environment, right? You know, they've got these noise-canceling headphones, maybe they can't hear them, but you get hyped up. 10-2, and that's a great score. Jesse Vash, Team Secret, they were hyped up from the previous map as well, but here, it's completely opposite result. Not quite able to adapt to the site executes, the site hits. But finally, you know, sometimes just swapping, excuse me, to something simple like a judge, right? And that could work. That's something that Game Changers teams, at least from APAC, have done before, just because of the way that Split is designed. Still, on to the next half. We talked about it. It's attacker-sided. Could it be the same way for Team Secret?
Well, it feels like it's attacker-sided because our teams look a lot more comfortable on the attacker side. Maybe that means that defender-wise, we haven't quite, as a region, figured it out. And I think if there's any team, you know, it's pretty surprising to see PRX pick this map. Yeah. But I don't think they would have picked it unless they were ready, at least, to defend on it as well.
Maybe, right? But they look so ready today. What does that say?
It's like, if I get on camera, I'm going to do the fan chant for PRX.
Wow, they're doing it. That's loud. You gotta love the support, but still, I mean, okay. PRX, they picked this for a reason. They've been doing pretty well on Split. The double duelist always works great for them because they're not just blindly or aggressively outwardly going for brawls and duels. Meanwhile, Team Secret, they're trying that, but it's not really working out. And if we take a look at statistics, yes, they actually have a 62% win rate on the attacking side, but recent performances when they played against Zeta and RRQ on Split, they didn't do so well. So now, trying to poke around at this bear again. Where is his weak point? Where is his flank? Is it going to be mid? Maybe not so much because Mako's got it covered.
Yeah. And right now it's a bit of a competition between Buzz and Mako. Buzz currently on 4 KD at 20 and 5. Mako on 3 KD, 15 and 5. So the two of them competing for top fragger Right now, Buzz has a pretty significant lead. But let's see how this round is going to go. RB holding down the site as the Astra. Uh-oh, bad timing on that one. Dubstep. Jeremy pick up a couple. And that will be the B site given over to Team Secret.
Trying to cover it as well, but Foxy Knight just goes right in.
Ooh, very quick here as Mako. Stack's going to pick up a couple. Jesse very low, and the Frenzy's is getting way too much work done. Jesse Vosh with his classic, not quite able to get it done. And that is a pistol round, a massive one, going to DRX.
11-2, they get that economy going. They might be able to turn this to match point instantly, Valdez. That's why it's a massive win. And at the same time, just smart plays. Although Team Secret did get the entry, DRX with Foxy leading the charge, you have Stacks accompanying him, and they just work around each other's positioning so well.
Yeah.
It was impossible, virtually impossible, for Jesse Vash to swing around 180 degrees like that with his classic.
Yeah, it's funny too, the timing was great as well. Like the second Mako got that first kill onto the Astra, they just pushed as the spike was going down. It's another guy that's not really able to, you know, watch his corners and stuff.
Well, Mako now, ooh.
There.
It's his wall.
Oh boy. And down it goes. Well, one of them. As meanwhile, Foxy just gonna take out Jeremy. And at the end of the day, okay, Jesse Vosh able to trade one back. Picked up a Spectre of his own. A lot of them did just to try to avoid match points.
Well, now it's a very interesting position on the map as well. DRX, Mako, and Stacks on the site. One from screen. Team Secret, they have to isolate them one by one, or this could be troublesome.
All right, Team
Look
Secret
at this
having
corner.
it takes. Oh yeah, he's just waiting there. He's only able to get one though. His Stacks. And Mako, meanwhile, he's going to be taken out. Team Secret making it interesting. Buzz spotted, down he goes. And now
Surely
it's only
here's
RB.
Yeah, he heard him.
30 seconds left.
Still holding on to a stinger. RB trying to find a couple more duels. They are all pretty low.
There you go. Just holding that angle very, very nicely done. Team Secret, they buy up after that one, and they're able to pick up a third round now on split.
Not too shabby. And it's a similar turnaround from what we saw in the first half of Haven from before. Team Secret winning on Thrifty. And with this, they might be able to mount a bit of a comeback. Sure, it's a long journey ahead, but that's why you got to hunker down and get into it. Turning it around with that bit of a forced buy. DRX now being a little bit more cautious. Looking to secure this mid site.
Not gonna see anyone. Looks like it blinded Jeremy a little bit. MV, okay. Gonna pick up Stacks here outside of A main. While Frenzy action not good enough. And the site now is empty, actually. Team Secret could just run on in.
One enemy remaining.
One more. It's RB with a Sheriff too. Could upgrade it to a Bulldog if he gets Borkum.
Blocking vision.
Borkum's just like running away. He's like, I don't want any of this action. I'm just gonna go all the way around.
Could also be that he's looking for him.
Yeah.
And Jesse Vash trying to get a scent of RB as well. I mean, it is that save round for DRX, and that's why they're going in for a lot of these just sort of throwaway duels. Let's see if we can find a couple of weapons, get some information about where Team Secret are headed towards. And unfortunately, you know, they didn't win on the duels, but still, good little win for Team Secret, 4-11. Flawless win.
Flawless. Good spot now for Team Secret. Could potentially buy up as well if necessary. Looks like they have some amounts of money, maybe not enough to fully buy up or anything like that, but yeah, just you know, DRX trying their best to find whatever they can, but it doesn't work out for them. Team Secret on the come up.
Well, a little bit, but that's why this round is a little bit tricky, right? First of all, we've got that sort of budget rifle, Bulldogs on Team Secret's side. PRX has all the full buys in the world, and if they can land their shots, it's going to be match point. Team Secret has to be really careful about how they want to play this round. Meanwhile, DRX, you know, they have been discouraged from pushing out just from the previous round, so trying to control every corner of the map that they can. They've blocked off A site, they've blocked off mid, even pushing Foxy9 into a deeper position. Something that Team Secret might not expect.
Yeah. He's got a good read on it, too. He knows that nobody could have gotten behind that wall, so he's just waiting.
Oh, it's information.
Yeah.
Take this bird.
Yeah. Stacks just chilling on the side. He's just allowing Foxy9 to get the work done.
Well, still win expiring, so Foxy9 starts to back away, but spraying the Phantom. A shot fired from Team Secret. They know now where they are.
Yeah. All right, Dubstep's in there. We got. Oh, he's taken out of the sky. Dubstep as well. Able to trade one back, but it's all Stacks on the site. Picks up 3. And will make quick work of this entry from Team Secret.
Let the board come in a 1v3. Oh, no.
Did they hear that? Looks like Buzz knows. Either way, that's 12-4. DRX want to close this map out. They don't want to waste any more time. They want to get to Bind, which is our 3rd map.
And that's going to be yet another one where it's incredibly dicey. What a response from Mako. And again, it's recoil control that he gets those. Stacks just spearing them through. Bind is going to be tough because keep in mind last time that Team Secret played this was against T1. That's when they debuted that Gecko composition. Absolutely dismantled Team Secret. And the Team Secret that's not so mentally composed starts to push out a lot more, and that could be problematic. DRX now holding this crossfire, same thing that they've done the past 2 rounds.
Well, he's in there as Dubstep. Jeremy gets 1, but the judge action from Buzz. Still going to be advantage Team Secret 4 against 2. They're making their way onto the site right now as in goes Buzz and finally gets that kill. He is landing a headshot there at the end as well. And all of a sudden DRX in a kind of a weird spot, able to upgrade his Buzz over to a Phantom, but this push can come quickly in. It's 1v3, but the angle, it doesn't matter. Envy's able to flick and pick up the kill.
And with that, the site as well now. It's going to be Buzz rotating over, and Jeremy has an idea of where he could be.
Planted.
Wow, okay.
Yeah, good kill to Buzz, but he doesn't really have any health. What? He just stood on the grenade. 4K for Buzz, and Envy's like, God, I mean, do I have to do everything? Picks up another one.
Not so sure what to say about that. Maybe we could see the replay. Perhaps he wasn't so aware of the grenade, but at the same time, you don't want to die to it. This is now backs against the wall, Team Secret. Every round counts, and you don't have that much money in the bank. Dubstep now off for the Judge and Bladestorm. 4 ultimates in Team Secret's side, but Showstopper and Blades for DRX.
Yeah. And let's see what Foxy9 can get done. A lot of this kind of hinges on his ability to get these first kills.
Oh gosh, Valdez, I'm so nervous. Oh god.
Don't worry, Foxy9's got it. He's very, very low though, 5 health here. Trying to maybe run over to Stacks. He actually is running all the way over to the A site. As meanwhile, Team Secret looking to push onto the B side as there is the boom, but Buzz not able to pick up a kill. Blades not landing. Mako got a classic kill somewhere.
Oh.
Very interesting pit. Envy trying to stop the rotation, and
Foxy's
just over the wall.
Oh my god.
He's just flying. Not sure if they know about this, but either way, Foxy gonna take him down. And 5v2 now. Might not matter what guns they have.
Oh my god. He's getting flanked.
Upset. Oh boy. Here we go. Oh! There it is. Just shoots him in the butt, and that's going to be the end of him. Jesse Vash. One last chance for Team Secret, but it wasn't meant to be. The defuse will come in, and PRX will tie up the series 1-1, and we will be going on to map 3, Bind.
What a way to close it out, too. On a thrifty win. Foxy9 and Buzz, and the way that they pushed out, getting control over mid because of Mako's Poison Cloud. So much involved, so much coordination and utility. DRX, they are back in form.
Yeah, I think the bear analogy works. I mean, DRX finally woke up. Buzz looked so angry he had 423 ACS.
Oh my god.
He nearly dropped 30 in 18 rounds. 4 first bloods. Guy was on a roll. He's like, all right, Foxy, take a back seat. Your older brother's coming in. He's going to do a little bit of carrying now. And it was he and Mako who kind of got a lot of the numbers. But obviously a fantastic team effort from DRX to make their way back in the series. They said it, you know, DRX oftentimes dropping that first map, and then all of a sudden, looks like a totally new team.
Very, very different, if I do say so myself. I mean, Foxy9, not too shy himself. He's gotten 4 first bloods, but at the same time, it's Buzz and Mako, ever so consistent. The aggressiveness coming out, securing all of these frags, diving in, even shouting out at the end of the round. I can't remember what he said, but, you know, it was something to that effect of, what you got?
Yeah, it's like, oh, it's all right, guys, we got this.
But, I mean, if you recall how this entire map played out, the bear has awakened. DRX, they won that first half 10-2, Valdez. I don't think it's going to be a crying hamster anymore. It's the angry hamster instead.
Yeah.
Yeah, 10-2 in the first half. They were so aggressive in taking down a lot of these sites, you know, sometimes toying back and forth, maybe a little bit of presence towards A, lurks from Mako, but also presence towards mid and B garage. Because of all these different parts of the map being seized, Team Secret couldn't really gather further information. They couldn't really hold up against them. And once DRX went in for the execute, you could see it on our screens, not that many first bloods from Team Secret's side. They weren't able to hold it.
Yeah, not quite able to hold on to that one, but Bind's definitely a little bit of a wild card. We haven't seen this map many times. It's been 5 times so far here at Pacific, and we're going to see it for a 6th time. But guys, we're going to take a little commercial break. We'll come back with the desk and then that map number 3.
The A side and controlled now. Team Secret pushing in. Woo!
Mako, all of them. Borkham able to get one.
Hold off a little bit. Find more time, but Mako goes.
But stacks and pretty much everything. Mr. Kill has the Phantom, and on the back of the side, he's already done enough.
Early.
Oh, one, but with this operator doesn't need Mako to lock him down. But Jesse did take a lot of damage, and Buzz is knocked. He is so good on the.
Nobody's Foxy. Harvey's around the corner.
Yes, he is down, but the spite has stopped this from going. And there it is. Anything. Smile goes up. Heaven. Buzz takes him down. Borkham. Borkham not
full-from player.
Not much of a fair fight. And he is dead. Do they know Jeremy's here? Yes, they do. Oh, he's taken out of the sky. Dubstep as well. Able to trade one back.
Welcome to VCT Pacific, and it looks like the Dragon X has stirred from his slumber and took Split back into its own hands. They were clearly super prepared, and I mean, look at the scoreline.
Yeah,
13-5.
well, this is what we kind of thought was going to happen. To be honest, we thought it was going to happen in Game 1, but DRX has definitely kind of taken control of the best of 3 again. It's good to see that DRX is actually able to hang with Team Secret, and so we're not clear yet if Team Secret's going to be able to escape actually with, the biggest upset of the entire event, but I'm relieved for DRX, at least that they were able to take that. But let's not forget Bind is the next map. I don't know what to expect on that.
Yeah. Good thing we didn't flip-flop on that.
I know.
We totally.
Yeah, never.
Yeah.
Doubted for a second.
We are not Brendan Valdez. We totally knew.
Every day I wake up and I say that to myself. Yeah.
Oh, poor Brendan. Just roasted him on that today.
But yeah, look at these first kills.
Yeah.
And the post plans, perfect. 10 out of 10.
Well, this is kind of like more of what we expected, I suppose. Once DRX gets the plant down, I mean, even, the first time they faced off, right? Yes, Team Secret won in that matchup, but the post plants were immaculate, right, from both sides. And here again, back to kind of the normal DRX, where they're just explosive, Buzz is all over the place, Mako is Mako, he's just so nasty to deal with on this map. And it's just so funny to me that DRX normally doesn't like this map. Like, they always talk about how much they hate it, but they're so darn good at it. I just
maybe
just stop stop caring about how the map makes you feel and just look at your results, because they're usually pretty good.
Maybe it's like a humble brag, like, oh, I hate this map. We always win. It's so easy. Give me a challenge. But yeah, I mean, Buzz, I think Valdez said it too. We said it, backstage, like Buzz looked like mad, and he was out there to get all those kills.
Well, I'm glad to see that Buzz is delivering, and I'm glad to see DRX is able to recover. I mean, we talked earlier about the fact that Team Secret was just very good at planning. They kind of almost tunnel visioned in onto DRX, and that's what they were saying, in their interviews, is that basically they had put so much prep into this, and it paid off. It does look like as we go on through Map 2 into Map 3, that DRX is able to also, have that instinct, be able to recover and to try to come back and change their play style up to win that. And, the Map 2 overall, I mean, DRX kind of won it already in the first half. I mean, there were so many stacked wins that from there, it's almost impossible. I think especially when you have a Viper to not force a win, right? With Viper's Pit, it's such a game changer.
Especially with Mako.
Yeah, especially with Mako, right? That, like, if you're up that many points at that point in time, all you need to do is force out 2 or 3 more wins and you're through.
Yeah. Is that our highest ACS, by the way, of the season? 423?
It's got to be up there.
It's freaking crazy.
It's really good. I mean, he was out of his mind. I mean, so many multi-kills, so many first bloods. I mean, just rounds where he just took him over. Rounds where he almost won him single-handedly. That 4K that when they switched sides, when he was on the defender's side, that he still almost won. I mean, he's unbelievable. This is like the best I've ever seen him play on race, just straight up. And this is against a team that just beat them on the previous map, so it's not like this was like a weak opponent or anything like that. Not at all. Team Secret, I think a lot of us are now starting to feel like they have a chance here going into Bind, of course. But Buzz, if he keeps playing like that, it doesn't matter what agent he's on. He's just a force to be reckoned with.
Yeah.
Yeah.
It's crazy. So Team Secret had some good ideas, some good rounds as well. There was one particular round, Dubstep pulls out his knives, and there's a lot of action happening outside of B main in a very unusual spot for the Vipers.
I really like the way Team Secret plays this round, even though it comes up short in the end. I mean, Dub gets the opener, that spike down, and now they can get aggressive. Now, even though RB's up here, it's a good reaction by Dubstep. He's really good with the Blade Storms, and then they're going to wrap quickly through attacker spawn here. They're going to get Envy over with his pit, Viper's Pit, and that's like all these reactions here by Team Secret are the right thing to do. But the reaction from DRX to quickly come in and grab that spike, Mako's going to grab a kill on the way out is even better. So this is like the DRX that we didn't see on Haven, where they're making really good, fast decisions. There's no hesitation. There's just kind of like good teamwork, good coordination. So you can see why they picked this map. It seemed like they were much more comfortable on it. I think that comp they tried on Haven just wasn't really fully fleshed out yet for the side of DRX, whereas here, this is kind of what they've been doing this year on Split with the double duelist, but also just this was more like Quack said, like the brotherhood. Like they're all coming together and playing for each other now.
Yeah. I mean, that was a fantastic eco round, though, by Team
Yes.
Secret, even if they ultimately ended up losing that round as well. Now, there was another round where, again, there are very few rounds in Team Secret's control, and round 12 was another one.
Yeah, this was one that I thought it was worth pointing out. We picked this one out before. Obviously, we knew whether or not they were going to win. But we thought, okay, this would be the start of them at least beginning a pretty immaculate recovery here. This was a round. Obviously, they don't have the guns they want, at least not right away. They are able to farm out 2 Phantoms as they start to stack these kills here. And you could see the synergies there. They're able to pretty easily then go for the intercept up here into A. It looks like it might fall apart for a second, but Envy clutches it. There was a moment there, you look at Team Secret, you say, okay, maybe they can start to come back. They can try to be in control of this. But overall, I mean, look, it's a pretty straightforward map, too. I mean, DRX dominates. DRX looks like they do against every other team we've seen them face. And so now we're tied up 1-1. We got to see what happens on Bind.
Yeah. Now let's talk about our key player. It's got to be Buzz with 423 ACS. It's immense.
This is the easiest key player I've ever picked in my life. I mean, he's just absolutely disgusting here. Just from the rip, just dominating this map. I mean, in every way possible. Just great reactions to stuff. Pinpoint accuracy. I mean, look how dialed in he is on those cameras. Buzz is usually pretty focused, but he was clearly angry. I mean, even able to stabilize after getting aim punched there. Absolutely nuts stuff. And he wanted this, DRX, again, no strangers to being pressed, in a corner, to being back down after a map 1 where they lose. They are still a very, very good team.
Yeah, I mean, Buzz, he's always looking strong, but today I think was his best form that we've seen yet. And look, everybody on DRX was playing very well. I think Buzz definitely outshining Foxy9 as well, having these great moments of brilliance. But yeah, look, this is the DRX I kind of thought we were going to be seeing before this tournament even started, right? These are the kind of games we were expecting to have from them.
I mean, look, all the jet plays, all the Korean jets have been sort of the highlight of the duels.
The Tushy shot there. We all saw it happen.
I'm sorry, I couldn't help it. We laughed backstage. It was so funny the second time around. Anyway.
Normally aim for the head, but in that, the zip lines, the butt is a fine target.
Okay, There's a different target right there. But I mean, it's incredible. I think he made such an amazing showing on the Raze. That's definitely some Raze duelist goals. And you could see his face on the cam there the entire time. So focused, so hype. He was screaming when he pulled out that showstopper. You could see him actually screaming at his seat there. It's just props to Buzz.
It's probably the loudest I remember hearing DRX be. Like we could hear, like, when they would go to the player cams and you could hear their comms. Like, they were so loud. They usually aren't quite that loud. Like, they were really wanting this, and now it's like a completely different team here. Night and day from map 1 to map 2.
Well, I think especially after losing, in the earlier series and then losing map 1, I think they're suddenly really fired up, right? I mean, for a lot of the games we've had in this venue, they kind of stroll in like it's another day in the office and win, and they're in a good mood and they leave. But right now they are getting into super competitive mode because, again, it would be an insane upset if Team Secret could win here. And it's all going to come down to one map now.
Yeah. And I'm really excited for Bind. We're always excited, actually, when map 3 is Bind. We want to see more of it. And I think it's even more exciting today because both these teams are clearly in Super Saiyan mode. And when you see these two come head-to-head, Bind, I think that's going to be really exciting.
Yeah, I mean, we have seen at least Team Secret on Bind. We haven't seen DRX this season since Bind came back into the pool, I don't believe. So definitely we saw Team Secret. They were kind of one of the ones to suffer at the hands of that T1 Gecko comp. So I'll be curious to see what DRX runs. But my guess is it'll be some kind of Viper Harbor setup in some fashion, whereas I'm curious to see if Team Secret has been tinkering. They told me behind the scenes that they've been really focused on this map, so this could be an interesting one.
And we know that Team Secret, if they put the prep in, it doesn't seem like there's anybody they can't beat. I don't think we have a ton of data with these guys on this map. So let's see.
Wait.
Oh my!
Oh, look at that!
What?
It's Sleepy Lenny.
What? Oh!
And they take Envy out?
This is crazy.
I wasn't expecting this.
This is crazy. This is Lenny's debut.
Of all the moments to bring in this player, and with all the things that are at stake, What?
I'm shocked, especially to take Envy out, who's maybe arguably been the best performer for this team the entire season.
He was our key player.
Yeah.
Going into this.
Yeah. I'm speechless.
And he's on Gecko.
Okay.
This is going to be a crazy match.
Well, it's going to be something very new, very fresh, and I don't know how DRX is going to respond to this, but I mean, this is kind of the ace up the sleeve here for Team Secret. I imagine DRX probably shocked. DRX here going with a pretty standard composition here, but I can't wait to get to this map now.
I don't understand what I'm seeing. This is absolutely wild. Double duelist, double initiator, and then a brimstone. So this isn't even like the Harbor Viper Gecko that we see with T1. This is something completely different. This is something very new. Clearly, Team Secret has been in the kitchen cooking something up, because this is wild. This is out of the realm of things that I was considering for this Team Secret composition to be. I'm shocked.
I'm just stunned right now. I'm thrilled to see this, though. I love when we have a great map 3, and this is going to be a great map 3. Casters, Quack, and Valdez, how hyped are you right now?
Well, I do have one question. Do you smell what Team Secret is cooking? Because we can see it, but the Gecko for Lenny, who is playing for the first time in playoffs against CRX Map 3, what are they doing? This is a huge gamble, and it might pay off in a huge way.
Hey, I mean, only APAC fans will know about this. It's a tiny bit of Singaporean flavors, Singaporean smells that's coming in.
You know?
Yes, a little bit of that spice. I can't really bring myself down right now. My energy levels are so high up because, first of all, Lenny in. This guy was a silver player for Bleed for the longest time. Team Secret picked him up. Here he is on Gecko. And then, third map, the decider. Whoever wins this gets their spot to Masters Tokyo.
Well, like I said, huge gamble, but it might pay off, right? Are they going to be ready for the Gecko comp? I would assume, especially after what we've seen from T1, rather, they would be, right? They would have some practice against some Gecko stuff. There's no Harbor in this, so it's not the, the Viper, Harbor, Sky, Gecko kind of thing that we did see from T1.
Only for DRX.
But it does have some pieces, of course. And as you mentioned, they do have that on the side of DRX, so will work out for them. For Team Secret, how will Lenny perform? Just coming out here is like the biggest relief pitcher of all time.
It is first debut. It's going in to gather information, potentially collect on the Alt Orb. Nobody's peeking into him yet, but the Cascade will be sent out from DRX, trying to control the site once more. I mean, keep in mind, while this is a Gecko debut for Team Secret, they also have a double duelist setup, still staying true to their idea of trying to go for trades. But the thing about this is, if they want to make that happen, they have to be in position for it. They have to pick together, but now a bit of contact towards Stacks, and he's backing up.
It's going to wait. I mean, if you consider DRX's position, they're just going to want to control a lot, right? They have so much control with both the Viper and the Harbor. They have tons of information gathering with the double initiator. And, of course, Foxy9, who's going to be jumping onto the Raze this time around. So, again, they just want to take it bit by bit.
Oh, no.
And that is a big wall.
Left.
Covers up so much. The spike is here. Team Secret has to commit because only 20 seconds left.
Z comes out, but Foxy9 is right here, right in their face. He's going to pick up 2, but only 2. Throws out a second grenade just to buy some time. The spike is planted, though, as meanwhile, Dubstep just trying to see what he can see on the B site. That's not going to go well for him.
There's a shorty that's going to greet him, but still gets the shot instead. Jesse trying to do what he can, bork him down to 15.
Yeah, and they know his general location. They know he's in Lamps, just a pre-fire into the corner. And that's going to do it for round number 1. Stacks with the defuse, and DRX with a clean defense here on the A sites.
It's a very good hit. Good receive from Foxy as he holds out outside of Bats. I mean, Team Secret, Little Bro still did the job. He got the assignment and he nailed it. He got the spike down. The rest of Team Secret tried to go in for some of the duels, but without the numbers still. DRX being able to hold down on the B side and rotate over. They managed to secure the first round. Now buying up. Meanwhile, Team Secret saving.
The Vamos already coming out here after round 1 victory. DRX pretty hyped. And, I mean, 13-5 win on their map pick. That's definitely going to get you hyped. It's certainly one of the benefits of getting the second map pick, right? You kind of, even if you lose the first map, you're like, okay, now it starts. We're in control. We know what we prepared for on our map pick. You kind of use that momentum to bring it into map 3. And Bind is certainly going to be interesting to watch.
Really. I mean, it's a bit of a toss-up as well. Maybe slightly less because Split was a very dedicated pick by DRX, but now this one, it was down to Ascent or Bind, and DRX banned Ascent. They wanted to go for this. Team Secret trying to pull out tricks up their sleeves. Not sure if it could surprise DRX or not, but the shots will have to count because still, it is a first-person shooter. That's one way to start.
Question mark? Markham as well. Foxy with the spray, but he's going to go down. Picks up 2, but there's Lenny. Gets his one. Mako, though, sweeps into the back of the site as that. Yeah, that shorty's not going to do much. Mako picks up 3. Team Secret making it pretty interesting, though, on that second round.
Just a little. Still trying to get spike plants and more ult orbs, more economy. A little bit of damage to DRX's. But as it comes down to it, you can always count on Mako. I mean, he's always that kind of last image that you see before your eyes close shut.
He's the Grim Reaper.
He is.
Yeah. Hey, he's terrifying, man. I mean, in terms of clutch guys, he's always on those controllers, and he's always kind of the last guy in, and he's always reliable. That's why he was chosen as the regular season MVP.
Meanwhile, Team Secret's MVP from before, you know, we've been talking about Envy for the longest time, but just as the world needed him, I mean, we're pulling out this guy who had proven himself before. That's why Team Secret picked him up, right?
This guy.
The 6th man. DRX has 0 information on him, and that's something that Team Secret can use to their advantage. Now, Thrash coming out.
Already, the Monsters on the loose. Quick push into the B site here as Dizzy gonna get a tag onto Buzz, or actually Mako, who's in here. They do not get the kill initially, but still a relatively clean entry to the side of Team Secret. They get in. Foxy tries to stop the plan from going down, and now it's all to RB. He's going to put up a cove and has a dream of making his way into this one.
Hello.
Yeah. Wingman says, "What's up, big buddy?"
Thrash isn't done with you.
Oh, a second.
Thrash isn't done with you, yeah. And he wasn't done. Dubstep, though, going to pick up the kill. And that's a nice little take there from Team Secret, not allowing DRX to get the bonus.
And that's a good win as well. I mean, this is the important thing for Team Secret. I think one of the ideas behind this composition is to keep Lenny up. You know, recycle his ultimates, get his abilities going. If you can refresh them, you can keep using them, you're able to take so much space on the site. Mosh Pit covers out the back completely, and DRX are left with not much room to hide. So DRX kind of has to go for fights as well. That's exactly what they're trying to
That was
find.
cute. They hid in the smoke. You know, the bird doesn't quite get the info. But you can still just check with your face, right? And that's, you know, he does take a little bit of damage, but Stacks, I believe he saw 2 people, and now they do know that they're all in B main, so.
Oh, good hit.
Hellfire coming out there as, take a little bit of damage, but Stacks still able to hold on to the site here. As now Hawk is out as well, and that Harbor wall is just, it's so difficult to push through Viper and Harbor and birds and grenades and everything. There's just so much stuff that controls space in the composition of DRX.
It's like you just have this huge bouncer buff guy. He can keep shoving you back.
Is that Mako or?
Well, it's RB. It's RB.
As well, yeah.
Flawless.
3-1. And man, that sleeping bear that got poked one too many times, it seems to be fully awake and on some coffee. You know, he's like amped up right now. This bear is going to town, okay?
On a rampage. I mean, look at it. It's not just RB, let's be fair. It's everyone from DRX. Buzz now, first of all, often duelist / initiator, sometimes on the Killjoy. He was on a Raze on Split. Here, he's the KO. And still finding that impact, the molly timing, and then flicking upwards to get the Dizzy that was thrown in the air. It's so oppressing for Team Secret that they have to find that tiny little window of opportunity to push in, and just trying to get the knives. Dubstep not quite able to connect onto it.
Yeah.
Now DRX has information.
They have information. Foxy9's able to reposition in a much better spot against a Jet with Blade Storm, so he can just kind of check that angle. Harbor Wall is, again, still incredibly annoying to deal with. They have Viper Wall on B. Somebody's got to push somewhere, and it looks like Team Secret will choose to move over to the B side again.
Slowly inching forward, but at the same time, look at how Buzz is pivoting between both sites. That's why he's staying so far back. All he has to do is just throw out flashes or grenades and knives, and that's so much value as well. So we're spending a lot just to clear out Hookah. Team Secret doesn't have quite the firepower that they're looking for. Their best bet is just dive in.
Yeah, Dubstep in position. Oh, but he's flashed and he can't quite shoot anything with the blades. Can't spam with those. And DRX, yeah, just going to clean him up on the B site. That looked so oppressive.
Those semi-automatic pistols cannot be spammed, but guess what? The rifles from DRX can. And you can even see Stacks just kind of waving his mouse around. He was full white, full blind, and still able to collect in so much of it. And Dubstep, unfortunately, despite the dive, not able to reach DRX.
Yeah. They're just trying to force it in, I mean, on semi-eco, and it's really rough, right? You've got so many things in your face. You have multiple members of DRX that are standing there waiting. They know the push is coming.
Yeah. No. Just a little bit more information as well. Team Secret desperately trying to get that little bit of space so that they can execute onto a site, but DRX just has so many barriers up, like quite literally just shooting a little bit of presence towards bats, and Team Secret have to spend more just to go in.
Poor Rover. Doesn't have quite the lifespan, but even gets shot right as he goes down.
No Rover, but we do have Dizzy.
Yeah.
Oh my god, a wallbang tag through the wall.
Oh, he knows the lineups.
Sure.
Yeah, there
but
goes
also
Dizzy over the top.
Okay, Foxy is blinded.
Yeah, but again, like they're finally into the site. Takes a while. Jeremy gets in, gun seen, and actually RB can't land those, so Dubstep gonna pick it up. Wingman's gonna get that plant down. Now it's gonna be up to Mako and Stacks once again, 2v4. Not an easy retake here.
Trying to hold it. Already getting information. Second from Heaven. I think Dubstep heard that.
Yeah, he definitely heard Dubstep. That's going to be Mako picking up that. Stacks gets one. Now it's Mako v2. How many times have we seen this? How many times has Mako clutched this one? As the spam comes down, he gets Borkum. And it's only Jesse Vash. He knows where he is, and Mako does it again! You cannot stop this guy.
Unstoppable, the MVP, the King of Pacific. He keeps doing it again and again. 5-1, just when it seemed doable for Team Secret. Mako snatches it away. And now he's got the Viper's Pit. Get a bit of a half buy again. Light shields for Team Secret for the next round. They managed to get onto site. They tried to outduel them.
Yeah. I think part of it was, you know,
reaction.
He's like, yeah, cool story, bro.
His team is like going nuts.
Yeah, just another day in the office for the clutch master. See, has to be carries. Got some great information. Holds the angle with the grenade. Bulldog's not doing much.
There's a little bit of contrast, right? If you think about it, Mako's that cold, meanwhile Team Secret maybe he's looking to sweat a little.
Jeremy
admire
the effort, but they're running straight into mollies and grenades and everything. once again. Oh. Foxy plays it safe. Doesn't have to peek that.
One enemy remaining.
Throws it out. He's got Buzz in the off angle. It's only Borkum spots him and nearly takes him out. That must have been a headshot through a couple of walls.
Let's take a little bit of time. Someone went through the teleporter. And if you're Team Secret, you might want to call a timeout soon.
Oh, Rover!
Yes! What a good boy!
We move as
You can have some Scooby snacks. All right, yes, the timeout.
Pretty good time to call it, I'd say.
And just break down the round again, because what's happening now is clearly the contrast that I was talking about, right? Mako, no emotion. He's completely removed from it. He's here to do a job, and he's going to do it right. Meanwhile, Team Secret starting to sweat. DRX keeps making them work for these rounds, and time again, they start to falter. They start to try to force things. They start to try to wrangle that space away, especially up by Lamps in that round. And Foxy just closes the door shut. Warbirds, he has to be that, you know, tactical leader for the team, but I think also a spiritual one. Because if you're thinking about this series, if you're going to have any impact on it, don't stress too much about getting that slot to Masters Tokyo, right? Because this is the upper bracket. You still have another chance. Just try to do as much as you possibly can, poke as many holes at this bear as possible, and try to give your best shot.
Yeah. I mean, Team Secret have already done a great job so far, but DRX finally wake up and show their true colors, show what they are truly capable of. And so far, this gamble that Team Secret have taken is not working out for them. Can be difficult to attack on bind, but still not quite the same effect that we've seen from stuff like teams like T1 with the Gecko. But let's see. The map is not over. We got another Thrash coming on in and going on out. Just going to retake that.
Oh, but the paint shells. He threw it through the teleporter. Well, Dubstep hides inside of it in case someone decides to push through. Lenny wants to pick back up the Thrash. Checks for Hookah again. DRX are so in control that they're just toying with them. Getting so much information off of these little peaks.
Yeah, Boombot as well. Just going to push him out of there. This push is coming B.
One more Thrash.
Yeah, and guess what? I mean, DRX in position now. They're just going to throw out the Seekers. They're like, okay, well, now we have full confirmation that they look to be coming B at this moment in time. Gonna send back Buzz over to B, so they have 3 people. Thrash isn't done just yet. Oh, that detain. Oh, God, stacks. But still, this push is being shut down. Jesse gets that 1 kill onto detain stacks. Nice peek here from Jesse. That's a second, but he is alone in getting kills. DRX will clean that up.
Rest of the team tried to push on through, but DRX were just too darn sharp, pulling it from spawn, holding it from the site itself. Anyone that tried to jump out of Hookah could not make it. Meanwhile, Jesse Vash is doing what he can, manages to take Mako down, but that was it. Again, when it comes down to these plays, especially when you have the double duelist, your trades have got to be there, but it's not really working out so well just because DRX are so in control. And even with the Gecko coming in, it's so easy for DRX just to shoot them down, given how the sites are so well reinforced. 3 players on A now, and Mako with the Viper's Pit.
Yeah. Bird comes out. DRX prepared. Mako with that pit you mentioned is over in B. He's got Stacks with him, who's gaining some information that, okay, they're not out of B long. Smoke comes down immediately. Tons of frags are being thrown in their face, even a harbor wall. They're like, no, you will not enter here, but still they try, and they get mowed down entirely. And the Stingers and the Spectres will not be good enough to make the job done. Oh boy.
They've been spotted again. DRX slowly backs off, just trying to play with them, securing flawless frags.
Oh. They know he's in there. Jesse tries to peek. Down he will go. Dubstep, they know exactly where he is. Mako just waiting for it. And Dubstep is not going to get out of here anytime soon. Foxy gives it one try. Actually does a nice amount of damage, but Foxy will take him down. That is a flawless victory once again to DRX. 8-1 and a second timeout already called by Team Secret.
I mean, you have to, right? You know, talk to your guys. What's going on? How do we counter this? And if you're looking at it, you have to think. It's just, we talked about these walls. RB sends them out. Maybe he's not finding that many frags yet. Maybe not as much on Haven as well, but it is, that impact can be felt. Team Secret cannot push out of areas like Bats and maybe even Hookah and Garden, just because there's so much blocking them in their way. Their paths are obstructed. One way to work with that, clearly exploding through doesn't work. You can't just dash into sight because you're going to get shot up instead. Maybe buy up some Phantoms and take a couple of pot shots at DRX, and hopefully you'll be able to find a couple. But again, with all of these ideas being thrown around, it's just shots in the dark. And I think that's one of the things that hurts Team Secret the most. So Warbirds, hopefully he's got something cooked up because the Adobo gang needs them.
It just says both teams fighting.
Well, they are fighting, good sir.
Yeah.
8-1. Borkum on an orbital strike.
Yeah, it's rough. I mean, they're trying something here. It's map 3. It's bind. They wanted to really throw a curveball, and it's kind of like a curveball that, it doesn't quite hit the mark, and then the batter, hits a grand slam. And it's like, oh, well,
just home run.
I tried. I mean, it was a good curveball, kind of, but at the end of the day, it is just totally seen.
Well, this time, maybe a little bit more space. RB not really doing the wall yet. I say that, and it's just toasted.
Seems like they have a good idea. As Reckoning comes down, and all of Team Secret have to just run around as even Wall comes up here.
No.
Foxy is just waiting with open arms. He's like, please, charge into me. I will spray you down. He's got 7 bullets left, reloads. Totally comfortable, has position to throw down the paint shells, denies the wingman plant.
Oh, Lenny.
Oh! Okay, Lenny's gonna pick up 2, but can't quite compete with the rocket launcher. Showstopper.
Just an instant death. Out. Dubstep finds him.
Okay.
We're back to a 2-1-2. But can you get the spike planted? There is an option to go through the teleporter.
Left. Yeah. They're able to pick up.
Lurk.
Yeah.
Or not.
And
oh my goodness.
Stacks in position. Jesse on 1 health. 18 seconds. They're blinded. They're sprayed down. And now even Dubstep is low. He doesn't have enough time. He's just
10 seconds
stuck in hookah now as Buzz is waiting, just playing with his food, and he'll take him out with a headshot to end it up. 9th round win to only 1. DRX in total control.
This is deja vu, Valdez. We saw this on Split. It's happening again. And look at this. I mean, first of all,
that spray was crazy.
Sprays. Lenny did hit the midair shot, still taken out by Buzz, but I mean not Buzz, excuse me, Foxy. But if you think about this,
they're going crazy there at that viewing party.
There's so much value that RB provides, but also Foxy in this game, he's not being overly aggressive, and that's something you have to commend him for.
Well, here they go, getting aggressive. Dubstep has had enough. He's going to take down 2. And Dizzy's getting his job done too. Dubstep with the 3rd one. One Way picks up a Phantom, and now finally Team Secret, they just kind of throw a fastball this time. They're running straight into the B site.
That's exactly. I love these baseball analogies because they're actually really
today.
accurate. Yes.
Yeah.
Curveballs only work if your opponents don't expect them, right? But DRX just react to them so incredibly well. Meanwhile, a fastball, something that they just cannot catch. They could see it coming, but if it's that fast, and Dubstep was in that round, fast and furious, DRX just cannot do anything about it. No choice but to save, despite having that much money in the bank. Team Secret continue to go hunting just for a couple seconds more. And they will be able to secure a 2nd win, which is Not too bad. Team Secret fans everywhere will be happy.
Yeah. Finally gonna pick up another one. It's also Thrifty. RB
Last round before the
collects
switch.
one. Yeah, they hold on to their guns, and they certainly have enough money to just buy whatever they want, but they didn't want to give any kills over to the side of Team Secret.
Worked well. And they do it again. Saw it before. Dubstep kind of thinking about an operator, but we're going to swap over for a classic rifle instead. Instead, it's going to be Foxy9 with an operator, and that's something that you have to be so careful about.
Oh, God. Oh boy. Down he goes. That's it for Dubsteps. Ah.
Does not miss.
Monster on the loose.
Thrash goes on. Clear out the site. But what about backside? What about behind triple stack?
I mean, DRX, they just wait in the back. They just bide their time. Plan's coming down. This time just straight from Borkum.
Oh, God.
And he's just going to peek right as those paint shells go out. Borkum tries, but he cannot match Foxy9. His plant is down, and you got a Dizzy out the top, but
spray the spike.
Fuse is coming in. They're trying. Jesse's going to get one. It's only to half, but that's the 2 kills, and that is a 10-2 half for DRX on defense on Vine.
Incredibly strong. I mean, Forsaken said it before in his post-game interview last week. Play Harbor, he's incredibly OP. You have that Cove. I mean, Lenny tried. He threw the Dizzy up in the air. He tried to peek out, but the Cove just blocked everything. You can't spray onto the spike if it's being protected. Meanwhile, DRX still that firepower. Look at Foxy9 in all of these duels. He's not overheating. He's going with his teammates. He's securing advantages duels. 10-2 is the score that we have at the end of the first half.
Yeah, it's incredibly dominant here from the side of DRX. Their comp is well suited to playing defense unbind. I mean, what can you expect? They choose for that. They have a really strong half. Now coming onto the attack, again, they don't have the Gecko, but they still have many of the tools that we see in the current meta with the Viper, the Harbor combinations. You set up those pizza slices, as Paper Thin likes to say, and you can throw out some birds, some dogs, paint shells, right? You can just control and push away the side of Team Secret, who have a massive task on their hands if they want to try to tie this up.
That's exactly what this halftime is about. You need to secure that pistol round. If not, same story is split. We saw it happen just a map ago. DRX, they secure the pistol, instant match point. And from then on, that's just going to be 1 round away from securing that Masters Tokyo spot. DRX, they are that good.
Yeah. Expecting the loss into 2 wins. Loved the build-up. Cheering, of course, for DRX. So many DRX fans here. It is incredible.
You gotta love it, man. The energy, especially when they cheer for him. I can just imagine what happens when we reach that 13, or not. Team Secret could still, you know. I'm a believer.
You are. It's true.
8 rounds is what it takes to go to 10-10. It's not easy, but it's not impossible. Wow, and there it goes again. DRX fighting.
Yeah. DRX are getting hyped up. Much like Split, a pistol round essentially wins you the map. I say essentially because obviously it doesn't mean that you immediately win or anything like that. Dubstep spotted. Little hookah push.
Could clear it out. They know that there are a couple players on the B site. Lenny rotating over.
Dubstep, he still gets one amongst all of that. So now we got the dog moving out. They will not have that dog in him, but Lenny is going to frenzy one down in the window. Make that 2, actually. He's making quick work of them. And now DRX will be stopped in their tracks.
Through the smokes. Couple of shots and Team Secret secures the pistol win. And it all starts with 1.
It all starts with 1. Now you just need 7 more, and you're tied. See if they can make it happen. As, yeah, it really came down to Lenny just kind of sitting here, spamming down a couple of kills. You know, a bit of damage had already been done.
I mean, being able to hold off the site that way, again, the little Lenny Lion from Singapore. I mean, he's finding that impact. Let's see if he can do a little bit more. Buying up on the Bulldog now. PRX trying to poke towards the A site. Toxic screens and waves crashing in. Borkum tries to pull them off.
Lenny said, let's bring him back, bring it back. And yeah, I mean, it's got to start with 1 as, uh-oh, Jeremy going to find him in the showers. Lenny gets 1 as well. But the Cove and the plant does come down, but there are only 2 with classics. RB and Mako here. Just putting up walls, trying to just keep them off of the spike for as long as possible, but it's not looking good. Dubstep with the ghost as well. They know exactly where RB is. And they're just going to hold on to this defuse. RB,
wow!
Just surviving for quite a long time, but that is going to be a flawless victory decided to Team Secret.
That was like a game of tag.
Yeah.
Cat and mouse. He kept running around. But that's right. You know, flawless win. They get to hold their guns, and they get to go into the next round. Dubstep, yep. He had a ghost, and that's why he can buy up on the operator for this 3rd round in the second half. A possibly incredibly valuable tool, especially if you consider that he could be going up against Foxy9. Someone who has been explosive for DRX on this map. 17 kills, 7 deaths. Meanwhile, Dubstep on the 12 and 11.
Yeah. Dubstep picks up an operator very early on. And this is one of those guns that, you know, it's a bit of a gamble in its own right. If you can get that first kill, first couple of kills, you're going to set yourself up for the round. Especially if you're peeking like this. I mean, it doesn't look like you'll go through that. But, yeah, either way, it's very expensive. You guys know what the op does. Let's see if Dubstep can make it work.
Trying to hold the angle, but RV's just going to block him off again.
Poor dog.
Right. Let's get out of that one.
Set up here's Jesse. He's going to take a little bit of damage. Spots the push coming in through. And yeah, this harbor wall just getting so much value, and he sprays him down on top of the site. And now Foxy's just holding down from that spawn. You see Lenny giving away his position, trying to spray. Foxy still holding on to the site here. Uh-oh, uh-oh, Foxy.
Okay. That's a good start.
Yeah. Too much stuff. The molly and the grenade pulls through for 1 kill. Mako waiting in hookah. RB picks up 1 as well and stacks his position. They have no idea, but now they do as Borkum alone and just no room. Mako gonna take him down, sprayed from hookah. And 11-4 is the score.
The recovery from DRX. I mean, watch how they play in these post plants. It's so sharp, it's so safe, it's so lead. The way that Mako is hiding on top of hookah and just kind of jiggling back and forth. It's, once more, minimal exposure. That's DRX's style. When they swing out and they hit you hard. You don't really see them until you do. And that's why it's so tough for Team Secret to actually hold or even retake. Keep in mind, Jesse Vash tried to kind of air strafe his way back into their tube, but Stax caught him mid-transit. And at the same time, Stax, he was someone who got an ace against T1 the last time DRX played Bind. So DRX very much so a force to be reckoned with now. Just trying to find what they can. Team Secret still pushing out just to try to fend them off.
Yeah. A little bit of information given over to DRX. There's some jiggles over there. Outside of showers.
Oh wow, Reckoning used. This is an important round for Team Secret. They have to try to play a retake with this. Lenny has the Thrash. They have to force DRX to spend their utility. I mean, this round lost, and that's going to be match point.
Yeah, and take a look at that. They don't have to expend too much. Just a harbor wall. Reckoning. A lot of harbor stuff just to get you off the site. And Buzz sitting, waiting with the Phantom and the...
Wow!
The flash is just too good. There's just no way in for Team Secret. What? They get totally cleaned up in a flawless And DRX, they want to go to Masters Tokyo.
One more round. And how did they do it with a flawless? Someone please break that down. I need to see the replays. It's so good. The way that they just pushed in. I mean, clearly recognizing the fact that Team Secret, they had the Thrash, they're trying to play some sort of a retake setup, which means the positions they're going to hold is going to be up from defender spawn, it's going to be up from elbow, and Buzz just goes in to choke them out. 16 assists on him, and he's still capable of fragging on his own. Team Secret now just going out for the fight.
Oh boy, you gotta try something, and unfortunately, it's just gonna give Stacks his ult. He's gonna throw it out.
Oh boy.
Morgan is, yeah, he's pretty dead. 4 on 3, it's looking good for DRX to close this out.
Oh, Vash.
4 on 2. Well,
it's a good start.
It's not the Mako I know. It really did not expect him there. And there it is. It's up to Dubstep to keep their hopes alive. Otherwise, DRX, we will be seeing them internationally again.
Oh, God.
Yep, they know exactly where he is. One peek to get the job done.
Top
Will it be Buzz again? No, it will be RB. And DRX with the 13-4. After the 13-5, they will be going to Masters Tokyo. You will be seeing them internationally. You will be seeing them again here in the playoffs of VCT Pacific. DRX, the representative team, once again gets the job done.
The top, the cream of the crop. In VCT Pacific, they went 8 wins and 1 loss in league play. They went near flawless in a lot of these rounds on Bind. They are going to Tokyo, where they will play against the other region's bests. I mean, so good, so clean, so perfect in the way that they play this game.
Yeah, and this time, it's not just Buzz and Mako, it's also Foxy. 9 to 3 of them just bringing the heat on Bind in terms of numbers, but of course this was just a team diff overall. Everybody on DRX was getting their job done. The composition, the strategy used, and of course a couple of cheeky clutches from Mako from time to time, just to add some spice into the mix.
It's not a DRX game if he doesn't get a couple clutches.
Yeah, of course.
It's not a DRX game if they don't get some kind of a close to ace or some sort of insane multi-kill, but you always see these insane performances. I mean, let's just talk about Bind for a little second, right? The scoreboard that we can see. Foxy 9 on top of it all, 18 kills and 9 deaths, but following him not too far away, it's gonna be Buzz and Mako. And you can see the incredible impact that they've had. 18 assists from Buzz, 12 from Mako. A great performance from Team Secret still as they go across each other, fist bumps all around, but a good attempt nonetheless. A great win for DRX.
Yeah, absolutely. They deserve this win tonight, as everybody with big smiles on their faces got a little bit interesting there on Haven. And you just know that moving over to Masters Tokyo, it's going to be like, well, seems like DRX can't win on Haven anymore. What does that mean?
You never know.
Definitely a little tidbit of information.
Sure, something that teams like Loud and Fnatic are going to be studying the heck out of, but at the same time, this is playoffs. Yes, they secured a spot to Masters Tokyo, but it doesn't end there. We're going to upper bracket finals. Our next matchup, it's going to be T1 versus PRX. Who knows who's going to win out in that one? And whoever goes forth, they get to fight DRX in the upper bracket finals. Best of 3s, best of 5s soon to happen. Which map is DRX going to buy? Is it still going to be Lotus?
It's a good question, but DRX, they got the job done. They will be our first team making it. We will be bringing another team tonight between PRX and T1 over to Masters Tokyo, as you were mentioning. So we'll have to wait and see who our second team will be. I'm pretty sure that everybody expected DRX to make it. Like, even if they didn't beat Team Secret today, even if Team Secret did it again, I'm sure everybody would have been like, well, DRX will probably just make a lower bracket run. They're going to be there, right? Like, this just makes sense. But they didn't have to do it. They woke up. The bear was woken up, went on a rampage 2 maps in a row. 13-5, 13-4, and we will be having them.
We will. I mean, that's how good they are. DRX really, you know, throughout the entirety of league play, not really dropping anything at all. Only when they played against Team Secret in Super Week did they lose one, but that was, you know, maybe a slightly different story. I think, you know, thinking back to this, we can also talk about how Team Secret certainly tried. Haven certainly now looking really strong, really good with Jesse Vash and a lot of those close-range duels, but I want to talk about Lenny for a second, all right? You know, they were trying to throw that curveball.
Yeah.
But maybe not the best impact, but he still did have a pretty good showing nonetheless. I mean, winning Team Secret that pistol round at the start of the second half with the Frenzy.
Yeah, it was huge. I mean, really got to give them a lot of props for being able to challenge DRX in this manner. Team Secret, I'm sure we'll be seeing more of them. We will, in the lower bracket, we'll be seeing more of them. Their awesome play, and see what they can do against some of the other teams in the playoffs. So that's going to be a lot of fun. But DRX with the win, we will be hearing from Mako on the stage in just a moment, which should be very fun. You know, got some of that Mako spice, some of that clutch there at the in the middle of that bind, and I'm sure the man has a lot to say after that tumultuous back and forth series.
I hope he does. Mako, please talk more. No, because if you think about it, like in game, he's like just the coldest guy ever. He gets that clutch and he doesn't even bat an eyelid.
Old stone killer.
He's just there.
Scary.
Right? But then outside of the game, he's just like really adorable, gentle giant of a human being. And he's so fun in interviews as well, talking about, you know, oh, teams in Pacific, I don't know why. They kind of, it feels like they're scared of us for some reason, but you know, if you're scared, we're just going to go in, and that's what he does, and he's always good for these clutches, always good for these moments. Mako is one of the best of the best. I mean, Achilles and Paperthin love to talk about him, and him being the best controller in the world.
Yeah. No, I mean, he's definitely that, I would say, or at least he's up there for sure. And, yeah, I mean, we're going to be hearing from him, as we mentioned, and we're going to be hearing from a lot of the DRX members over the next couple of months as well, so make sure you guys are looking forward to that. I'm very curious to see what Team Secret can do in the rest of the lower bracket. They're going to be facing off against one of the teams that did lose or make it through yesterday, so that's going to be pretty interesting, or lose, I suppose. So, yeah, that's the way the double elimination bracket works, and yeah, they get a second chance. Team Secret now, you think they have what it takes to fight through the lower bracket?
I mean, I think so. Their next opponent's very likely it's going to be Gen.G, a team that, you know, let's be honest, kind of struggled to get into playoffs a little bit. They did manage to make it here. They did take a map off of T1 yesterday as well, but there's a lot more recovery to be made, and Team Secret versus Gen.G, that's another interesting and spicy matchup given how Meteor and Goddead can have such crazy performances themselves. But also just thinking about it, DRX, who are they going to play next? T1 or PRX? There are so many possibilities to consider. If it's T1 again, maybe it's another Bind rerun.
Yeah.
If it's PRX, you know, the last time these guys faced off, PRX got, let's be honest, kind of stomped. And I'm saying that as a PRX fan myself. Victoria's going to call me a PRX betrayer again.
Well, it's true. You know.
No, it's not. It's not true.
No, I mean, you know, you don't really know what is going to happen, basically, when it does come down to that matchup. It's a lot of pressure, right, for all the players, for all the teams coming into these matchups, and you know, PRX, T1, PRX, I feel like on paper might look like the strongest team right now, but doesn't mean that T1 might not step up to the plate after getting a big win against Gen.G yesterday. It was a very close matchup. Maybe they use that to kind of push ahead, feel like they're in the zone, right? They get some of that practice, some of the rust off, I guess, from having to wait a week to get to playoffs, and they can play kind of back-to-back, and maybe they can play with PRX. And yeah, but guys, we do have the interview finally ready there on the stage. Let's go over to Kyungmin and Mako and see what they have to say.
Yes, I'm here with Mako of DRX, and today it was a really important day for them. So I'm crying. I'm seeing all the players crying for Mako too. So now you secure a spot in Masters Tokyo. How do you feel right now? 오늘 이제 마스터스 토쿄로 첫 번째로 진출하는 확정된 팀이 되는데요. 아까 알비 선수 놀고 있고 이제 마코 선수도 좀 감정이 벅차 오른 것 같아요. 오늘 또 경기 소감 어떻게 되시나요?
사실 그 전까지 좀 많이 힘들었어가지고 그냥 조금 울먹거리는 것 같아요. 근데 그래서 뭐 지금 기분은 되게 좋으면서도 그간에 이제 있었던 일들 생각하니까 조금 생각이 나가지고 그랬던 것 같아요.
부담감도 있고 그랬죠. Actually, I was suffering with a lot of pressure going on before this match, so I felt really happy but relieved also. So that was the reason I couldn't help the tears flowing from my eyes. So it was the next question. It was CRX taking revenge on TS. Map 1 was competitive, and Map 2, you were back on track. So did you expect today's game to go on to Map 3? 맵 1에서는 조금 이제 치열했고 맵 2에서는 다시 이렇게 페이스를 되찾으면서 맵 3까지 갔어요. 어쨌든 이제 복수전에는 성공한 건데 맵 3까지 갈 걸 예상을 하셨을지 좀 궁금하거든요.
사실 상대방이 이제 헤이븐을 좀 잘한다 생각해가지고 픽을 할 것도 예상을 하고 있었고 또 헤이븐에 자신감이 있던 상대팀이라서 저희가 헤이븐을 지더라도 2, 3맵은 꼭 이기는 맵으로 가져가자라는 선택으로 그냥 멘탈 꽉 잡고 했었던 것 같아요.
Actually, we expected them to pick Haven because it was one of their strongest maps, but we thought that we could win the other 2 and 3 maps, even though we will lose that map. So I think that plan worked well. And at map 2, you've got your momentum back. Was it because it was split, one of your strongest maps, or was it because you came back into your form? 이제 그래도 맵 2에서는 다시 이제 되찾았잖아요. 그래서 이 스플릿 맵에 강했기 때문에 보인 결과였는지 아니면 이제 원래 그 폼을 되찾아서 이길 수 있었던 건지 그 원인이 어떤 거였을까요?
사실 저희가 헤이븐을 요즘 많이 지게 되면서 많이 바꾼 것도 없으면서 이제 좀 그런 결과 나오면서 저희가 이제 헤이븐이 솔직히 좀 자신이 없었는데 두 번째, 세 번째 맵은 이제 스플릿 바인드였었는데 스크림 성적도 되게 좋았었고 그 맵에 자신감이 되게 많았어가지고 폼이 돌아왔다기보다는 저희가 그 맵을 잘 풀어나가서 이기게 된 것 같아요.
I mean, we definitely were strong in split and bind, so we had confidence to win through the map. So I think that was the reason, because we were good on screens too for both of the maps. And also, like map 3, we saw roster change on TS. So how was your team's reaction for it? 이제 맵 3에서는 TS 선수가 이제 레니 선수의 패시픽 데뷔가 있었어요. 혹시 팀 내 반응이 어땠을지?
사실 이제 인비 선수보다 솔직히 말하면 좀 못한다고 생각을 했었고 약간 축제 분위기였었어요. 네.
I mean, our team was feeling really good about it because we kind of thought that he wasn't that great performing compared to Envy, so we were really happy about it. And now we got the interview over, but I want to say congratulations once more. And oh my God, I just forgot the HP Omen question for today. 오늘 또 HP Omen question이 남아 있거든요. So which moment was the turning point for your team? 오늘 경기에서 터닝 포인트를 꼽자면 어떤 모멘트가 있을까요?
아무래도 1맵 지고 나서 솔직히 멘탈이 많이 나가 있었는데 두 번째 맵 때 다시 그 멘탈 나간 부분을 다시 잡게 돼가지고 3맵 때도 그게 이어져서 무난하게 이길 수 있었던 것 같아요.
I mean, we can definitely say it was after map 1 because at map 1 we had a tough moment. So I think that was the moment that was the turning point for us. So that was Mako of DRX, and now I'll wish you best of luck to the matches remaining. And now I'll turn it back to you, Victoria.
Thank you, Kyungmin. And oh my gosh, I want to give Mako a hug, like a congratulatory hug. I've never seen him get so emotional on camera before. That's crazy.
I was caught off guard. I mean, he's always so stoic.
Yeah.
Or you know, sometimes lighthearted, but to see him emotional like that, I always feel like I'm about to cry whenever I see players like that get all teared up. I respect it. I love it. It's a big moment for them. To be honest, Team Secret turned out to be not the easiest opponent. Obviously, this was a 2-1. Props to DRX. They move on. They're still looking like the favorite of this event.
But to find out that this whole time they just felt this much pressure, you know, even despite their dominance throughout the series, I mean, I think that says a lot. Like, it's not easy.
Well, I think this is a very important year for DRX. Like, they've been together for a while. They've been kind of getting higher and higher placements at the international events, and I think they wanted to prove this year that, you know, not only were they dominant in Korea, but they're dominant here in Pacific as well, and that was tested today by Team Secret. So you got to give Team Secret a ton of credit. You know, even though these last two maps were kind of blowouts, the first map they kind of blew DRX out of the water, shocking everyone. So certainly the pressure has to be getting to DRX at points now, but hopefully that's going to be something they can grow from, something they can learn from and bring with them to the international events for when things inevitably kind of go sideways. I mean, it's hard to have a run where you just run the table at these international Valorant events. Everybody's too good.
Yeah, no, absolutely right. So like kudos to Secret on this, but it was a really, I mean, DRX is always going to be a really tough opponent, especially bringing Lenny in for the first time, trying on a very unusual comp. I think we were a little bit curious about what their team comp was.
It seems like it was definitely a mistake. I think it's exciting, before the match happens to go, okay, new player and a new agent, an agent that we've really so far kind of thought, all right, it's a little bit harder to use this agent in competitive play, at least from what we understand about the game so far. But I do wonder if it would have been a wiser decision for Team Secret to try to focus on another map and maybe stick with a more stable composition for that last map.
I fully agree with you. I don't think that this was necessarily a bad idea in a way. I'm sure this was working in scrims, which is why they go for it, right? Like, this has to be something that's going really well in practice. The problem is against a team like DRX, who once they got their footing underneath them and kind of got back to their normal protocols, their normal skill level, there was like no doubt. Like they knew how to handle this because the Gecko without the Viper in the harbor, it's so telegraphed and it's so hard to recover his little buddies, his little minions. Once they're out, like DRX can just pounce on it. Like we saw this time and time again where the Gecko utility comes out and that's kind of the telegraph. That's the signal that the hit's coming.
You can't really fake with Gecko.
Right.
And that's one of the problems. With a lot of these other agents, you can send out some utility, but I mean, the idea of ever having a Gecko use any utility and then not try to figure out some way to recover it is insane. So it's unfortunate that comp didn't work, but, they tried it, and obviously Team Secret is not eliminated yet either. They still have a shot at this. They're going to have to fight their way through that loser's bracket.
Yeah, that's right. I mean, they can absolutely still come in. There are 3 spots for Masters Tokyo, and Team Secret definitely is looking like one of the strongest teams despite their loss. Now, you're right. I think as an initiator, Gecko is, in a way, a slower-paced initiator compared to some of the other agents. But let's talk about round 6. How was Lenny in action?
He was okay. It wasn't like it was a complete flop at all, and you're going to see some of the value that they're going to get out of the Gecko utility. So it's just everything in the kitchen sink here for Team Secret to get there. They're going to use the wingman to plant. Jeremy is going to get a great kill on the opener, and then Dubstep and Lenny are going to follow up. So then you can use that wingman safely, even though there is that snake bite there to try to counter it. It doesn't really do enough damage in time. And then they're going to try to hold this down, but lo and behold, it is the man, the myth, the legend, the MVP of VCT Pacific who comes in and clutches out yet another huge one, gets the kill onto Borkum out there, and then he knows where Jesse Bash is, the last player. He's got him in the Poison Cloud as well, so just to make matters worse for Jesse there, he tries to gamble a little bit, is getting ticked down by that decay damage, and it's Mako time.
Yeah. Mako is like, again, when he's the last man standing, it's like, it's not in the bag yet. It doesn't matter if it's 3v1. It's 3v Mako, and Mako usually clutches that round. Now, DRX, it's like almost like they played one of our little desk games, and they're like, how many people can we kill to utility?
Yeah, this was a funny moment. Really unusual interaction here. Obviously, we occasionally see people die to utility. But in this game, I believe it was 3 agents. Yes, 3 players killed off by utility, which is actually insane when you really think about it. We saw 2 that were used there in U-Haul, and then we actually see a kill with the dog. Watch this. Bah! I didn't even know that was like the symbol. You see when the kill came, the little dog symbol for that kill. But yeah.
Yeah.
Very, very rare to ever have that moment. Kind of a highlight of what DRX is made of. And I don't know, my favorite moment of that back and forth that we had there on that map, to be honest.
The Trailblazer kill is like if you have it on your bingo card, it's like the one that you're just like never going to fill in. You're like, oh, this is probably not happening. Like
it's harder than a melee kill, honestly. It's crazy. Yeah. And 3 different agents too. Raze, KO, and then Sky to finish it off. So that was a super fun round. We had to highlight that. But you know what? Throughout all of Bind, DRX just made it look so effortless every post plant.
Yeah, I mean they're just unbelievable in these retakes, and I just bask in the glory that is DRX's retakes. I mean they're so patient. Stax is on the other side, but they're just waiting, and then Foxy9 is he's insane, Tasteless. Like he's so good when he's on.
Yeah, I mean this guy is so on fire right now. Really cool to see him delivering, and I guess the only thing my big takeaway from this whole series and this whole back and forth is I wish it could have been a little bit closer, but at the same time it is exciting to see DRX be such a threat, in general in this region.
But this is like a good example of them just coming together, playing as a unit, like all of them in the right place at the right time, doing the right things, backing each other up. They've got like this 2-2 thing going on where they're all just clearing their angles. Like we saw some of these problems kind of rear their head on Haven and a little bit on Split where there were some corners that weren't checked, but here on Bind, this was pretty near flawless from DRX.
Yeah, excellent play. I think they're going to, they've confirmed their spot for Masters Tokyo. And you know what? They're going into Masters Tokyo looking freaking solid. So congrats to DRX and Maka. Wipe those tears away. Go celebrate. You did good. Now we're going to go on a commercial break. When we come back, we're going to see another crazy matchup. We're going to see Paper. Oh, wait. No, we're not. We didn't talk about our key. I was so excited. All right. Anyway, let's talk about our key player.
Yeah.
Stax,
the man.
We didn't talk about it enough. I'm so sorry. We need to talk about Stax. Yeah.
The legend Stax, looking so good. I think not an easy MVP to pick, though. I think that everybody looks so good here on DRX in general. But yeah, Stax really doing a great job.
This is like, it was cool today that we got to see both of the highlighted initiators have good maps. Envy on Haven, here Stax with this Sky. He's always a nightmare to deal with on Bind. I mean, I'll never forget that 1v5 versus PRX that he had on Bind. So he's just, this map seems to be his home. It's back in the map pool now, and it's like he's picked up right where he left off. I mean, he's always like Johnny on the spot, in the right place at the right time.
Yeah, I mean, his Sky was brilliant. I mean, heck, and even getting that Trailblazer kill. Now, the MVP has got to be the guy who is just going on like a murder spree. Like he was just going around killing everybody. It's Buzz.
Yeah, Buzz, so scary in some of these games with just absurd kill counts, winning so many key engages here. Buzz playing out of his mind. But again, I say this from time to time with DRX, but everybody's playing so well. They really have such good teamwork together. A very scary team. Definitely still the favorite to take the whole VCT Pacific.
This is, I think, the best performance I've ever seen out of Buzz altogether, like across 3 maps. I think he's like plus 34. He had like 60-some-odd kills. He's just absolutely just dumpstering. I mean, this is beyond belief, the way he played today. I mean, he was their best player on Haven. He was their best player on Split. And, close to their best player here on Bind. Just the numbers that he put up today were absolutely unreal. At this level of competition against a team that's as good as Team Secret, who obviously we know they're really good. They've beaten DRX, and they've taken, now again, a map off DRX. To be able to do that, nuts.
Yeah, that's right. And let's see where we are in terms of the brackets right now. So you guys are all caught up. Paper Thin, why don't you bring us through this?
Yeah, okay. So now Team Secret has to face Gen.G. So I guess in some ways you got to favor Team Secret here. I think they definitely do look like the better team. I hope they don't get too beat up by today. Again, I think that's a thing that I would stress to a lot of teams is, hey, if you lose to DRX, that's not the end of the world. Like, that's okay. It happens to everybody. So just recoup, come into your next one with a fresh kind of mindset. It's tough for Team Secret because I think they got to play again tomorrow. So that's 3 days in a row, but I hope they can kind of power through that. And then we find out next, PRX T1.
The lower bracket is really looking more and more interesting here. I think Team Secret still definitely has a shot, by the way. If you're a fan of theirs, I would not give up on them yet. But yeah, I mean, things are kind of wrapping up pretty quickly here in the next, as we only have a couple more days left of VCT Pacific.
Yeah, that's right. And, this weekend is particularly grueling for all of the teams. Even coming off from Super Week, going into this weekend back-to-back. And you know what, Team Secret, keep your chins up. We want to make more pineapple puns, so let's see how they do. Yes, as coined by Paper Thin here, who loves pineapples.
You're welcome.
It'd be funny if you actually hated pineapples, but
I like pineapples.
Okay.
I like pineapple on pizza even.
Yeah, I'm actually okay with pineapples on pizza. It's
Ooh,
great.
so am I. Hey.
Not by default, though, okay?
Not by default.
I'm not a madman, all right? But I can eat it. I can also eat it. I'm not a child, all right? So, yes.
Well, you know what? we love pineapples here at the desk, but congratulations to DRX for doing such a great job today. And now we are going to go on a break, and when we come back, we're going to talk about another crazy matchup. We got PRX versus T1.
South Foxy 9's right here, right in their face. Spike is planted though. General location, they know he's in lane. Markham as well. Foxy with the spray now picks up 2, but there's Lenny, gets in.
He can keep shoving you. It's RB.
As well. Yeah. See, Foxy knows where he is.
Little.
Peek that. Oh, that kill. Up to detain Stacks. Nice plants.
Oh, Lenny.
Oh, 18 seconds. They're blinded. They're spraying. Just playing with his food. If Dubstep has had enough, he's going to take it. His job done too. Dubstep. Oh, boy. And he's just going to be rotating over. Dubstep, he's still getting a start with 1 as, Jeremy going to... waiting. RB picks up 1 as well. And Stacks' position. They have a lot of harbor stuff just to get you off the site. And Buzz sitting, waiting with a Phantom. And the flash is just too good. There's just no way in.
Zero distraction. Zero doubt. Zero opposition.
Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings. Red Bull gives you wings.
안녕하세요. 저 DRX의 버즈와 스택스, 그리고 페이퍼엑스의 다바이와 찡과 함께 여기 통인시장에 나왔습니다.
그냥 이것저것 뭐 돌아다니면서 맛있는 거 좀 먹고 같이 먹으면서 얘기도 할 겸 뭐 컨텐츠는 뭐 이겁니다.
Thank you. So we are going to change this money, like the concept of this market is we can buy some food. We change it to the old money, like.
자, 이제 역전으로 돈을 바꿨고요. 이제 이걸로 이제 PRX 애들이랑 같이 한국 음식 소개하면서 뭘 먹을 건지 이런 거 좀 담아보고 맛있는 거 좀 먹어보고 가도록 하겠습니다. Let's go, guys. Let's go. Where we go? Left, right. Left. Take a guess. You want to try?
What is that green thing?
Huh? What is that? Let's see. No clue.
Let's buy some chicken.
Okay. Are we gonna buy two?
No, just one.
Okay.
하나만 주세요. 자, let's. 감사합니다. 감사합니다. New jeans. So you want odeng and tteokbokki. So if you have something else, I need to. This one is probably squid. You want to try something else or?
I don't know.
혹시 이건 얼마예요? 한 개? 두 개 같은 양이요? 두 개?
이거 맛있어. 이게
Mozzarella, cheese. Ours? Yes, it's ours. Okay, now we go. We are done.
네, 일단은 음식을 일단 저희가 직접 골라서 다 사와서 여기 식당으로 왔는데요. 일단은 텍스와 찡 그룹도 어느 정도 사왔고 저희도 이제 저희가 먹고 싶은 걸로 골라서 사왔는데 배고파서 너무 힘드니까 이제 빨리 먹고 싶네요.
네, 그냥 저는 유명한 사왔어요. 닭꼬치랑 기름 떡볶이랑 닭꼬치. 일단은 우리 베이비 찡. Nothing in here. It's a baby 찡. It's time to eat. Let's eat. Let's begin. Okay, let's go.
It's just chicken.
So it's been 2 years since we faced each other, and we always been losing. What do you think? And I don't need your opinion, okay?
Thank you. Faced against the Asian team is always like nervous, you know. We know each other. We have to play like difference. It's like more difficult to play against the Asian team, you know. I haven't said this in Berlin against PRX. Our strategy was going C long rush, and my keyboard is not working. Like when I press W and Jet just up drafting, I'm Jet, so I have to dash it. So I go dash with the knife. So yeah, and we lost a lot. And what's the feeling?
Was the feeling always the same?
No. Just like always. What's the feeling when you face our team?
Nothing facing guys. Probably one of the toughest I would say to play because you guys play always the same way, you know. Because I mean, obviously you guys have like different stats in the mid round and stuff, but the first 30 seconds you guys always do the same thing, like punishing the aggression, you know, which is really good.
Because of you guys.
Not me, bro.
Because of you.
I don't push.
Because of you. This is supporting.
Yeah, of course.
When you guys are playing against each other, do you guys remember one round?
Okay, one round is in Iceland. It was my first ever land on
Yeah.
And it was a Haven last round, and then I ran out of Rush and I killed 4 of you.
I was so angry because of our keyboard is not working. You're doing really well, and your aim so sharp. I can't even reaction, you know.
I mean, that round, probably he come out of the garage, and I was looking at the kill log, but there's no trade, and everyone is going to die.
Because of his Reina.
No, we have a shitty aim at that time.
Oh, not me. I died first.
So let's talk about the 1v5 playing instead.
Hey, thrower lah.
Who's draw?
It's not me. I'm the first one to die.
He threw the flash. You flash, and he go die for me, and I go to hookah, and JJ pick. Oh my god. Why you pick? I just wondering.
No, someone called.
Someone what?
Someone said double pick.
From your guys' POV, whose fault you think?
Because I look stupid because I pick alone like that.
Of course, this guy and my friend. Oh, it's Aaron.
But then someone said double pick, so.
Oh wait, I have one more question. Who came up with the idea of saying bye-bye to the Cloud9 when you guys?
First idea was me. Just before, it's like 11-2, and they're still laughing.
Oh yeah.
So
you feel annoyed?
So like no, like
Holy! Not my opinion. I don't know him.
Hey, why you running away? You should
So-
wake up your bro.
No, it's not mine.
What is this?
in the past time, our coach said, "What are they doing? They're still laughing. Just say goodbye. Just like vanity, you know. And Jeremy said, yeah, go ahead, yeah, please go ahead. So we did it.
Underdog team?
Global Esports, I think.
Global Esports?
I reckon Global Esports like feels like dark horse, you know. We thought we are going to win very easily, you know. But they play really well, and they prevailed also really well. The two teams was one of the hardest team in my opinion this week.
Me either. Same.
How about Stacks? Who do you think are the teams that underperformed?
I took PRX.
Hey, you playing safe. Hey, say one more.
Okay.
You don't want to get attacked by the fans. That's what you say.
Okay. Let me choose.
I mean, like maybe Team Squid is underperformed. But they beat you, but they have up and down in my opinion. How was it today?
How was it today?
Very good.
It's not over,
Yeah, of course. Hey,
but the day's not over yet.
it's not over yet.
We have to wear
Hey!
unbox.
He asked me.
I asked you.
Hey, let's fight this squad.
My partner.
Fight this squad.
Hey, we have more
power.
We are bigger.
Some guy wearing the unbox dress.
PRX 선수들과 같이 시간 보낼 수 있어서 너무 즐거웠고 개인적으로 DRX 컨텐츠 촬영한 것 중에서 제일 가장 즐거운 시간이 아니었나 싶습니다. 일단 그리고 이렇게 1차는 음식으로 끝냈고 2차는 이제 또 경복궁으로 가서 저희가 뭐 사진 촬영도 하고 여러 가지 체험도 할 예정이니 좀 이따가 봅시다. 바이바이.
Ciao.
Wish us luck, guys.
It's the playoffs for Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023, and we are here live in Seoul, South Korea, and we're going to go into our second matchup of today. We got PRX versus T1. Now, this will be a really interesting matchup. Both teams are on the up and up, but PRX has been 2-0ing the last 3 matches with RQ, Gen.G, and Zeta. They are looking unstoppable right now.
You know, PRX, they look very, very scary. They have that kind of Southeast Asian playstyle that is fast, that is explosive, that is aggressive, that is in your face. And it's going to be interesting to see how they fare here against T1. But I don't think it's going to be an easy match for them either. I think T1 has steadily been improving. I think they've really been tightening up the loose ends in their play. But if I had to pick someone who's going to take this, I would imagine PRX, right? PRX.
Yeah, the high-octane gameplay is just so fun to watch. It's you know, why they've been a fan favorite for so long since they really burst onto the scene. You know, when they got into that finals matchup and it almost kind of went over the line. But they're you know, they had to kind of adjust things at the beginning of this year. It wasn't looking so good. It was looking a little sluggish. They get something in here. Ever since then, this thing's like a fusion reactor. Like, there's so much energy inside of here. It's chaotic, but, you know, it's controlled. And when they explode, like, it's just forget it. Like, get out of the way because no one can stop them.
Yeah. I love your little physics, like, reference.
I could have gone real deep into that. I could have gone real deep. But
in case you guys didn't
cut
know.
myself off.
Paper thin, like
I wanted to try to counter with, like, it makes me think more of like a hydrogen collider, but then I wasn't sure if that's what it's called. What is a?
They're a particle collider.
That makes more like a particle collider for me personally.
Particle accelerators.
Yes.
Yeah.
All right. I'm backing out of
this
this
joke.
LHC
is.
All right, you guys talk about yourselves. Go.
We're stopping this right now. What he's trying to say is they're one of the fastest teams in Pacific, and their chaotic playstyle is really impressive. But T1, we saw them play yesterday against Gen.G, and they have also been winning their last few games.
Yeah, T1, look, this is a really exciting team. We actually saw them enter the building, and there was this kind of air of concentration, of focus, even just seeing them enter in. They really want this. Again, it's not just about this tournament. It's actually about going to Tokyo if you win this match, right? So there's so much to fight for. There's so much on the line. Nobody's going to be getting eliminated here, right? But you do not want to get into that lower bracket. That is such a nightmare to try to claw your way out of to finally get to the winners. So this is an extremely important match. Although I think PRX is the stronger team, I think this is a realistic goal for T1. And, you know, maybe they can pull it off. Maybe they do it. Who knows?
I think they need to be a better version of themselves today than what we saw yesterday. Yesterday was chaotic, it was messy, and if you're going to try to go toe-to-toe in those aim duels like you did yesterday with Gen.G, yeah, you can beat Gen.G that way. I don't think there's very many days where you can beat PRX in that fashion. So I think it's going to have to be more of the strategic kind of like combined, you know, skill approach of this team. Like everybody working together on the same page, Zeta leading the way with some good mid-round IGLing, that kind of stuff. We saw that at times yesterday, but overall, you know, they literally said it in their post-game press conference. Like, we just had to get aggressive on them. We just had to start, you know, taking aim duels and dry peeking them to win. And that, I don't think that works against PRX. Maybe it does. Maybe I'm wrong, but
I am inclined to agree with you on this one. It was chaotic but not controlled chaos yesterday's game with the 2 Korean teams. And, you know, when it comes to aim duels, PRX usually wins those out. But you know what? Let's hear from the players themselves. We got an interview for you guys with the 2 teams.
PRX is, I think, definition of like dynamic aimers.
T1, I think their playstyle would be quite methodical as well. It's very Korean, I would say.
저희 이제 반 형이 든든하기 때문에 완승하고 집 갈 것 같아요, 그냥.
I think at first it was super hard to get just, but I think I finally adjusted.
Please lose this time.
Good luck, have fun, brothers.
Good luck.
Approach it with the same game plan as we do against DRX. We don't really need to change anything.
I think they are really hard to expect.
I love these interviews.
Hold me back, bro. Hold me back.
I love watching that. But you know what? Let's look at their head-to-head record now. How they fared last time they faced off. You know, PRX taking it home there on Pearl and Fracture.
I'm not messing with them on Pearl.
Yeah, Pearl. Obviously, they look very strong. But I think this is either very close, and maybe PRX takes it or T1 takes it, or it's going to be very one-sided with PRX crushing FaZe. I hope it's not. I like to have a back and forth here. Let's also remember that Something, the player, he was brought on later on in the tournament. I think it was week 3.
It might have been against T1.
Yeah, it might have been this pro
map. It might
map.
have been this map here. So, you know, PRX, and since his arrival, it's like they've completed the puzzle, so to speak. T1, I wish him luck, man, but I think it's going to be tough.
Yeah. I mean, their first kill to round conversion, they're the highest in Pacific at 91%, which is freaking insane. Once any of them gets that first pick, it's, you know, it's in the bag.
Yeah, and that was something that I think is tough to deal with for T1, because, like, it can cause a lot of chaos when you lose that player. Like, there were times yesterday where, you know, sometimes some of these really highly organized teams that if they don't have all 5 up, like, things just kind of fall apart because their protocols aren't in place to kind of deal with having that one missing piece of utility, whether that be a flash or a smoke or an entry or something like that. Like they don't have recovery plans. Whereas with PRX, like, it's like they're fine with losing one of those entry utilities or losing one of those players because they don't care. Like, they're just like, look, we're going to react, we're going to play off each other. It's controlled chaos. So that's what makes them so exciting. I really wanted to look at Jing and Ban here, I think, because they're both kind of flex duelist players, right? Like, Jing mostly duelist, whereas Ban is sometimes duelist. But both having great years, especially Ban with his, like, recent rise. So you love to see both of these guys. I think we're going to see some explosive performances from them.
Yeah, and they're so good at popping into any position, winning fights, or at least trading out, and then getting configured to where it's very difficult to do that retake. We've seen a lot of that from Jing, but also from Something, especially when the operator gets into play. That's one of the key things I want to watch for is when we get far enough, into a half here, and that operator gets into Something's hands. How is he going to be playing with it?
Yeah. And Ban, you know what? We were unsure about his addition to the roster early in the season, but I think he's definitely proved to be such a critical player for their team. He's really stepped up to the plate, and I mean, just looking at this clip here, there are many, many moments like this from Ban.
He's so good on Fracture, so I hope we get to see it again. I mean, it'd be a great battle between these two teams, I think, if we get to Fracture. But Ban, you know, doing a good job when he's asked to go over to the controllers as well. Yes, he doesn't have the opportunity to be that explosive player with those Blade Storms, those kind of things that, of course, you can with Jet, but he's still really solid on the backside for T1, and that's huge. The fact that he's so versatile, just like Forsaken now with PRX. So both of these teams, it's kind of fun to watch them because they do have some flexibility and some versatility in their agent roles.
Absolutely. And you know what? So you can see our predictions here. It's all PRX, but when I ran into Ban in the hallway, I mean, you always want to go in with a winning mentality, but he had a really easy confidence about him. It's like, we're going to win today.
I got yelled at by Zeta. I can't repeat what he said to me on air. It was he was angry with me for picking PRX.
You're the betrayer today.
I'm the betrayer today. I'm the traitor.
Betrayer. Yeah. Well, you know what? Like, look, our predictions aren't necessarily where our hearts are all the time for all the casters. We just got to do what we got to do. But we're going to let fate decide. We're going to go into the very first game between these two, PRX and T1.
We'll make waves. We will make waves. We will make waves. We will make waves. We will make waves.
This is Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. Playoffs continue here in South Korea with PRX and T1, where today's winner locks down their spot for VCT Masters Tokyo, and here we have PRX coming out looking happy, looking like they're having a great day.
Yeah, this is going to be a big moment. One of these two teams is going to be secured for Tokyo. And, you know, there's so much to fight for here right now. PRX, again, you know, they quietly may actually be the best team in this region. They may be the team that actually wins this. I know we've been very used to seeing DRX win time and time again, but these guys scare me. I mean, as I've casted their games week after week after week, I've become a huge fan of this team.
Yeah, I agree. I think this may be the moment for them. I think, you know, DRX has had to expend a lot of extra energy to get where they are now, to get this win today. And maybe now this is where PRX can capitalize and finally get that big win against their hated rival. Well, not hated, but, you know, their tough rival in DRX. Meanwhile, T1, dude, this team, you know, a lot of people kind of looked at me funny when I said I thought this would be a top 3 team in this league potentially with the caliber of player that's on this team. Like I said, if Carpe can get it together, then they really have a shot, and he has, and they do. So no doubt that I'm a fan of this team. I think they, even if they lose to PRX today, they're still my favorite to be that 3rd place team.
Well, if we're going to talk about biases, I'm definitely I don't know if anyone knew this, but I'm definitely a little bit PRX biased.
No.
I know.
I couldn't tell.
In case, yeah, you couldn't tell. I am. I hate to admit it. But you know what? They do look up to DRX as sort of that big brother, but I think it's time for them to step up and, you know, take over. Like you guys were saying, this might be the team that can do it. Now we got our coaches coming out with Autumn and Alex.
Big moment here. And again, T1 taking this would be the real milestone for them to pass, right? T1 has had a pretty turbulent time in Valorant, and they've really been trying to kind of cement their position at the top of the pack. Again, this is a huge brand and team out here in Korea, but they haven't quite caught up to what they've done in StarCraft or League of Legends, you know, and right now they are hungry to prove a point here. If they could beat PRX, that would be one step in that direction.
They were kind of unexpected. To be honest, like you've been saying, Paper Thin, we thought Gen.G and DRX were going to be the dominating Korean teams, but then T1 was like, Paper Thin, Papa Paper Thin, we're going to prove you wrong. We're going to get, you know, they finished playoffs in the 3rd in the standings, but now they're looking like a really strong contender for Tokyo.
They proved me right in that I thought they'd be top 3. They want to prove me wrong in my predictions because sometimes I pick against them and they don't like it. So they're very keen on making sure that I am picking for them. And don't get me wrong, I really like this team, and I think they have a lot of potential. But let's see, Split gonna get eliminated here. Sure. This is
okay. Haven ban here for PRX. All right.
For Pearl, is this gonna go to Pearl here for Lotus? Sure, of course.
T1 is so good on Lotus, though.
Yes, their attacker side is so nasty. Fracture.
That's a curious pick from PRX. I wouldn't have expected that.
A very unusual map lineup, and Ascent is going to be banned in here by T1, and PRX then bans Pearl. Okay.
Man, T1's floating Pearl. I mean, this is a map that, you know, they got blasted on last time, so they must feel pretty confident that it's some kind of read. We get Bind as the decider again. You know, T1 has been really good on that map at times. They lost to DRX, sure, but, you know, otherwise they've handled their opponents very nicely with that Gecko Harbor Viper.
Let's not forget the winner of this is going to be going up against DRX in a crazy match here in the winner's bracket. It's a difficult road for both of these teams ahead. T1, I can never get over how wide the arms are stretched.
For Saya?
For Saya. It's crazy to me. When he plays his arms so far apart.
It's like he's trying to fly a hang glider.
Yeah,
yeah.
They're
like,
yeah.
He's trying to be Jet.
It's like he's trying to drive a Harley or something. Like
All right, they have their team comps for Lotus here. And you know what? Maybe Ban was right. Maybe they are going to win. They have shown to be really strong on both Lotus and Bind so far.
The map pool certainly favors them. Now, I'm curious, okay, so it is going to be double duelist because we haven't seen Lotus for a very long time for PRX. And the interesting thing here is Forsaken Cypher. Last time he played Yoru, I was kind of hoping we'd get to see the Yoru again from Forsaken just because I think he's so fun to watch play it. But with something there, you got to put him on Jet. Jing is a great raise, which is an almost must-pick agent on Lotus. So it should be interesting to see how PRX is going to come back after not playing Lotus for so long on stage.
Well, one thing is guaranteed by PRX. They always make sure that the games are really fast, whether they win or they lose. With that, we're going to go to map 1 Lotus. We've got our casters Valdez and Quack ready to go.
Absolutely, we're ready to go. If you guys like W Gaming, we are here to provide it because PRX is up against T1. And to be honest, Quack, you know, there's a reason why we all voted for PRX here. I was in the makeup room with all the Korean casters. They're like, "Oh my God, none of the global guys voted for T1." I'm like, well, that's because T1, or rather not T1, PRX looked like an insane team that only gets better every single day, and not by small margins, but by pretty massive margins. This team, like Tasteless said, I think he and I are kind of on the same page. If anybody's going to really challenge DRX in the playoffs, it's going to be them.
Oh, 100%. I mean, even Will was talking about it in the weekly recap last week. It looks like PRX is finding that version 3, right? With something into the roster. Forsaken swapping roles around, and this Cypher pick. Oh my God. I don't think that this team is done evolving, but at the same time, T1. They had a strong showing against Gen.G yesterday. It was a pretty close map on Lotus, but they managed to come back with smart mid-rounding, so I don't want to count them out either.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, T1, you know, it is what it is. Like, every matchup is very different. Even we saw in that long, you know, video we had in between the matches where, you know, Buzz was talking about, you know, oh, against the Asian teams, it's always different. And between the Korean teams as well, it's always different. So I feel like, you know, T1 might come in here with a fresh mindset against PRX. They're definitely going to need it as things are about to get turned up to 11. And immediately, T1 will strike first.
That's the thing, could happen at any second, but now instantly getting that information. T1 continues to push out. PRX setting up for that C-site hit.
Yeah, and they go really quickly. Something is already on the site, and he is hunting alongside of Rover there, the dog. His name is not Trailblazer.
Mindfreak watching in the back too. This might be one of his first few times playing Omen, off and on the Astra, but now trying to get that pick. He does get the first and the second. Oh my goodness.
Last player standing.
Just insane lockdown on the mound there from Mindfreak. And Zeta tries his best, but it will be PRX at the end of the day to take a quick round 1.
Good attempts, good reads, but PRX is not a Korean team. You're going to have to adapt a lot quicker and find out different ways to approach the site because PRX, they don't let up. They don't slow down. They keep on going faster and faster. And at the same time, I mean, thinking about this, T1, when they played against Zeta on this map, they actually lost 13-10. That was their super weak match. They won in the overall game, but still, it shows that Lotus can be a bit rocky sometimes for T1. Now, PRX trying to control the site, trying to be a little bit careful, not overly W gaming.
Yeah, for now. They throw a couple things. They're like, oh, Saya players over there.
I say that, but oh!
Yeah, it's going to be the end of those two. PRX already on the A site. They say, okay, Saya player, typical Saya, he's going to pick up his Marshall here, holding down B, and so they just avoid him. They just go to A. And really quick, they go in the Cypher. Going to be very annoying. And Forsaken is just going to win with the Ghost against a Marshall.
Wow.
Saya's not able to hit those shots. Devi going to steal that one away. It is a flawless to PRX, 2-0.
Such control. Forgive me for getting overly excited, but
it's understandable.
It's PRX. And he does it all with just a Ghost. Now he can afford an operator if he so chooses. Forsaken, this guy, starting to shape up to be one of those players, those big names. You think of RB or maybe even Pat, some of the most versatile players that we've had in all of Pacific. They keep playing different roles, and they're just still so darn good on it. He had that Killjoy the last time that these two teams played against each other on Pearl. That's his first debut, and he still did such a good job. Now back into it, something, jiggling for information. It's just now T1's full buy, and they're looking to go aggressive.
Meanwhile, on the side of PRX, take a look at what they have left. There's still a Stinger here on Something, who's actually not really even close to a Blade Storm or anything just yet, so gonna have to rely on that. Saya player starting off with that first blood, and he's hitting some heads today, but immediately Forsaken and Devi gonna trade a couple back. And now that Saya's out of the picture, might be a bit easier here for PRX. As will they rotate out of here? It looks sort of likely as Forsaken, who, by the way, was the second choice for MVP of the league play behind Mako. It was a pretty significant margin just because Mako is, you know,
Yes.
he is who he is. But Forsaken was number 2, and that was really cool to see. So
I think so.
there's a lot of reasons for it. I think, you know, his incredibly deep agent pool is definitely one of the reasons to mention. And something is just disgusting. He got a bunch of votes too, by the way.
Seconds left.
Something with a shorty is something that you never want to mess with, but Munchkin just recenters his aim, gets a couple more.
Yeah, very nicely handled by Munchkin there. We are going to have, looks like, 3 of the rifles going to be kept here by the side of T1, or actually I guess 2, and one of them was bought there by Carpe. Going to go for the half armor. Just take a look at the replay here.
I mean, starting things off, it was a very good pick outside of C by T1, but at the same time, thinking back to yesterday's game against Gen.G, Zeta player was a little bit aggressive, re-peeking a lot and getting shut down, but Munchkin was always that pillar of the team. Still sharp. It's Zeta.
Yeah.
The aggression works.
Yeah, something picking up the operator. He is on attack, and it is something's operator, so we were watching him. But Zaya players like, hold on, observers. Right back to me, okay? Like, I'm going to be the one that's creating the action. Picks up a couple of kills. Something did get the snipe on the A site. It looks like PRX won to attack there now.
My bot.
Looking to get the A site, but that's going to be Munchkin staying hidden. Again, this guy, the pillar of the team. He was hitting a lot of sheriff shots, still sharp no matter what happens, and now the Reckoning gets sent out. Saya finding the 3rd, maybe a 4th.
Oh man, Saya's just popping off today.
Is it going to be an ace?
Already a 4K in round 4.
How about that?
Something picks up a better weapon, but it doesn't matter. Munchkin gonna get the drop on him. That's 2 rounds in a row now to the side of T1, who are in a really good spot.
Great start for T1. The Korean fans are hyped. And also just showing this statement that, yes, we might have gotten rolled the last time that we played against PRX, but today it's going to be a different result because we have evolved as well. We might not have any crazy, flashy tricks or double duelist compositions that only PRX can play. We also have a lot more procedures now with Autumn coaching the team. PRX looking to go ham onto the A site. No one's here, though, except for Munchkin rotating over.
It's going to come over real quick.
I've got your trail.
Shots through. We got the Seekers here as well. Going to be thrown out as something going to make its way onto the site with a Blade Storm looking to potentially sneak around away. He's going to updraft into a flash. Doesn't really see much anyway, even if he could.
Well, PRX on this half buy, at least they secure the spike plant, but now holding it post plant. It's going to be T1 with retakes and something that they probably expected, just looking to overwhelm it. But something goes up and hits Saya player in the head.
Yeah, Saya looking for the pretty aggressive angle all the way up in the box.
What?
And something will not be stopped with the 3K. Unbelievable stuff on the back of the site there. And immediately something's going to bring back control to PRX.
Oh my god!
Those have an operator. They will absolutely go in there and take that away. Mind Freak just going to take that down with a classic. It's a thrifty. They get the operator back for something. And I would say he earned it in that round.
Without a doubt. I mean, look at that replay again. First of all, yeah, perhaps it's Saya, you know, getting a little bit maybe greedy or just trying to find some kind of an interesting angle, but such a difficult shot to land it. This guy, monstrous with his aim, still landing the shot. And that's something that they were talking about in that, you know, prelude. The style of PRX, dynamic aimers.
Yeah, it's one way to put it. Something is certainly something else. And this is kind of shaping up to be something versus Saya player at this point in time. With Saya having another day out, he's definitely been the guy to talk about on the side of T1. Had a pretty good performance against Gen.G, but not as good as in the past. And now he's really stepped up to that former form as they're trying to push in here, and oh, Saya's gonna get the jump on something who was not looking that way.
Yeah, not much cover, but the rest of the team already on the A site trying to make that hit go through. Ban trying to slow them down with a lot of utility.
It's pretty good for him to swing and get the 1 kill for Ban, especially with the 2 of them. And now Carpe's holding on the back of the site. Hawk is out, but Jing is in his face. Not able to get that kill initially, but eventually just clean it up. 1v3 now.
I have the spike.
Let's retrieve the spike, but they could be anywhere, and he's very aware of this one spot up by the connector, up by stairs.
Spike planted.
Drop in heaven as well, and you have to watch your back, but Saya's up by her front.
Yeah, way too many angles to cover. Tries to peek the 1, but face to face with an operator. Not much you can do, and T1 able to hold on to that pretty nicely. They had Carpe and Ban on the site who held it down excellently, and of course, something wasn't there because Saya got the drop on him over in the spawn.
And I think that's why, again, Lotus is just one of those really tricky 3-site maps. Thinking about how you want to play it on the attack is such a rough thing, and PRX deliberately chose to start on the attacking side. Potentially sensing that this could be some form of a strategy. Pushing on to A, oftentimes teams will just collide against each other onto rubble. But this time, T1 holding it back because of Saya's operator.
Oh, he peeks it. If he had waited like a split second, he would have gotten it. Gets one anyway. Takes out Jing. Low health bars, and that is an incredible flick. He's going to take down Mind Freak through the wall. Saya looking for more. He is on the hunt. He picks up a 3rd.
No way.
Has Blade Storm as well. This guy is just taking over the lobby. He will not be outdone by something, he says.
And that is impressive. Right. Still holding on to his blades as well. Forsaken trying to sneak his way up, but
oh, hello.
Does manage to find first.
Last player standing.
But Forsaken immediately taken down afterwards, and now the last player of PRX is right in front of something. 4K with the operator all on the A site.
Win.
And that's just the round. Now timeout being called by Coach Alex. How do we regroup and recollect onto this? Because Saya player is a threat. I mean, look at how he punctures every single one of the PRX players as they try to approach forward. Just even a tiny sliver, and he gets that flick over onto them. Completely different form than what we saw with him yesterday against Gen.G. Controlling the A site just with that big old weapon.
Yeah, and definitely a lot to talk about. I think that PRX, they could certainly up the tempo a little bit, especially you're going up against Saya player. He's got the operator. You don't know exactly where he's going to be, but after that first kill, I think either you're going in or you're changing sites. They kind of stick around. They leave a couple members. They get picked off one by one. Not the cleanest round for them. And you're up against Saya player who is not overheating. He's just on fire.
Today, yes.
So, yeah, you got to find a way to deal with that, and I think it's a good time to call a timeout and just kind of calm everybody down and say, okay, that happened. You know, Saya's kind of owning us for now. They wouldn't say that in the timeout, obviously, but that's the reality of the situation. So, where do we go from here?
I mean, so much so, Saya's hands are hot, and at the same time, the entire team, that composition, there's so much that they can provide. Ban with the toxic screen, but now it's going to be Carpe assisting on with this information gathering outside of Mound. Forsaken tries to fend them off with a cyber cage, but PRX still, the question remains, how do they hit a site? Maybe they just have to play their own game like you mentioned, Valdez. Perhaps just picking up the pace into the A site could be the trick as soon as this curtain falls. Looking for a head.
Yeah. Some poking, and Carpe's gonna take him out through the cage. And something is in onto the site. So PRX, they open it up. Devi's gonna get that kill.
Wow.
Keeps his Omen alive. Mind Freak gonna be thanking him. Now, this is what we were just talking about. Get onto a site quick. It's one way to handle the operator. Zeta going to make himself known. Divine not able to win that duel. The Blade Storm is available.
And T1 are everywhere. PRX has to watch all angles. Door being open now. Attention drawn away. And also Heaven, Carpe.
Oh, okay. Saya player good with the operator, not able to land those shots.
Silent drop.
With the quick one. Carpe so good in that spot. And Zeta trying to go 1v1 with something here. The dash into the wall is a trick, and it doesn't matter. Zeta's still able to get the 3K in the win.
Does he have time? I don't think
Doesn't-
so.
Oh, just
Whoa!
barely. 0.45. Ooh. Close one, but Zeta's able to get it done.
And that is T1 securing a big lead. PRX, they managed to scrounge up a couple of buys. Light shields, of course, but this is something that T1 can continue to bring forward through. Of course, and still Saya player on that operator as well. I mean, the Korean players, the teams, they have been talking about Zeta, and this guy is incredibly smart. Smart as to recognize that as soon as he doesn't see that inkling of a jet. All right, it's a fake dash. I know where he is.
Yeah. It's good stuff. That's some information as in comes something. He is angry, he is searching, but instead it's Zeta spam through all the cages and smoke. As now trying to bounce a cove. PRX are going to be able to clear them up now and get some heals in. So decent chance for them now to take over the site as Munchkin just going to throw down the lockdown, trying to push them off of this one.
Well, a little bit of a Seekers just to buy a little bit of time, and also Mind Freak. Global presence from the shadows over onto the A site. Van trying to sneak on up. Forsaken gets his head instead.
Okay, pretty clean stuff. Munchkin alone. And they peek him at the same time, gonna get this plant as well. PRX back on the board. This is turning into a really fun back and forth between these two teams who seem to be pretty equally matched.
I mean, looking at this C-Mount fight, right? Zeta, first of all, just spraying through the smokes with that Phantom, something that he gets to do because there are no tracers on it. He finds so much, but Devi answers back as well. And then off of it, I think, you know, he was trying to maybe put that cove down for a bit of cover, but it bounces off because Mound is that little slight tilt or angle, causing the game to kind of see it as a projectile and it bounces off. Still now, Jing. Straight into the site. Saya player instantly gone, no longer having to worry about the operator.
Yeah. And again, I mean, this is how you're going to counter it. You just got to get in there. Just got to get in their face. There's the pit.
Ban spray? No.
Looks like no, as Forsaken's going for a big walk through the enemy spawn. Meanwhile, Jing is in their face, going to blow up Carpe. Sees Zeta, and will take him down as well.
Third frag. Now Munchkin, the one left. Van abandoning his Viper's Pit. Forsaken on that big lurk. It's the same game plan that they played against T1 weeks ago.
Ooh, very nice. Resetting. And Forsaken's going to pick up that kill as well. Didn't even necessarily have to go out there, but wanted to take him down, wanted to take his gun away. And it ends up being worth it. He lines that one up, and yeah, I mean, you take the wind out of the sails. This is a fantastic entry from Jing, gets the kill while he's flashed into immediately that, and the spray down. Very nicely done by Jing.
You can see that this is the impact that Coach Alex has off of the timeout. 2 rounds instantly won. Just telling the boys that, you know, this is the game style that T1 wants to go for. Let's just run with it. Let's roll them down. We stick to our game plan, and we're just going to go aggressive. Forsaken, do your thing. Go off of a lurk.
Yeah.
Now T1 has to be ever so cautious and aware of where this kid could be.
Yeah, this is what happens, I mean, on a bit of an eco now is T1, but they have to give up all of Mounds. You see PRX taking a lot of space on the map. As Paranoid comes through, something again, just gonna dash in with the shorty. Saya player, I think he had a stinger, so not much to work with here. For T1 is still trying to buy on the last round. This one should be PRX's as Jing is on the hunt, on the chase.
Just waiting for it. Hello. A second.
So clean.
And it's the neural theft that Forsaken has held on to as well. Just coming up clean for the hunt in this round. We're going for the last one before the swap. Can PRX gain a lead as it goes through? Maybe a 7-5 could be good. And then we bring out Achilleos' favorite weapon, the Odin.
Yeah. Shout out to Achilleos. Huge Odin enjoyer, and he's going to love the fact that they picked this one up here. And yeah, I mean, it's going to be a full buy from the side of T1, and something as well. He's got Blade Storm and an Operator, so he can essentially just do whatever he wants.
And here's something that I bet's going to happen too, because I don't think he fully commits to the Odin. He has a secondary weapon that he'll just pick up. He's using it to kind of try to find a cheeky wallbang or two. Meanwhile, T1 trying to control the map as well, pushing out into Mound. Forsaken sees it all.
Ah, yes, hello. That's going to be the flash in as Carpe, the pop flash, gets some work done. Messiah player on the back here at the doorway. He's going to pick up two, but Devi immediately with that headshot. It's enough.
He might be sharp, but how do you fare against 5 people who are just as sharp on the side of PRX? Something holding the angle in case someone pushes out. It's going to be Zeta.
And they don't have to push through this reckoning, but they will, as something's like, oh, hello.
You're going to play with Shorty? I got one too.
Ooh, tries to go for the blades, doesn't work out. Munchkin takes his head off as the dog comes in, and Forsaken will play off of that. So now it's only Ban, 40 seconds left. PRX looking for the 7-5 end to their attacking round.
Wants to set up a camera just to play it safe. Devi gonna go for a plant behind the wall. Cage up, camera down. Does he see Ban?
There's so many angles, but Ban is handling it. He's gonna throw out that snake bite, takes out the camera, knows exactly where he is, and Ban will take him down and tie things up here for T1.
Such control, such composure. Getting the first shot onto Devi as he peeks out, and also trying to get the transfer over to the next possible spot where Forsaken most likely would be. Forsaken tries to hide back a little bit, but then the snake bite just to flush him out into the next corner. Forsaken still getting a little bit antsy, peeks out. And such a shot from Saya too. I mean, 2 kills just outside of Mound. Zeta tries to hold it back, manages to take something down. A couple more entry fraggers from PRX disabled, and it snags T1 the win.
Yeah, really good stuff. An excellent half to both teams, just providing us with really high entertainment of the Valorant match here.
Are you not entertained?
No, yeah, I'm entertained. And we have more, not just this map, not just the second half, but a full best of 3 potentially.
Still though, that's just going to be a 6-6, and both teams swapping sides. You're gonna have to think about how you want to approach it through.
You know what's interesting is that I feel like both of, well, coming into this, I thought it was going to be like Brains versus Brawn. You know, you got like T1, Teamwork 1. They've got Zeta, like the genius of Valorant, right? Stuff like that. I'm going to hold that thought as Mind Freak has girlfriend buff that appears to be his girlfriend.
That's Boonki, yes. And also just a lot of support from fans around. I see another one. What is this?
Oh, God. Not again.
Oh, is this the military?
No, this is a marriage certificate. She actually printed out what appears to be a real one.
And is that
and she filled in
a
player's name.
And this is going to be Blisk from Singapore, a StarCraft player, but now very much so into Valorant. Visiting. I mean, yeah. Let's finish out our thought. It's going to be still Brains versus Brawn. Maybe not so much because both sides are equally capable of going for those duels.
That's the thing. Like, I thought it was going to be Brains versus Brawn, but what it ended up being is just like a knife fight. Like Brawn versus Brawn, but more like just super fast. Like it's a couple of rogues going at it or something. Because T1 have absolutely matched the firepower, the aim duels that PRX have brought. And they've brought their own kind of taste in terms of, you know, the strategies they have brought in.
That's where it gets interesting, too, because on the defensive side, PRX gets to exercise a little bit more brain power, brain capacity. Maybe they get to toy with T1 a little bit because, again, 3 site maps means that you can push out so much. You can find a lot of information depending on how T1 approaches it. Right now, it's just a default hold. We're expecting PRX to push into us, but they're not doing that.
Yeah. By the way, that marriage certificate was for Zeta from T1.
You found...
Just went ahead and searched through the names. You know, I don't know all of the players' Korean names, but I found it, just in case anyone was curious. So here they go, T1 quick into the A site. Paranoia comes out. See the Mind Freak's buying a lot of time, but Forsaken still able to get that kill here.
Van sneaks in from behind them.
Yeah. Oh boy, T1 taking over the site here as now Jing trying to swing, and Zeta immediately knows where he's going to be coming in from. It's all up to Devi, who's oftentimes left alone to try to clutch these positions.
Blinded.
Oh, using the bird to secure the drop, but the turret finds him anyway.
Oh, one? Nope, just one. He handled it really well where he like got the one right click, went behind the wall, but not meant to be. T1 gonna pick up that round win.
Yeah, peeking together that way. Again, teamwork won. The way that they go in for these. Having the turret for that extra presence as well. Divine not quite able to secure safe passage into the site. 7-6, potentially 8-6 as T1 completely buys up in full. We saw a little bit of impact from Forsaken with those tripwires and cyber cages, but still, as Ban sneaks it from behind, there's so much that PRX has left to cover. Backing up on the C site now. T1 Saya player looks to cut some necks clean off.
Yeah, ends up hitting a leg. Well, actually hit him through the wall, so either way, bit of a heal up from Divine.
Okay. We have Mind Freak jump peeking outside of stairs as well, so he confirms that there are a lot of players potentially heading towards the A site, and that's where the spike is probably going to be. The question is, does PRX rotate through the back, or, you know, we're going to go through attacker spawn? Well, we're going to go through attacker spawn.
Yeah. There they go.
Mind Freak has to buy so much time.
Spike planted.
Yeah, there's not really much he can do here. Full-on classic outside of Jing. Gonna be holding on to a frenzy. But there's a lot of smoke. Harbor Wall comes up as well, and Ban actually will get isolated here. Something as well with the kill onto Munchkin as they take over Rubble. Zeta not able to win that one, and all of a sudden it's 4v2 as they're not quite able to land that one. The frenzy running out of bullets as it may not be enough, and that's going to be a thrifty win to PRX.
Can't believe it. With the pistols, just overwhelming them. The terrain coming through all the way from attacker spawn. We spotted it a mile away. T1 had zero idea. And just enough time to stick the defuse as well. This is PRX. We've seen a bit of these today, especially from Team Secret, but now you can see how much this impacts the momentum of the rounds. Buying up an Odin, I think, just as we went into the replays. This is a T1 with a completely shattered economy now as we move to round 15.
Yeah. And in fact, Forsaken has gone for Achilleo's favorite weapon. Shout out to him. And yeah, it looks like Saya player's gonna have the Bulldog. Outside of that, we got a bunch of Sheriffs.
Okay. Yeah, could work, but also Forsaken with this. It makes much more sense on the defensive side, just suppressing fire. As soon as the trips go off, could cut them in half. The rest of T1, though, approaching C, it's completely open.
Saya, though, trying to make a play. We'll trade 1 for 1.
Here.
We are about to spray and pray here on the side of Forsaken.
How do you get information, though? Do you have a camera setup?
They're going to try to push into Waterfall here, it looks like.
All right.
Pop Flash comes out and did not expect 3 people, T1.
No way.
A very nice set play, but Forsaken is here. He's got the Odin, picks up 2, but at least Munchkin able to trade it back.
Picks up the weapons as well. They continue to push forward. Spike not yet planted.
Didn't expect him there, and all of a sudden now T1 are striking back. This is such a crazy back and forth match.
High speed, high energy, and that's what you can expect from these two. PRX, of course, now something. He's only got a Vandal.
He's gonna go in and knife him. No, he's just going to get shot in the face. Munchkin ready and waiting with open arms. T1 retake the lead.
If I die. It was great knowing you all.
And it's just so smart. Again, the mid-rounding from T1. Paperthin must be happy about this. Just a call to actually continue pushing through defender spawn. They actually found Mind Freak. Yeah. Had Mind Freak gotten a couple of kills or something less, you know, could have been a different result. But that said, T1 just smart on the calls to rotate back and forth, and that is why they pick this map.
Yeah, absolutely. No doubt we're going to have round 15 highlighted. I don't call the shots. I'm not on the desk today.
The judge from something.
Yeah. Well, it's a better version of a shorty. We've seen what he can do with that. Forsaken still just chilling out.
Just trying to play it safe and disciplined. T1 trying to eke out the camera as well.
Did they actually see that hanging from the archway? Or did they just know that it would be there?
Could be both, but whatever it is, they got that thing off. And now, minute left on the clock. They have to start making a move. PRX are still on that half buy. Mind Freak, maybe in a tricky spot now. Shoots the paranoia over, but nobody's there.
Yeah. Reckoning in as T1 are looking to take this over. Harbor Wall comes in, but Mind Freak, cheeky little stinger kill to start us off. Gonna give them a pretty decent chance here, even with the lower firepower.
Showstopper.
30 seconds left.
And here it comes. Jing is in, and well, he's gonna get two, and that is the entire site cleaned up. Forsaken and Jing picks up another one, and it is flawless.
As soon as the spike got tapped, he went in for it, just dove straight into the site. And yeah, the flawless win that comes through off of another sort of thrifty. T1 takes one back, PRX goes back in for it.
The team that has the rifles actually is just losing.
30 seconds.
Look at this. That's what happens today, Valdez. Oh my goodness. As soon as he lands as well, touches the ground, gets another headshot, and that is Jing.
Yeah, that was just a Jing moment. The guy's an insane raise. Messiah player wants us to, well, I was going to say he wants us to stop talking about Jing, but then he died to Jing. Ban was able to at least trade it back.
And trading it back means that there might be weapons that T1 can recover now. Could this be another thrifty win? Davai is on the A site and something, just trying to pivot around back and forth. Forsaken trying to control C. But surely now someone has to make the guess and call. T1, there are guns on the ground. This is probably where they'll be, right? Davai has one hawk that he can send out to retrieve this information.
You should run.
Yeah.
I'm gonna play it safe instead. Well, save it for the retake.
Yeah, lockdown and Defy the timing. Knows exactly when Munchkin's gonna be looking to start moving in. And now, I mean, PRX are just hanging out up there on top as Carpe at least able to trade one, but now 2v2.
30 seconds
Seekers used on the defense here from Defy. Plan coming in and he's reloading. That's not when you want to be reloading. Defy gonna pick up a 4K as well, and PRX now in control of this map.
The first team to break out of that thrifty curse, 9-8. Defy. I mean, that was incredibly smart, just to swing out around stairs. As soon as the lockdown was placed, I think he instantly recognized this is T1's game plan. This is when I'm going to peek. If I can find one person, that's going to slow them down that much. And the rest of the team, of course, playing in along with him, just surrounding the site, adding on to that pressure for T1. Off the loss of the lead, the timeout being called from Coach Autumn.
Definitely a good time. You know, there was a bunch of back and forth. Definitely a bit of a frenzy between the two. Not the gun, but, you know, both teams are kind of going crazy, fighting back and forth, a lot of high action. So he wants to kind of slow it down, bring it back into T1's strength, which is, you know, slower gameplay, strategies, you know, set plays, stuff like that, rather than, you know, we got lurked and peaked by Defy, and he just, you know, we couldn't have predicted that. How are we going to know?
It's really tough to tell, and that's why you have to kind of admire how Autumn is handling this as well. You can see in the timeouts, the way he's talking to the team, just kind of assessing the situation, listening to his boys, because they are the ones with the boots on the ground. They know how it feels best. You could talk about strategies all day, but sometimes you got to listen to your gut feeling. And Alex also, interestingly enough, kind of with a little finger gesture, just pointing out that there might be two things to look out for, maybe. T1 trying to approach into the C site. We've got 2 players up by C trying to contend for this.
Yeah. Spam coming through. Walls on walls. This is Viper Harbor Sky. It's what you get. Divide trying to hold on to this. Knows that Saya is in already. The spray not good. Munchkin gonna pick up that first kill.
Placing swamp grenade.
So they have the site now. Question is, how do we retake it? Waterfall's being watched as well. Something might happen. Operator saw a little something maybe, but not quite getting the shot. There's so much that's being covered, but we do have the Odin.
Does a little bit, I guess. Divine.
Oh, saw it.
Oh, the spray down. Okay, Munchkin's gonna go down here. Carpe in the pit, just trying to hold on to it for the team, but Forsaken's moving in, and no, the shorty not able to work. Mind Freak able to peek over the top and get a couple, but now it's Devi in alone with the, okay, that's never gonna work. T1's just gonna lock it down with the Viper's pit, and the operator from Devi at the end. Not the weapon of choice.
Ridiculously insane, Valdez. I mean, the way that something plays again, just trying to dive it in. I think it's something that T1 are starting to anticipate. You can see that instantly Carpe shot upwards, just trying to find him. It's incredibly impressive that PRX knows how to play off of each other, finding a lot of these trades as well, but when it comes down to a 2-on-1, T1 was able to close it out 9-9. Now we tie things up and they buy back into the game. Something with the judge again. Wait, oh.
Uh-oh, Munchkin.
Hi.
Yeah.
We've seen this similar setup from DFM before, except this time PRX executes it better. 2 players gone from T1. A lot more map control and information gained from the spy cam.
Yeah. Cypher, pretty cool to see it come out on this map. I think that Forsaken's doing a great job of just showing what kind of utility it brings. And just how powerful it can be. The Odin play, no. But everything else was great. Here comes Ban, face to face with Mr. Bird.
Oh my God.
Something you're insane. But it actually works out for them.
You know, it's a judge, 1600. We could throw it away. It's okay. Much more worthwhile to get a kill and weaken T1's forces. Now, 30 seconds remaining, and it looks like they're actually opting to save because they know they can't quite get a sight.
Yeah. It's rough. I mean, 2v4, you've got Vandals, but yeah, there's no real reason to push it in, especially when it's this close. You go down 10-9 and you lose your weapons, your economy's not in a great spot. Definitely a good spot to save here for T1.
But I also think this harkens back to your point earlier on, Valdez, because first of all, yes, the Odin, maybe not so great. It's good for holding, but not so much for retakes, as you sacrifice mobility for firepower, right? And it's a little bit tough to push in and take a lot of space that way. Meanwhile, talking about Brain versus Brawn, it's a little bit of both. Onto the second half with PRX on the defensive side, they are now starting to maybe get a little bit aggressive with something pushing out with judges and also the rest of the team just trying to control other parts of the map. Something is a scout. And with that, they are able to figure out where T1 are playing and get a couple of picks bit by bit.
Yeah. And now both coaches getting into it. They're both talking a lot. And there's a lot to talk about. I mean, this is still anyone's map. Even T1 can take it here down around. That doesn't really, you know, obviously PRX in a good spot, but T1 have been matching them just every single round, bit by bit. It's been very close. Very few rounds that are like, you know, flawless. We had some of those early on, but then, you know, the enemy team, the other team would get a flawless, and then it would be anyone from there.
Not many big leads, am I right, Valdez? Maybe a couple for T1, and then PRX takes one back, and so on and so forth. But what it comes down to still is these final few rounds. You have to think about it. Whoever takes this home, if PRX wins, T1 go into the second map with a slight disadvantage. PRX picked Fracture. And whoever wins this, again, that's that Masters Tokyo spot.
Yeah.
Both teams eagerly looking to secure and lock it in.
So much on the line. Want to put yourself in a good spot for VCT Pacific and for making it straight in. Here comes T1. The call is, let's push. We've got some ultimates. Saya player can maybe open some stuff up. Look at something. He's just waiting, begging them to open the door.
Come on. You know you want to. Forsaken as well on the other side of the door.
Yep, just waiting it out. T1 have made their presence pretty clear at this site. So see a big rotation from PRX over here. You see they slowly shift back as they don't have 100% certainty, but T1 are still grouped up outside of T1 of A.
And Divine gets more information outside of C as well. He calls it clear. And this is what I like. I mean, PRX not overly aggressing, but T1 also just holding it down slowly. The onus is on them to push, though.
Here comes Saya player, opens it up with the first kill. And now he's in through the back of B, actually.
Forsaken.
They're all going to go. They've got the harbor wall up. As Forsaken is holding it down, though, and Defy holds down C.
7 rounds.
It's a couple of key players. Yeah, he's just going to go for the reload. Defy gets one, and Forsaken is still alive. They have to push him, but he takes one with them. And low on health is Carpe. And something will take him down. PRX, they shut down the set play after the timeout. And now they are so close to winning map 1.
2 more rounds. That would be map 1, Valdez. T1, their economy starting to shake up a little bit, and that's them going all in this next round. If they lose it, it's going to be match point for PRX. They might as well try. But still, you have to look at how they're going for these mid-round adaptations. It's incredibly smart. It's just that Forsaken heard those footsteps and reacted just as fast.
Yeah.
Now we're back to it.
Yeah. Some of those defensive first kills that they got, Forsaken and Defy as well. Ban trying to lurk over in C, gets totally shut down. Those are the key things that really kind of set your defense on a very focused spot of the map rather than, you know, on a spread out place, which makes it much easier to hold on to a site. They don't even allow T1 to get a plant.
Definitely not. Still, though, I'm just looking at this Odin operator play. Something is going to have to be so quick if they just peek into him. Does he tailwind out in time?
Well, the dog wasn't long for the world. He's just going to dash out. He's not going to take a huge risk here.
Forsaken.
Probably on A. Ban going to lose that one against Mind Freak, who's holding it down. But something trying to make it out with the operator. It's not able to, and T1 will take over C site.
Munchkin lurk.
Saya. Boombot knows where Ting is. Zeta able to take down Forsaken now. T1 have a pretty good grip on this site.
Mind Freak. He's slowly making his way out of rounds, but Munchkin finds him first.
One enemy remaining.
Defy also taken out, trying to make plays at Waterfall. Now it's all up to Jing 1v3. Not looking good for him. So he might just hold on to his gun as well.
Might as well. I mean, of course, PRX still can afford to buy back up, but let's not give them any more ultimate points. And it's smart plays, smart positioning from the T1 players. Looking at how they leave a couple of players side by side, back to back, and just in a way, 3 is all it takes to overwhelm something, right? And that's, again, the thing that worries me about an operator. It's a bolt action. You get 1 shot, 1 kill, maybe 2 if you get the skewer, but not in this instance. Something was completely shut down on the site itself. And it doesn't stop there. Looking at the replays, T1 continue to push further into defender spawn. Further information, cutting off of rotations, and also Munchkin just watching the back.
And now it's going to be PRX calling their second timeout. So now Alex is getting a little bit more flustered as the rounds get closer and closer to the end. And he's going to try to calm down the boys and tell them exactly what needs to be heard here. Two things. He keeps holding up those two fingers. I don't know what it means.
I'm curious. I really am.
He's like, one Odin and one operator, two guns. It's probably not what he's talking about.
Well, whatever it is, maybe we'll see that impact, because statistically it has been good. Similarly for Autumn as well. The PRX are in the lead and they're looking to secure it. PRX fans from everywhere.
I like the parentheses, otherwise I wouldn't have known. That kind of looks like my level of drawing as well.
Crocodile? Alligator?
Well, it was a dinosaur quack.
Okay.
He put it in parentheses. He let us know.
Thank you for clarifying.
Yeah.
But we are back to it. It's going to be something still with the operator, but this time he's got knives to bail him out. How does T1 approach this back? Looks like it's going to be a fast hit on towards A. Something watching the angles.
Yeah. He's just going to run away. Just going to let that cascade come up and just back off, take a more passive angle.
Nobody's pushing out just yet. Could very well be just T1. Yep. Getting a little bit of space, leaving Ban on a bit of a lurk. Baiting out utility from PRX at the same time. So it's multitudes that gives T1 slight advantages as they try to open sights, but now Mind Freak.
That keeps happening. Mind Freak just keeps winning that 1v1 with Ban. And now Forsaken gets that initial kill over at the C site. He's got a tripwire. They got to jump over it. But at the same time, the cages are up, and they have no idea. No, that's Jet, not Cypher. But it's okay. Zeta going to take that kill down. T1 2v4 here on the C site. Going to be pretty difficult for them to actually get this spike down.
Instantly breaking the cove, too. Carpe trying to reposition.
30 seconds left.
Carpe, a couple of headshots would be enough, but you see that PRX just holding every single angle.
That's that 3.0. They're not W gaming. They're actually just controlling the site.
Yeah, it's crazy. Not a lot of time trying to push through the smoke here. Shorty gaming, but Zeta able to get that kill. Second Shorty is too much. PRX now on map points. 12 to 10. There's no more timeouts. Just got to play it out from here.
An incredibly close match. And as we continue to play it out, it could go into overtime if T1 kicks it up. But still, you know, just as I was talking about it, right? Not really overly W gaming. They were actually controlling the site. They took Carpe off. When it's down to the last player, let's just go ham. Shorty's out. And also Bucky's out for T1 as their economy is now broken.
And something's getting more and more aggressive with the operator. He's out by Rubble already. This push is coming in from T1 towards B right now. All 5 members hanging around this orb. But yeah, they know they're there. So either way, attacker Killjoy. Lockdown will come in.
PRX trying to hold them off as well. Got a couple of seconds, so might as well stay in and spray through.
Oh man, they got that kill on their entry. And even though there was a detain, it doesn't look like T1 were able to push in and really punish that. Reckoning comes in. They try to push it, but Divide just sprays him down. This is a Bucky here from Ban. Able to upgrade, though. Gets a Vandal, rather, as Saya player.
3 HP.
It's got to be up to him. It's 1v2, but it's not going to happen. PRX will take the first map of Lotus, 13 to 10.
And off the timeout again, Coach Alex leads in PRX. 2 rounds in a row. We close it off with a 13 score to 10. T1, they tried. They made it really close, a lot closer than anticipated by our global desk at least. And it's a lot of still smart plays and sharp shooting from Saya player.
Yeah. Very close map. Let PRX cook. We had some good cooking on that first one. Some Cypher, some Odin. Something getting very aggressive, although I guess that doesn't really count as cooking because that's pretty standard. But yeah, typical PRX victory at the end of the day. They get it done on T1's map pick, 13 to 10. Gotta give T1 credit. I mean, they played them really well. Saya, as you mentioned, had a really great map. 19 and 17, 8 first bloods. A lot of those probably early op kills, doesn't matter. I mean, it's still an incredible number. And of course this round which he had. So certainly T1 are deadly, but PRX were able to nullify that and take the victory.
Yeah, because at the end of the day, it's just one player, and he's only going to be on one part of the map. PRX, they start to figure out a way around that. They close out the first half 6-6. At the same time, on the defensive side, I guess now we can see that is why Forsaken is our almost, second league MVP. Being able to play around different agents, the impact from the Cypher still felt. 22 kills and 15 deaths.
I like that sign.
Oh, it's very well drawn.
Yeah.
Sprays from the game.
Love the Jing highlights, as he had a pretty explosive game himself, pun intended. Let's go Masters, of course, as we keep mentioning, very important to mention, if they win this best of 3, whichever team wins, PRX or T1, they will get a spot at Masters Tokyo, which would be really, really cool.
Yeah, it's got a new name now. VCT KR Extra 002.
Yeah. Some of our tech issues earlier on this year.
They're fixed. Oh, I don't want to jinx them, but still. I mean, down to the game, it still is that impactful PRX dynamic aimer style. They do a lot. T1, great kind of showing still, but this was their map pick. The fact that they didn't win it shows that they are now in hot soup. On to the next one, Fracture. That's PRX's map pick.
Did PRX cook the hot soup? Is that what? Okay. Anyway, guys, we're going to have a commercial break. We will go over to Fracture, which was PRX's map pick. We are going to have a break first, and then we will have the desk. We'll be right back.
Off and on the Astro, but now trying to get that pick. He does get the first and second. Oh my
God. Oh, Saya players over there.
I say that, but... Something with a shorty is something that you never want to mess with, but Munch is just looking to overwhelm it. But something...
Aggressive angle all the way up in the box.
What?
Something will do! Low health bars, and he is on the hunt. Oh, hello. Right in front of something. So good in that spot, and Zeta.
The shadows over onto the A side. Van trying to stop. Still now Jing.
Doesn't work out. Munchkin takes his head off as the dog comes in. Camera knows exactly. Oh, one. Nope, running out of bullets as it may not be enough. Saya, though, one. No a very nice set play, but Forsaken is here. He's got, here it comes. Jing is in, and, well, he's going to get two. Plan coming in, and he's reloading. That's not when you want to be reloading.
Welcome back to VCT Pacific. We just finished the first map, Lotus. We had PRX versus T1. That was T1's map pick, and honestly, I was a little worried for PRX going into this because T1's been so strong, but it was a lot of back and forth till finally PRX was like, enough, and just finished it off.
I gotta say, it was a delightfully close match. PRX is having to work in order to take this, and just before the very last round, the round before that, it almost looked like T1 was maybe going to tie this up and we go to overtime. So I think PRX may still take this 2-0, but I'm glad to see that T1 is really proving to be a real challenge to take on here.
Yeah, this is definitely impressive from both teams. I mean, there was definitely points where I really thought T1 was actually going to be able to kind of get over the finish line, especially when they go over to that attacker side. That's where they've been doing a lot of their damage on this map, but credit to PRX because they were really nasty on their defender side. Like, the way they held angles, like catching T1 off guard, sometimes they're just straight up winning duels, definitely was painful for T1. But PRX here, Forsaken coming in on that Cypher, I mean, playing really well. It doesn't matter what agent Forsaken's playing, he's just good. I mean, he's just crazy good.
He is amazing. You're right. I mean, he's just every weekend he picks another, another agent type. And this weekend looks like, I guess it's Cypher. He's like, oh, we'll do Cypher today.
He's like trying to outdo Pat for like a number of agents played.
But he plays them so well. He actually uses their util. It's not just like a duelist, like aim, an aiming thing for him, just randomly killing people. He's just been really strong. Saya player too. I mean, Saya's had some pretty sick kills on Lotus as usual.
Yeah, I mean, no shocker there. Saya, man, I gotta say, this guy really, really delivering. It seems like when the pressure's on for T1, they are able to actually come and show up. But, for PRX here, they had a shaky start in this first map, and I think they had a very clean recovery. So it's good to see that T1 has stuff planned out to kind of start to build that momentum. But then the PRX has the ability to kind of think on their feet and figure out what they need to do to adjust and overcome there.
Yeah. I mean, there's so much back and forth happening in this particular map, more so than we ever would have expected. But before we kind of break down the nitty-gritties of why, let's highlight Saya player. You put an op in Saya's hands and you watch. You're like, all right, how many people is Saya going to kill in this round? Yeah,
we can roll that clip now, actually. This was a crazy moment. Are we going to roll that clip?
On round 7.
Okay, there we go. Yeah, you could see just continuing to get a shot, back up, reset, and I think this was really, not just obviously a big win here for T1, but the moment that I definitely on the side of PRX, they realized, okay, we need to change what we're doing. That was the 4th kill that Saya actually got back there, but that I think is also where PRX would, okay, we got to actually try to reconfigure how we're going to do this. We can't force in, especially not when we're in that half of the game, far along enough in the half, where we're going to have to deal with somebody who's got an operator who can actually just shut down these angles.
Yeah, and they adjusted after that. So eventually we'll get to some of these adjustments that both teams are making, but I was really impressed overall with the way that T1 handled themselves in the first half.
Yeah, definitely. Actually, when he whiffed initially in that first shot, right before that clip started, I thought that was it. He was going to lose his op. But then he definitely proved me wrong getting those 4 Ks after that. Now, PRX won 2 Thrifty rounds, and T1 won 1 of them. But let's talk about that with Jing has a crazy clutch.
No, this is insane stuff here. I mean, you've got that, it's Saya player with the Marshall, not the op, but still a very dangerous gun in a similar situation. It's just classics in a frenzy here. But they don't catch them off guard, but they're able to just break through here. Some great utility combos and some good shooting on the backs of Something and others. And then all of a sudden, T1's on the back foot, and, PRX just kind of not completely deathballing it. You had Mind Freak dropping in from heaven on the other side, keeping Saya player busy on the back end. So this is just a really well-designed and dialed-up, Thrifty round here from the side of PRX, and these kind of things are really important in a match like this because those are the rounds that really tilt the scales. Like normally if you win a round where it's like a rifle round, okay, that's nice, but you're probably supposed to win those anyway, maybe, or if it's a rifle for rifle, of course, it's different. But Thrifty rounds are like they put so much pressure on the one side of the scale that the other team just kind of goes, whoa, and they get flung off the scales.
Yeah, that completely shattered T1's economy right after that round, and at that point, we had 2 timeouts by T1 within, I think, 3 rounds, was it? That was crazy to have two timeouts happen with such frequency. Now, by round 21, we had all 4 timeouts being used up at this point. The score was 11-10. And you know what? T1 just did have some really good ideas, good defense, as usual on Lotus.
Yeah, I like the way that they're using their utility here to keep something in check. They really did a great job. Honestly, T1, even though they lose this map, they did a good job of not letting something kind of take over, especially once you got that op on the defender side. So you can see they're using utility to keep him in place, and then Zeta is going to come through there with utility with the Reckoning and get the kill on the back of some great placement of their walls. You can see this Viper Harbor combo that allows them to sort of come through these narrow angles with a lot more safety than they would normally have. And they're picking up some great kills, and eventually this is just going to be shut down by T1. They're really doing just a wonderful job. Everybody holding their angles. There's people to trade here for Devi. Even though Devi gets the first kill, Sai is right there to get it. And so that's just a really good kind of idea to isolate the operator, take it out, get to the site, plant, and then good post-plant. So those are the things you want to see from T1. Yeah, they didn't get over the line, but there were some good things here.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, there's a reason why I was going back and forth so many times between these two teams. They both played really well, and, you know, everyone thought it was going to be a stomp from PRX, or at least a lot of us did, and it definitely wasn't the case. Our key player, I think it's going to have to be Forsaken.
Yeah, I mean, Forsaken is showing that he's got such a range of ways that he can play the game. He's very able to just kind of adapt to whatever situation. Obviously, great gunplay, but I think, you know, seeing the way he was able to capitalize on the utility, this guy was central to them actually winning.
He's so tricky. Like, those Cypher cages, like, the way that he's using them to...
They're super abusive.
Yeah, he's abusing some of this utility, but, like, especially the smokes, like the Cypher smokes. He's doing such a good job of using those and, like, moving around people on the C site and, like, catching people off guard. But he's there. Like, the other thing is PRX is just nasty in their 1v1s. I mean, they were winning them all over the map.
I mean, this guy, he can duelist, he can sentinel, he's a great initiator. In real life, this guy can beatbox, he can dance really well.
Really? Yeah.
Is there anything he can... Yeah, when he did a beatbox challenge with Darnie when he was around, and he was the only guy who could actually do it. And, you know, he's still, like, learning how to do it. He did the K-pop dance with Cruz from Talon the other day as well.
He's good at painting, magic tricks. I mean, everything. You name it.
Calculus.
This guy's got it, yeah.
Yeah, he's a talented individual, this
He's got it all,
Forsaken
man. But seriously, like, you know, the fact that he can do that many different types of plays with all these different agents is really huge. I mean, a lot of times you end up with a certain player like, okay, I'm really good at the controller role. You know, or naturally you always want to have me on initiator, something like that. To see how skilled he is at that is, you know, really exciting.
Yeah, absolutely. I think when he first came into Valorant, too, he was already a really talented individual. Just... you know, pure mechanical raw aim. He's already really good. But we are going to go into Fracture. And I also, you know, we talked about this. It's a curious pick by PRX. It's not necessarily their strongest map. They're not bad at it, but it hasn't been proven to be their strongest. On the other hand, T1 has proven to be very strong on Lotus and strong on Fracture. So how do you guys think this is going to go? Are we going to go to 3 maps, or is it going to close off here at Fracture?
I think we could go into 3 maps, but it's probably going to be a 2-0 for PRX. T1, though, if they can play like they did in that previous map, and honestly, if PRX kind of falters at all or stumbles, I think we're going to be into a map 3. But right now, PRX is looking like 5–10% better in every aspect.
Yeah, I mean, this is the 2 maps that T1 won yesterday, right?
Yeah.
Lotus and Fracture, and they won them pretty handily. So the fact that they already lost Lotus here, it was very close, of course, but that starts to get concerning for T1, because I think this map pool, like, literally could be about as good as it gets for T1 against anybody. Now, PRX has somewhat of a similar map pool in some ways, but Lotus was kind of the weird one there where, you know, you felt like if PRX get that, it's probably going to be a 2-0, just because that's been T1's kind of bread and butter through this season.
Yeah, it's hard to say. I am inclined to agree, though. I'm curious about these team comps. I assume we're going to see another double duelist kind of structure coming from PRX, but...
Yeah, let's find out. You know, the fact that T1 just played on this map is interesting. Normally, I'd say that could be beneficial for PRX. They're going to have time to do their own homework, but it wasn't that much time. I mean, this is one of the unique parts of this segment of the tournament is everybody starts to play these matches back-to-back, right? you don't have a lot of time to go back to the drawing boards. We'll see if PRX has any kind of adaptive play or if they're just going to rely more on their fundamentals.
Yeah, no, I mean, usually, right, it's like Forsaken on Neon and then Jing on Raze and actually something on Breach. So, yeah, it's the normal comp for both teams, I assume. Yeah, nothing too out of the ordinary here. So everybody just kind of running with what they're comfortable with. And like you said, for T1, I mean, such a short turnaround time. Like, there's almost no way you would expect them to change any agents here.
Yeah, exactly. Should be a close match. I have my fingers crossed we do go to a map 3. I think T1 has just been improving so much and really applying themselves. The problem is PRX is a very different team to go up against. PRX oftentimes dictates the entire tempo of a round, and so you have to be very strong at reacting from T1's position.
Oh yeah, you know, if we go to map 3, that would be so sick. I mean, T1's been so good at bind, but you know what? PRX is famous for their bind plays. But anyway, we're gonna go into map 2, so I shall not get ahead of myself just yet. I'm also curious to see Ban back on Jet here, Fracture, because he was killing it last time. All right, so let's go to map 2, Fracture, PRX versus T1. We got our casters, Valdez and Quack. Please take it away.
Thank you, Deskers. We will indeed take it away and go into map number 2, Fracture. And this one, you know, like they were kind of saying, T1's looking better and better. Could be anyone's game from here, especially because even though this is PRX's map, pick T1 have looked fantastic on this map. Ban's back on the Jet. I think there are a lot of things that are going well for T1, but also excited to see, you know, if PRX are choosing this map, they must be really confident, so I really want to see just how good their performance will be.
I mean, there's so much to think about because, first of all, both sides are playing the exact same agent compositions that they last played when they faced off on this map as well. But back then, PRX took it 13-6 against T1. And that was also BS, before something. Now we've got something in, and he's on a breach of all things. How does that fare? It went a little bit okay against Talon. How does it do today?
Well, only remains to be seen as we have loaded into the map. No further delays necessary. Everybody's into it. And that means the action will start in just 9 seconds.
I mean, at the same time, it's also just T1 having played this map so much. They've improved a lot, yes, but PRX has that much more game tape to study, and we're already starting things off with W gaming.
Hello!
And a second.
Yeah, they're just coming at them from both sides. I mean, this is, yeah. They're just going to win every single duel. I mean, they took those so aggressively. Some utility use. Munchkin picks up a Sheriff, doesn't get a single kill, and now it's up to Ban, who is alone.
That said, though, the 4 players from PRX are pretty low. Mind Freak down to 1 HP, maybe something at Jing at about half. Devi with nothing but a Sheriff. Ban being able to sneak all the way through Defender spawn. He could find different access routes, maybe go through, tunnel. Mind Freak is watching it. It's a lot of targets to hit, I'm not going to lie, Valdez.
Yeah, might as well take the orb. I mean, even if they hear it, it's like, well.
Should we also go, like, dish and, like, try to take the one there? Just find whatever you can get, right?
I feel like,
not a frenzy.
Yeah. Although, obviously, kills would be better. So he's looking for that instead, and he will not be able to pick it up. So Devi gets that final kill and picks up a flawless pistol round for PRX.
And that is...
They came out so quick, swinging, Quack.
Welcome to Southeast Asian Valorant, Valdez. This is what we do, and this is what PRX does best. Pushing out on both sides, completely sandwiching T1 into this little corner where they're not able to fight back. Great start. Let's see if we can keep this up. Wow. Not gonna buy too much side player on just the Sheriff.
Yeah. Let's see if he can hit well. Ban's gonna open up the killing right away.
And
Devi's got 2 weapons, and Ban gets another one. Look at this guy go.
Out of charges.
It's pretty insane stuff, as we have been seeing this, though, this series so far, that both of these teams are quite confident in eco rounds. They will take the Sheriffs.
Unbelievable.
Munchkin and Saya get a Sheriff headshot themselves. One more. There it is. And a nearly flawless eco round from T1.
It would seem the tables turn around. We had that sort of 4v1 from before in the first, and T1 swapped sides. Oh my goodness. Where's the replay? Can we see how Ben landed those sheriff shots? Because just walking up to it, getting it down pat was so strong. It completely shattered PRX, not something that they expected at all. Munchkin as well has been another player that's incredibly sharp with these. T1 are not to be messed with.
Yeah, it's pretty intense when the Sheriff is winning against these Marshals. Well, I say that, and then immediately Forsaken gonna take 2 down.
Mindfreak instantly smoking it off. 3 players coming from back now. Zeta recognizing it.
All right. Zeta, do you have it in you?
If they 3 peak at the same time, maybe.
Right there.
Oh, boy.
And there it is. The spray not going to happen. Divide, Whitney, Sheriff, and Jing sprays him down with his own frenzy. Munchkin alone. And, Mindfreak. What? He didn't hear him? Well, out now. Now Munchkin knows he's there, and he's just going to run away.
Only Jing with a Vandal.
All right, let's see it. The spray, not there. And there you have it. Thrifty right back into PRX's hands.
Something that we saw from the first map as well. But just coming back into it, we start things off slightly different. Just Forsaken holding it down with a Marshall. And of course, coming from the back as well, this is that team play now, the evolved PRX. It is still forward moving, and it is still W Gaming, but they do it together as a team. Overwhelming T1, they can't quite land onto multiple targets. It's too overwhelming. They get to buy back up. Ben and Munchkin a little bit as well, but is it going to be enough?
I have the most confidence in the team that is on an eco right now, so maybe favoring T1 here. Munchkin comes up with his own Vandal and takes 2 out. They're not even looking at him. The timing is perfect. Something is going to peek him down. Saya player takes out something after he gives away his position. They're up in tower, so site taken by T1 now.
And Carpe hiding under the boxes too. PRX has no earthly idea.
Oh boy.
Free weapon upgrade.
Yep. He'll take that. And now it's Jane, who's alone with a Vandal.
Doesn't necessarily have to save either, but a couple of exit frags would be good. Take some guns away from T1, deny some alt orbs, but they are just going all the way around the other side, calling that it is clear. So no more duels for the rest of the round, but what a way for T1 to recover. You were right, Valdez.
Yeah, the team that doesn't have the better guns, they will win.
I mean, just starting things off, it was a little bit of aggression towards bench, I think, and then somehow, attention diverted away. Munchkin just walks up tree, up the stairs, up the ramp, finds 2.
Yeah, he was undercover. It's like, yeah, you guys won't notice me here. I'm just joining the team. I'm on defense. And then he shot him.
Right there. Right there.
So now Forsaken maybe banking in on his overdrive, some laser beams. Pushing out of dish as well. T1 now trying to hold it down.
Well, he got 1, did Forsaken with his little zapping. Munchkin, meanwhile, holding it down here, but eventually loses to a Bulldog, not quite able to land that spray with the Vandal. But now Saya looking to get in real quick onto the site. Mindfreak fault lines. And T1 will hold the A site for now and try to get this plant down.
Trying to push him off. Something so far away from the other side of the map. T1 trying to aggress onto this.
And now a Saya player, he's got to cover 2 angles. He's still going to win against Mindfreak.
Right there.
Now he's got the high ground. Boombot as well available. Something maybe looking to use the Rolling Thunder. Don't know if it's going to hit Saya though.
Right there.
Zeta about to give away his position. Will it matter? Something takes him down. There's the Rolling Thunder. He's going to push him out of dish. He sees the boom bot. He's going to get in here and at least get it to half, you would imagine. Saya player still stunned. Is he just going to hold it? He's just going to hold it. Pros do not fake. Oh! And Saya player will eventually take him out, but that is the round going to PRX.
It actually works. Saya now 1 point away from a showstopper, yes, but what a way to close out the round. And we still have enough credits just to buy back up. I mean, it's a good hold, and Saya being this assertive in the round. You were talking about it, he had multiple angles to hold, but he just jumped up onto dish. Drop, I mean. Able to delete Mindfreak away from that roster, but now back into the next. PRX looking to go and assert some chaos into the round as well.
Yeah, Forsaken's gonna make his way into sewer. Meanwhile, Jing able to swing that spray over and take the kill down. Meanwhile, Forsaken is down sewer and takes out 2. Carpe's all alone. He's gonna be taken down. PRX able to finally link a couple of rounds in a row together. This one much quicker than the last.
How long was that round? That was so quick.
5.5 seconds.
5.5 seconds, there we go.
Something like that, that's what it felt like.
I mean, let's see it again, because we start things off with a fast lane from Forsaken going into the tunnel, and now he's just getting a couple more shots, and at the same time, T1 trying to get some recovery. Every single angle held by the members of PRX. 4-2. We've got ultimates on the side of T1.
Yeah, worked for them in round 1, worked for them in round 6. But now T1 immediately want to pull this back. Forsaken still here in sewers. They can't quite root him out. Ban is able to get 2 with the knives. And now it's going to be up to Jing to try to hold down the site. He's really taking that one head on. Trying to get into safety, and he will be able to. This looks like T1 should get onto the site. Divide finally making his way over.
Starting to regroup onto it, right? But still, 3 players on the other side. And it's going to be tough.
Well, I don't think they know exactly where Devi is coming from. Let's see if Devi maybe gets 1. Nobody's going to peek here, as meanwhile, now he's spotted. He picks up 1. He's about to be shot, I think, from behind here. No,
lockdown.
We got Carpe in sewers, actually. And he's checking this angle. He's waiting. That's 2 to Devi.
No time.
Can he clutch this? Zeta's on the run. He's trying to just get out of there. And he knows exactly where he is, so this is going to be half. It's going to be half, but the time doesn't look good. He's going to try to hold it.
Oh.
As Zeta plays it really well. I think he does
get
not.
It. No.
He does not. Nice try from Devi, but T1 barely able to hold on to that. Basically perfect timing from Zeta, as he will hold it together for his team.
Just incredibly smart plays from T1 again. First of all, making use of those ultimates. Why not? We had them. Let's go in for it. Ban just such incredibly mechanical prowess coming through. We always talk about him. Sometimes maybe he takes a little while to warm up. I don't think so anymore. These days he's adjusted. He's that sharp and he just goes in ready to plug and play. On a Viper from the previous map, now on a Duelist, much more impact. PRX tries to recover. Jing, along with 2 other players, trying to hold up by Dish.
Well, he's going to get the 1. The rest of them are backed off. Forsaken is there, and Jing's still alive. It's just shelling him down. Fantastically handled on the pressure over at Dish. He pops himself out, picks up the 3K, and Munchkin's like, where did my team go? Come on, guys.
They all disappeared. Mr. Stark, I don't feel so good. Jing snapped his fingers, and it's going to be now Munchkin, just up by Sands, alone, cold. Spike in no man's land. Everyone else watching this one little sky smoke.
Well, now Munchkin is not alone, although he would probably not enjoy the company.
See, in situations like these, you always have to kind of think, where could your opponents be? And that's why he took a little peek.
Yeah.
But now, just checking onto something, not quite there. Something's going to get the frag instead. It's 5-3.
Yeah. Something perfectly timed slow down on the rope as well, just to make sure that He wasn't out, but take a look at this replay. It's so well handled. Forsaken's actually the one that goes out first and takes the death so that Jing can clean them all up.
The Ferrari peak with the blast pack as well. I mean, Jing, ever so capable. Still, this breaks T1's economy. They have to go in for a save. Is this that round again?
Shocking. I'm out of here. Shocking.
Forsaken's out of here. He's not gonna be going in there alone.
Yeah, we know what those sheriffs can do now, so we're gonna back it up a little bit.
Yeah. Let's see where Forsaken goes with this one. As he's probably just gonna try to hang out in tower, but Carpe, the lean to take him down. Forsaken not able to win that duel. Meanwhile, Mind Freak with a little peek here. Just gonna run away for now. Meanwhile, a lot of sound being made, and it's gonna mean that Mind Freak can just line it up, gets 3 kills. The peek from something is not good. And T1 now 2v1. Can they make another Thrifty happen in this map?
One enemy remaining.
Devi, not good enough this time, and it's not an official one. But either way, T1 able to lock this one down. Multiple Sheriff kills once again.
How do they do this again and again? And it's just off of Sheriffs. They pick up some weapons, making use of the ultimates too. It pushes PRX out of their comfort zone. Devi trying to suss out their positions as well. Not quite able to do so. On to the next player as they play off of each other's contact. Again, teamwork won. 5-4 now, and they're starting to recover. Forsaken opting for that overdrive play.
Prepare for hellfire.
Okay.
Yeah, in they go. Sands cleared as they try to take it over. Devi is just waiting in the corner. They don't check it. And the turret. Timmy, he's helping out. He's trying his best. Gonna pick up a kill for the team. Munchkin, meanwhile, trying to tap on some heads. Gets the one. Carpe as well, trying to hold the spray. But it's not meant to be. Devi with yet another 3K. PRX 6-4.
Incredibly back and forth, and yes, the turret does chip in a little bit. Thank you, Timmy. Just smart plays of recognizing orbital strike comes through. They're probably going to push through Sands as well. Maybe a little bit of presence towards A main. This is what we're going to do, boys. And Devi comes in from the side, holds it. Forsaken along with Devi again, of course, up by A main. Just the way that they play off each other, and now it's going to be the timeout called because T1 has yet to secure a strong lead.
Yeah, you know, it's been PRX mostly just coming out, challenging them, not really allowing T1 to get much momentum, really. I mean, every time T1 gets like a crazy round, a Thrifty or what have you, PRX immediately is in their face. They're going for weird angles, Forsaken's peeking everyone. And it's really difficult to handle, especially when there's so many talented members on the side of PRX.
Dynamic gamers.
Mind Freak's just taking a little rest, you know.
That's the pose that gives him the most power.
Yeah.
But this is exactly what I was thinking about as well. Before the match started, seeing the compositions, it's exactly the same. And what this means is that have both teams evolved that much? Has something, you know, coming into the equation given PRX that much more firepower? Can T1 actually find this new form on the same map that they fell to before their previous matchup? Certainly for now, it's a lot closer than before, but not quite where it needs to bring T1 over that edge. PRX still on top. This time though, the Chaos map. We're pushing on both sides. PRX getting the information outside of B, but the hit goes towards A. Devi is pinched.
He still gets 3! Are you kidding me? How did she manage that? T1 are just like, oh yeah, he'll be dealt with. Somebody will take him down. It wasn't meant to be.
He was stunned.
Yeah, didn't matter. And they eventually find Carpe. They're like, oh, I guess I'll take him out. That's going to be a really clean round here for PRX, and it all comes off of a stunned Phantom spray.
Sorry to spoil the party.
I mean, roll the clip because holy heck, it's just What?
Round before the
I can't believe it. There was so much in his face. He still turns around, managing to recover off of this delayed spray. The fire rate is lowered down because of your concussion, but he manages to get 3 anyway.
He's pretty happy with himself.
About that.
He should be.
The Hantu from Kelantan. 7-4 now, and PRX. I mean, this is what the timeout was for. Can T1 come back in this round? They have a rolling thunder.
Yeah, I mean, they've tried fast hits. You know, that play through Sands. Okay, here's the rolling thunder from the side. It's going to be met with another one as they throw them at each other. Here's Forsaken now getting in real quick. He's going to steady that spray, picks up 1, does a ton of damage to 5, follows up. And now it's Carpe alone again as he's on 2 health. And PRX are just, they are not being nice to them anymore.
The disrespect on that, Valdez.
Switching sides.
Just might as well.
Jumping out, showstopper. The Carpe, the guy had an orbital strike, couldn't even pull it out.
The emotional damage that they are inflicting on T1 right now cannot be understated.
Emotional damage.
It's real.
It is. I mean, look at this spray. The way that they pushed out, first of all, hearing the footsteps, the rolling thunder set, and then the counter one through from Zeta. But PRX, as they pinch them in on this one side of attacker spawn, T1, like you mentioned before, can't find that momentum, Valdez. It's painful.
Yeah, it is. It really is, and I feel for Autumn and the guys on T1 because, you know, we've seen what they're capable of, and certainly I think in a ideal situation, T1, even on map 1, we saw they're able to match this team, but I think this map is kind of running away from them right now. Just as fast as PRX are getting some of these weird, cheeky rounds and the spray downs and the dry peaks and the crazy rushes on defense, by the way. That's how fast this is kind of running away from T1. They're really going to have to hunker down and try to figure something out.
And that's why, I mean, you're stuck in this situation. You have to find creative solutions. You know how PRX operates. It's this incredibly mechanically sound style. Does that say, is this Master
Is this
Chef?
Master Chef? Yeah.
I think so. I think it is. And he needs a weapon. PRX needs a weapon, and they're all that strong for it. As soon as they get up online, all 5 of them can frag out. And that's why they are so capable to play double duelist. They're so capable to keep pushing out on every part of the map on Fracture. T1, holding, not quite working out. Pushing and picking up pace, not quite working out either. But you have to figure it out. This is competition. I think that's a Reina Empress because that's how he played on Vine last week.
Aha.
Completely purple, but you know, we don't have purple markers here. So.
Yeah. So it's just got like the fuzzy Empress lines.
Yes.
Makes sense.
26 and 10, that
First,
was last week.
I thought I was looking at like, I don't know, like an Electric Man or something. It's weird.
Electric Man.
The drawings have been top notch. But
You know,
my understanding of them, not so much.
The Electric Man is Forsaken on Neon. And let's see what he can do on this attacking side. Can T1 actually stop PRX in their tracks and find that momentum that they're so desperately looking for?
Yep, it's really the question. That's the bot, gonna get some damage in, but still, Munchkin not able to hit those shots. That means it's free entry to the site for PRX. They know they take down the Killjoy. All that utility is down. Probably not gonna have another member too close, so they just rush it. And now they're up a member.
Same time, they just fall back towards a main, expecting the push is
Okay.
up. Saya gets 2 through the smoke.
Nice, that's gonna tie things up essentially. Boombot comes out, that's cleared from far so that something can kind of lurk, but he's just gonna back away. Spike is ticking as we speak, so T1's gotta make a move. Spray is coming in, and now Zaya player trying to come out of the door. He's going to be spotted as he's trying to hold it, gets it to half, but something is able to hold it for the double kill. And that means they hold on to the round. It's a pistol, and PRX are really running away with it.
Just again and again, this is now 4 for 4. PRX has won every single pistol round today. What does happen, though, again, sometimes, is that, as Valles called for it, the sheriffs from T1 sometimes give you unexpected results.
Yeah.
Not here so far. I mean, just Ban and side player on a Marshall.
Yeah. Let's see what they can do with this. Because we've seen eco rounds really go both teams' ways, regardless of which team is on the eco. But already a ton of poke damage onto Ban.
More rifles on PRX too. Excuse me, it was 3 out of 4 pistol rounds. One did win one from the last map, but here we go.
There you go, the walls are up, and Forsaken's on the site. Greeted by a lot of utility, but PRX are coming at their hard and fast. As they have the firepower advantage here. And now Saya player is alone. He's going to have to try to flank them, but that's going to be spotted and down for Saya. Forsaken will take that down.
That's now 10-4. 3 rounds away from Masters Tokyo. Economy damaged and hurt, and this gives T1 that slight chance to turn this whole thing around. Then again, it is PRX on their attacking side. There's so much chaos that can be induced. If you are T1, if you are Zeta, you have to make the right calls, and these guys are just shouting, "Davai, let's go."
Yeah, that's the call. They, I wonder what the comms are like, you know, before the the rounds rather start. Are they just like, yeah, let's just go kill them? Because that's what it kind of looks like.
I wouldn't be surprised. But oh!
Saya's trying to hold it down desperately for the team. He has been so huge for this team, really keeping him in it, especially on the first map. Something, oh, he's getting sprayed down. He's taking a lot of damage. 1 health. But he's still hanging out there against the wall. Forsaken, the ADS, just going to take off Munchkin's head. Not going to get a second. Something with 1 health gets 2 kills. The value is insane.
Back to a 2-on-2 as well. They start rushing in.
Okay.
Do they know that Davai is behind them, though?
I would imagine no, just because Davai is really sneaky. But Ban's just going to hold it, and Davai has no idea. He's just going to take down the kill and go with that. Takes them both down, actually. Nice little spray there. And T1 finally back on the board. They barely got that bonus.
Still a good win. With the way that they actually came in on the retake, reading PRX, getting some of these players shot down to about 1 HP, but that said, something still, the monster that he is, comes up with 2 big ones.
Yeah.
Now PRX, Davai getting those 2. He's now 2 points away from his lockdown. He's got light shield buys coming through. They're looking for a win.
Yeah, they absolutely are. And take a look at the guns here for T1. They have 4 Bulldogs, a Spectre, lots of armor, but they don't really have the firepower to back it up. Not a lot of utility either. As they're just going to try to hold this one. Saya player, uh-oh. Wow, he's going to hide for now in between. Well, now he's down. Didn't going to take him as Carpe and Munchkin try desperately to hold on to the site. Ban as well from spawn, looking for an angle here.
Single shot fired, and that's a warning sign. Ban is up by defender spawn. Meanwhile, it's going to be Carpe up from a main. Watching the angles, Jake.
Oh, these post plants, T1 have really struggled to find the angles. Uh-oh. Forsaken is looking to take up a no. Ban is going to get both!
Whoa!
And the 3K, a massive clutch for him, keeps the team in the game.
Well, something that PRX does not expect. Truly, Ban has evolved. Ever since the first few weeks, you know, we didn't really quite look at T1, and Ban sometimes playing that Omen, not having the impact that you're looking for, but now, whatever agent he's on, whether controller or that jet, he is nailing his shots. 1-on-2 clutch.
Yeah.
And it puts T1 back in the game. It's still 10-6, 4 more rounds to climb back, but they have 3 ultimates to work with.
Yeah, they definitely do. I think that T1, you know, that is a breath of fresh air. I think they have 1 timeout left. As Forsaken is pissed. He is looking for it, but Ban! Oh, Ban's so close, but still Forsaken. Gonna get the jump on him. Meanwhile, here comes Jing. He's gonna find one. Trades it, does Carpe. Nicely done. As meanwhile, Judge Gaming
Down B.
from Munchkin.
Out of charges.
Just a brief moment of respite. PRX tries to rotate back around. Saya player watching it though.
One enemy remaining.
Really nicely handled.
Devi sneaking up from under tunnel, wants to go back towards arcade to pick up the spike. Tart's gonna spot him.
He is so dead. He has no idea. Yep, Saya just gonna take that one down. T1, they're catching up. They're making this interesting.
As soon as the Tart went out, you can see everyone from T1 started converging in on device position. Timeout now called. Yes, they are catching up, but it's still 3 more rounds for T1 to go.
Yeah, I think it's a good time to call a timeout, you know. That last clutch from Ban was really close. You see Alex maybe not happy, as is kind of his default, so it's kind of hard to read into it now.
Well, I mean, if you knew him in person, you know, he's just a really passionate guy a lot.
Sure.
He's really nice, but
he cares about his Valorant and
kind
his
of like
team.
their big brother.
Yeah.
That's what it is. And sometimes your little brothers misbehave. A lot of the past few rounds, past 3 rounds now that T1 has won, so much of it is thanks to
we flew from Singapore.
Better win up. Okay, we win for you. That's a Singlish coming in, but still, yeah. It's a lot of chaos, a lot of duels, and a lot of brawls. T1 are now starting to figure out that, and all they have to do is just play for trades. When they work off of each other that way, they're starting to figure out and win out in a lot of these exchanges as well. Getting a lot of rounds back-to-back. Ban starting to find that form, that lead. 12 frags. Of course, Devi maybe on top, and Forsaken as well, but if they keep this up and they get a little bit complacent, this win could very well slip away from their fingers.
Yeah, it absolutely could. I think T1, again, I just think they're in a really good spot to take over control of this map. It's been PRX all the way when they were on defense, but now T1 get a chance to control the map and dictate it, and that's where they're really strong.
Got the spike.
Let's see this play from PRX first off. Looks like they're looking for picks.
Just trying to be careful about it too. Suddenly the pace completely changed up. T1 might just peek out. They could find Forsaken's pigtails.
Yeah, he had his smokes out, and then he's like, oh, hello. He's right there. Munchkin also going to spot. I think 2 of them. Definitely going to hear more than one, as Saya's going to just fire that through. Easy kill for him.
Down A.
Try to look for the peek with a stinger. Not really going to work out. And no kills to the side of PRX. T1 on the come up.
You say something?
Yeah, we started it off like 10-4, 10-5.
Yeah.
This is now 4 rounds in a row that T1 has won. 2 rounds away from equalizing it, and they still have ultimates left to cycle through. PRX desperately looking to break this momentum that T1 has scrounged up for themselves.
Very nicely handled. Saya up there on rope, just raining down hell.
Placing swarm grenade.
Let's see this play. PRX, they have the spike here on Forsaken, looking to push into drop.
So there is quite a bit of Killjoy utility, and this is that T1 setup. Sometimes Munchkin will have so much utility and a lot of teammates watching separate angles, kind of relegating A main away, but PRX aren't there.
Yeah, I mean, the lockdown is like, okay, whatever, as it's destroyed as well. Munchkin gonna get that first blood. Zeta as well gets the peek on a Forsaken.
Oh, no.
And now, I mean, your lockdown on B. Yes, it's traded, but you didn't get control of the site.
It was meant to be a bit of a fake, but now instantly dismissed away. They burn the ultimates, which could be a little bit good, but still not all great. T1 very much so in control of the round.
Just hanging out in the smoke. Some Spray coming through, but something. Okay, he's gonna get that kill onto Saya.
Power now.
Yeah.
30 seconds.
Up there, Carpe. Oh, gonna get taken out by Mind Freak. Seems like maybe the communication doesn't quite come in. He gets flanked there.
Spike planted.
Now PRX have the spike down.
They can back it up all the way. Mind Freak has the orbital strike to play post-plant with. The rest of the squad could play a little bit closer as well. T1 trying to push up through. Munchkin does have the lockdown.
Yeah. Let's see if they use it or if they're just gonna just go on in. The Aftershock too. Breach and Brim together.
Shorties as well.
Yeah. Oh, this is so rough. Pete comes in and, okay, he's able to get it off.
Oh, but time.
Last player
All right, trying to hold on to it. Devi is still here. And they have it half. They're going to try to hold it, and Devi is not able to get it. The defuse comes in. T1 have plenty of time. And 9-10. This feels like T1's map now. They have totally taken over control.
5 rounds in a row and counting, Valdez. PRX, I mean, slowly making it in. At the same time, trying to sell a bit of a fake. The coordination somehow off in this round. And T1 just having that team play, having that little bit of a micro timing on towards tower. Something actually thrown off his guard. It's going to be the light shields buy for PRX, and if they can't win on this one, that lead is gone.
Yeah, it's already totally gone, and it's a rare moment where Devi is not able to clutch out those last-minute clutch moments. But the spray not quite there with the Phantom as the door's opening while he's okay. Meanwhile, Forsaken able to get the peek there on the B, takes out the Killjoy already.
That's all the utility nullified, but at the same time, Spike not yet committed. T1 maybe over-rotating. There's only Carpe on the A site. The rest of PRX, if they can rush him down in this moment, they could have the site. Saya rotating over too, here's them.
Well, that's a lot of noise. Carpe just up there still. They have not checked this. He's about to get a massive flank. They had no idea. And meanwhile, Carpe, okay, he's able to stay alive up here. Devi trying to trade it back. Carpe with the 3K. It's up to him. He's got Ban nearby. 2v2.
Last player standing.
Something gets the drop. Oh! Devi able to just straight up peek him and win the 1v1 duel. 11-9, and oh, that's heartbreaking for T1. I mean, they had such a huge streak, and you felt like the magic was never going to end, but then you realize, you know, it's kind of like the snap of the fingers, and still, PRX are only 2 rounds away from making Tokyo.
2. I mean, sometimes that is what it is. You had a little bit of magic, but guess what? PRX has it too. And although it was great positional plays from Carpe, staying in it was something that PRX counted on. They had that information to work with. Now on to the next round at the same time. T1 had so much bank built up from those past 5 rounds. It's going to be banned with an operator. Munchkin still on the lockdown. There's a lot of potential to turn this around on its head.
Here it comes. Ban's got the angle, and Mind Freak just peeks it. Has no idea. That's a huge first kill for T1.
What does PRX do after that? You know it's going to be up by A. Maybe you're funneled through to the other side.
Peek it again. W Gaming. Devi, meanwhile, he's going to lose against Zeta.
Might just need a breather. Take a couple of seconds to reset. Because that's it. It's not a sprint, it still is a marathon, and you're looking for so much more, but Saya player has their number and he dials it.
Yeah. Excellent positioning. Understands they will come through the sewer. And he just lines it up. Make it another? Not quite, but Nade comes in and Forsaken's in trouble. Okay, he's gonna get 1. Making it kind of interesting, but yeah, there it is. Saya with the pre-fire. Down he goes. T1 still in it. 11-10. Remember, the first map was 13-10, and we actually went to 11-10. Same score, and then PRX got 2 in a row. Timeout called. Very similar situation. Second timeout here for PRX as we watch once again.
I mean, Zaya player, first of all, everyone from T1 has shown up today. And you can definitely applaud them for that. Carpe, first of all, the positional play from earlier on. Ban having that much impact with Sheriff. And also the Bladestorm kills from before. But now Saya player, who was incredibly loud on Lotus, still finding that form here on Fracture. Definitely a timeout, much needed for PRX. It's 2 rounds away, but T1 could just turn the tables around.
This is such a tense moment. I can't even imagine what they're talking about in the timeout. It's like, well, you guys, you know, focus on the game, but also you're 2 rounds away from making Masters.
Oh my God.
They would never say that, obviously, but like that's what's going on in the back of my mind. It's like, oh yeah, you know, stay calm, stay cool. It's
what I want
no
Valdez
pressure,
as my
but
coach.
also don't mess up. Like you're only 2 rounds away.
Thanks, Coach Valdez.
Yeah, that's my timeout breakdown, guys.
I guess I won't mess this up. Oh God. I mean, it is that save round for PRX, so
yeah,
you never know what's going to happen. Munchkin still holding on to that lockdown. So much at stake, especially, I feel like, a little bit more so for T1, although they are finding those wins. Now holding a lot of these angles up around the A site. It's a much more defensive position as Munchkin is held up towards stands, maybe even defender spawn.
Forsaken just got that orb, and now he is pissed. He's looking for some angles. Jing gets first blood, and Forsaken's on the site looking to zap some people down. They have no idea. What is going on here?
Has 1 HP.
Oh boy. And Jing is, Tavai distracts Saya player, and Jing gets the kill there. This is going all wrong for T1. PRX. A massive play here on the A.
Is this the round? We still have the blades from Ban, and he's charging in.
Yeah. Also, right there. As an operator, they're all behind the wall, and they're just getting, oh man. Just getting shot through the wall right now. Forsaken gets a Sheriff kill. And another one! You can't stop this guy, and Jing is able to get the flank here on a Ban. Picks up the 3K. PRX on the save. Upgrade 3 rifles. You cannot stop them.
They'll just keep going for it. Watch the replay. Forsaken. Just a fraction of a second, and he peeks out, an instant headshot goes through. It's now 12-10. You predicted this, Valdez. The prophet spoke.
Well.
And it's just unbelievable. The timeout called, and it just does so much. Maybe a read that T1 would play that defensively. PRX off of the fast lane that Forsaken throws out. They find it more. Oh no!
Oh boy. It's just gonna be this way, isn't it? PRX, they take a save. And now they've got a showstopper as well. Mindfreak 1 off of the orbital strike.
Spike planted.
You've got to believe. Here comes the showstopper.
Yeah, he's got his own. He's looking. There's 2 angles!
No!
And he misses, and Forsaken takes 2 more! It's all up to Carpe!
Up in the air!
And the BM at the end as well, 13-10! And PRX are your second team that will be going to Masters Tokyo. They will face off against TRX in the upper bracket finals. And what a performance from them. 5 in a row from T1, but immediately snuffed out. And PRX retake control, and they take the 2-0 tonight.
Oh my goodness. The meteor slam from Jing at the end of it all, 13-10. What a comeback from T1, but not enough to take down the chaotic players themselves, PRX.
Yeah.
And they will be moving to Masters Tokyo. Whereas for T1, down to the lower bracket.
Yeah, and to be honest, I mean, it's hard to stop these guys, right? PRX, they come at you hard and fast. T1, they match them. I love the way that, yeah, maybe you can say they were kind of playing PRX's game, but they played it well. Like, they matched them almost 1-for-1 the entire way. So you really got to give T1 the credit. PRX always, you know, doing PRX things. And it turns out they were better at it at the end. That was crazy. I don't know how that happens. Sometimes you get it done. So big shout to PRX, our second team from VCT Pacific that will be going over to Masters Tokyo.
They are locked in. And just watching the replays again, I mean, it's not as if T1 had, you know, a weird composition or a rocky performance. They were sharp, they were on point, but then just a clash of styles, am I right? You know, we were talking about the evolution of whether or not they could adapt fast enough. They did for a short while. They found that magic. Round 15 onwards, it's 5 wins in a row, but then the timeouts from Coach Alex, and it just goes all the other way. Congratulations again once more to PRX securing their spot.
Yeah, it's got to feel good. They get it done in a 2-0. It was such a close couple of maps. Not really what I was expecting, to be honest. I was telling you I thought PRX might take it even quicker, but although they do win, again, T1 put up a great fight, but it's still a 2-0 at the end of the day. PRX the better team. They earn their spot, placing second place during the regular season, and they earn their spot in, you know, essentially the second round of playoffs, and then they win in a 2-0 in the second round. So really, really happy to have this team represent VCT Pacific over at Masters. They absolutely deserve it, and they're going to do great things over there, I guarantee it. Also got to watch and wait for T1 in the lower bracket. I think if there's any team that's a favorite for third place, it's probably them.
And this is one that I'm really worried about as well, because you know what? Team Secret, they might have been knocked down, they have to face against Gen.G. T1 faces against Zeta. It's yet another rematch, just like what we saw from Super Week during the league play. All the dinosaurs. All right, I don't know about it, but still, I mean, talk about some numbers, right, Valdez? Forsaken, Devi, Jing. First of all, that round where he was still concussed, Devi able to shoot through with the Phantom. Forsaken and Jing, the duelists ever so strong. They're finding 12 first bloods together. 7 from Forsaken, 5 for Jing. It's incredibly sharp. And something on this breach.
Yeah, he had a massive Lotus playing the Jet. Had to go on to breach duty on the second map. Still had a pretty good map. He wasn't really the main guy. You know, his ACS was like 138, but doesn't matter. Still did his job for the team. His breach was great. His utility usage was awesome. So shout out to him as well. And it was actually Carpe at the end of the day that had the highest ACS for T1 as well. Would expect it to be Saya or Ban, but not the way it worked out at the end of the day. T1 just a couple of steps short.
Yeah, some of these rounds where, you know, they're not quite able to predict what PRX are about to do. Again, it's that chaotic style. And that's just a strength to PRX, but you never want to count T1 out into the lower bracket. They can definitely learn a lot from matches like these.
Yeah.
Scrims as well, but yeah, something at 10 assists, man. Like, that's some value too.
It's a lot. Forsaken ended up at the top. He had 309 and 7 first bloods. Like, that guy was Omega carry on the second map as well. So, yeah, had an awesome Lotus too. Like, and his ability to just vary up his play style, his agent picks, like, the guy is just, it's understandable why he was the second MVP voted behind Mako. So, they've got a great thing going on at PRX. They have so many talented players. It's, I mean, I can't wait to see them play internationally against some of the other big guns across the entire world and just show them what they've got. You know, we already have DRX, but PRX are like right there with them. And the more I watch them, I'm like, if there's any team that's going to take out DRX, it will be PRX, because although they make Masters, we still have, of course, the entire bracket here at VCT Pacific, the finals, lower brackets, stuff like that. So will be fun to watch it all play out.
Incredibly fun. I mean, talking about international play, again, PRX, this is one of the things that they do best. Victoria was talking about it on the desk weeks ago. PRX, one thing they do best is unpredictability. And if international teams can't really figure out what they're about to do next, there's a chance that PRX can always sneak wins away. Against DRX, though, they haven't won once. Now, I mean, maybe once in that thing. We saw the little video that they were talking about up in Masters, like, I think it was Reykjavik a couple of years ago. Jing's first debut.
Way back when.
Way back when. Again, before
back
something.
in the old days, yeah, before my time. Yeah. No, it's been a fun day of matches. We had a great best of 3 in the first one. Obviously, DRX getting challenged by Team Secret. They were able to take that one down as the bear got angry after being woken up. The DRX did not want to have to, pull anything out, but then they pulled out all the stops and really crushed Team Secret on the second 2 maps. Whereas this one was much closer and really high tempo, high action was very fun to watch.
Incredibly fun to watch. Incredibly fun to cast with you as well, Valdez. Yeah. But yeah, it's a 2-0. But what happens when you get that bear versus PRX? Does PRX try to pick Haven? Is DRX gonna? I think they're still gonna ban Lotus, right? There'll be
ban Lotus, DRX.
Probably, I think so.
Yeah, seems like a good idea. Just ban the Lotus, but then you're probably playing on Haven first map. I would imagine PRX are just gonna like PRX are probably gonna pull out some crazy stuff, double duelists, run at them, that kind of thing. I mean, it'll be fun.
Just running through the scenarios again, right? Because they have played before. Once in league play, and that was DRX washing over PRX.
Yeah.
I don't know what happened there. But now that we've got something, he's shown that he can play initiators at times to support the team. We still do have Benkai on the bench. He can sub it at any moment. Zest as well. You never quite know. This upper bracket final is going to be insane.
Yeah, it's going to be massive. And that one is going to happen, I think,
a couple days from now.
A couple days from now. So if you guys are looking forward to that match, make sure you mark your calendars. It won't happen tomorrow. Tomorrow is the lower bracket matches, which is... Do you know those off the top of your head?
I'm not very sure. I don't know the schedule. Oh, Desk has that.
Gen.G versus Team Secret, and then Zeta Division versus T1.
Yes.
So, I would imagine T1 are the heavy favorites against Zeta Division. And to be honest, I think Team Secret are in much better form than Gen.G right now.
It can feel that way, but right, like T1 versus Zeta. What about our Zeta protagonist story? We need them for Masters Tokyo.
All stories come to an end, Quack. But guys, we do have the interview ready down at the stage with Jing, and come in. Let's go down and hear what he has to say.
Yes, everyone, this is the amazing Jing of PRX. Congratulations!
Thank you.
Yes, we can hear the fans shouting for you. And PRX was the first team to beat T1 on Pacifics, now twice. So what do you feel about today's victory?
I feel like today the games were really close. I feel like T1 has improved a lot as a team. The last time we played them, if I'm not wrong, the score was like 13-3 and 13-6. So I feel like now T1 really improved a lot. So I feel like there's a really high chance that they can qualify for Tokyo as well.
Oh yes, we could have City too, but still, you didn't go to map 3. It was a lot of good work in it. And we all know that Forsaken is a super flex player, but it was the first time to see him with Cypher. So how was that?
I think he played really well as a Cypher. I feel like Forsaken can play anything, so I feel like he played really well today.
So you really respect every player is playing any agent?
Sorry, can you repeat the question?
So you respect every players of your team to pick any agent?
Yeah, I mean, especially Forsaken, he can play any role, so him on Cypher is normal, I feel.
Okay. We were wondering about the map pick, why PRX picked Fracture. It was T1's favorite map, and not picking Pearl instead. So was there any reason for it?
Honestly, I have no idea. I just let my coach pick and I just play.
Cool. I like that mindset. And now you secured a spot for Masters Tokyo. How satisfied are you? Can you express your happiness for this match?
I'm really, really satisfied because honestly, this could have gone both ways. Because T1 was playing really well. If maybe we lost just one more Thrifty or something, everything could have changed and the momentum could have they could have had all the momentum. So really satisfied and still trying to process everything.
Yes, and excited also, right?
Yes, of course, because we are qualified for both Tokyo and LA, if I'm not wrong. So very excited because I've never been to LA.
Oh yeah, it's really good to see you smile. And for the HP Omen question, which moment was a turning point for your team today?
I'm not sure if there's like a turning moment for our team, but maybe for me was maybe on Lotus when we lost pistol round and then we thrifty them, and also the round where maybe I double satchel and killed 2 people with my ult on the A retake. I think those 2 are the turning points for me at least, but for my team I'm not sure.
Yeah, that was one of my favorite moments too. And thank you, Jing, for the interview.
Thank you.
And we will be rooting for you for the whole round. And I'll now toss it back to Victoria.
Thank you, Kyungmin and Jing. He's just like, I don't know why we play Fracture. My coach picks it and I just play. Then this guy ends the freaking match with a showstopper, ending it clean 2-0 in PaperX's favor on Fracture. Yeah, I mean, look, T1 fought really hard here. They're looking really good. They're so strong on both these maps, and I think that says a lot for PaperX if they can beat a team on their, map picks or their strengths. They're gonna go into Tokyo looking solid.
Let's also keep in mind, T1 not eliminated, just in the losers bracket, and they're looking maybe to be the strongest team that's going to be down there right now. And we still have a week before we get to the final 2 days of our actual event. This was so close. If T1 had played a round or two a little bit differently, a little bit better, we might have had a reverse score. And that means there's a possibility that even in this short period of time, T1 might be able to come back and even return the favor here to PRX.
Yeah, I think so. The tenacity here from both teams was incredible. I'm pretty sure there were 5 or 6 thrifties across that. I mean, definitely a couple low eco rounds as well that were won from both sides. So it was just a wild back and forth map. You couldn't have asked for anything better between these two, 13-10, 13-10. Yeah, maybe a map 3, but still, this was really hard fought, really well played. Carpe having a nice bounce back map here. He kind of was the weak link for T1 on Lotus. Forsaken continues to be really, really strong across both maps. Not surprising, his Neon is still really, really good, even though, we don't get to see it very often. At least we have somebody still playing Neon. Please, RB, come back and play Neon again, please.
I got to say, Carpe, my big memory of him in this was the moment he was controlling B so well up in heaven, kind of coming out, lurking really well, getting those kills. And Forsaken is playing out of his mind here. But overall, it was just an incredible performance from both teams. It was a really good fight. It was a real back and forth. There were a lot of really cool ideas at play. I'm hype. I got to run around the building a couple times after we're done here to get this extra energy out of my system.
Get all
You're like the anti-Jing. Like he's just up there. He's like, yeah, we did a good job today. I don't know what's going on, but
I just play video games. I play it really good. I genuinely wanted to see a map 3 bind. With T1 being really strong and PaperX having the reputation that they have. But maybe I don't know. Like you said, we still got a whole week left. Maybe we'll still get to see that. You know what? It's been an interesting day in general with PaperX and DRX playing. Now let's talk about round 7. Divai, Divai was amazing on this entire map, and there are moments where he almost clutches or just full on clutches.
I mean, this is like just Divai special, right? Where he's almost clutching out. It's a huge start for Ban and T1. They get a great entry, but then Divai left on his own. He's got a little bit of time, and he needs 1 kill. 1 kill for the lockdown. So what does he do? He's gonna bait out the shots to bait out Saya player. This is so brilliant here, the way that he plays this. Now, you could argue maybe he should have used his turret here to kind of cover his backside, but whatever. He doesn't need to. He's just ready for Carpe. And then this is where it gets tough because of the time here. He should have just started sticking this, maybe just a half second sooner, but he does the best he can in this situation. With that, stun coming through, he has to hold up. But I really, even though he doesn't get this, I really wanted to give him a lot of credit for how smart he played this, especially baiting out that peek from tower. So this is like kind of classic Divai. He's so good in clutches. We've seen it time and time again. Even though he doesn't get this one to the finish line, it's still like just really well handled. Like a good micro moment of how maybe you should navigate like situations like this.
Absolutely. Just the psychological play, the strategy behind that was really impressive. by Divide. Now, PRX, it's interesting because they have a really high first kill conversion and also a high post-plant win conversion, but there are a couple of rounds where Team 1 takes it away from them.
Yeah, one round specifically was when they managed to get that plant set up over here onto A, and you could see right away, this was a moment where, like, okay, this should be doable for PRX. After, especially, they get the drop onto Carpe. Now, this was a moment that was a very PRX-ish loss. They have one player left. They've got not a whole lot of time left on the spike, but they both swing out and peek. And that's exactly what you don't want to do here. Like, fundamentally, if it's a 1 versus 2, you want to try to figure out how much more time can you drain. You want to keep that guy lurking on heaven. You want to try to keep the player that's in the pillar running around and utilizing the footsteps and everything else like that. A very PRX-ish loss in that they didn't economize the clock very well there. And again, Ban, I mean, my God, this guy's reactions are insane.
Yeah.
He was playing great. But what you should do there is wait for Ban to cross in front of Jing, and that's when you peak. Like, that's when Forsaken should go. So because it's a jet, right, there's no molly, there's no clearing utility. So you're 100% right. Yeah.
I mean, we have a lot of Singaporean visitors, a lot of Philippines visitors here in the audience live in our live studio today in Korea, which watching these games today must have been so much fun. Now, we got to talk about our key player. Forsaken was amazing, but we're going to highlight Mr. Divide here.
Dr. Divide.
Dr. Divide. He does.
Dr. Divide, PhD.
Welcome.
Yeah.
Please step
and
into
by
my
the way,
office.
He's prescribing headshots.
He like puts on the rubber gloves.
That's right. Look, the Divide played extremely well here. I mean, we already saw in that clip that you highlighted, Paper Thin. Really excellent ability when there's different players all coming at you from different angles. How to systematically shut them down one by one and control a round.
Yeah, he was phenomenal on the defensive side on that Killjoy for the side of PRX here. He was like 20-6 in the first half. I mean, it was an absolutely just dominant half for him. So really set the tone here. Really kept PRX in the game. Like, even though he doesn't win that round that we highlighted, it's still the economic damage at that point was huge because the thrifties were being traded back and forth so much. Like, it was like every gun you could steal out of your opponent's hands was extremely valuable because of how close the rounds were.
Absolutely. And you know what? For our MVP, we've decided to go with Divide as well. So why have we gone with Divide instead of Forsaken, for example?
I thought he was just a little bit more impactful with his utility and other things. Like, Forsaken may have been a little bit better with his gunplay overall, just barely, though. Like, if you look at the stat line, it was very, very close. So I thought because Divide kind of gets a lot more assists, even though Forsaken had quite a few of those too, I thought this was just a little bit better from Divide today. Yeah,
there were a lot of really important moments here where Divide was the last player left. It did manage to close out the round. And if had he not done that, we would have had a different score and maybe be talking about T1 winning here. So very impressive overall. But, not an easy MVP to pick, I think, either. I think we saw a lot of great performances. Forsaken as well here today. Yeah. Something looking good, not the same crazy something that we saw about a week ago, but still, not even a week ago, a week ago. Yeah, sorry.
Yeah. PRX got a little bit of a break. PRX and DRX got a little bit of a break getting into the top 2 seed. But, I mean, look, PRX still, it's so many weeks in a row, sending everyone home with a 2-0 scoreline time after time. So PRX is looking damn strong. I'm pretty sure DRX is doing whatever they can to prepare for the grand finals. I mean, look, these two teams have secured their spots. They're definitely going to Tokyo. I think PRX has said it themselves, like it's probably one of their favorite cities to go to, so I'm really happy for them. But like you guys also mentioned, it's not the end for T1 or Team Secret. They'll be playing tomorrow now when we go into the lower brackets. In fact, let's pull up the bracket so you guys can see where we're at this very moment.
Yeah, so it's going to be tomorrow, Gen.G versus Team Secret, and then Zeta Division versus T1. I think these are going to be some pretty dramatic and long series. I think it really could go either way. Team Secret maybe a little bit more favored here than Gen.G, just looking at the way that Gen.G has been. It seems like slowly atrophying with every passing week. Team Secret could be popping ahead.
Maybe they need to go find Dr. Divide, man. Like
Dr. Divide.
Yeah, he's got the prescription. I think tomorrow's going to be an extremely long day. I mean, I think it's going to be 6 maps.
Yep.
And they're going to be very close, especially that Zeta T1 series. I expect to be very, very close. I wouldn't be surprised if Gen.G Team Secret is as well. It just depends on how much mental fortitude Gen.G has in my mind. I know they're a really good team, but I'm not sure they know it anymore.
Yeah, I think you're absolutely right. You know, their lose streak, like you said, it's going on a serious nosedive right now, and just gotta believe in yourself, have a little bit of confidence. In fact, all these teams in the lower bracket are very affected, you know, by their mental game here. So they just gotta go in with, you know, as much confidence as possible, and just, you know, I don't know, what do you call it? Like you manifest Tokyo or something in your head, or just sleep well and prepare.
Visualize Tokyo.
Yeah, right? Visualize Tokyo.
Get your vision board out there.
That's right.
Put a little things from Tokyo there.
Yeah. Yeah, but I think it's gonna be a long day tomorrow, and these guys, all of these teams who are in playoffs are just doing so well right now. So the best we can do is make our predictions, but you know, we've been proven wrong many times. So let's see how tomorrow's games go. We got 2 more days before the finals. I hope you guys have been enjoying it so far. With that, we're gonna peace out. My name is Victoria, and at the desk with me we have Tasteless and Paper Thin. Thank you guys for joining me at the desk today for another fun day of Valorant in Pacific. And for more VCT action, tune in tomorrow, guys. We'll see you then. It's the playoffs of Valorant Champions Tour Pacific 2023. We're live in Seoul, South Korea. Today we got PRX versus Team Secret. All right, let's go to the stage and welcome the teams.
Well,
hello. Are you serious?
He knows he's defusing this, and he's just gonna hold it.
What?
In the smoke. They're running straight into Spectre, but it doesn't matter. I don't think Buzz is gonna do it twice in a row. He just comes out here. Jesse Vaz with a little jiggle, rather.
Here comes the hit.
Oh, this time come out here in the last round as they try to make something of it, but direct and pick up a 4th round on the defender's side. Let's see if Morgan can get it done. Yes, he's gonna pick up 2 in the smoke, and meanwhile, dubstep timing as he comes out and owns the rest of PRX. Oh boy, get the job done. Will it be Buzz again? No, it will be RB. And DRX, they will be going to Masters Tokyo.
It's the playoffs of Valorant Champions. Our predictions aren't necessarily where our hearts are all the time for all the casters. We just gotta do what we gotta do. But we're gonna let fate decide. We're gonna go into the very first game between these two, PRX and T1.
Trying to get that pick. Does get the first and second. Oh my goodness.
And Zeta tries his best, but it will be PRX. And he's hitting some heads.
Something with a shorty is something that you never want to mess with, but Munchkin.
Very nicely handled by Munchkin there. Through all the cages and smoke. That's now trying to bounce a cove. And Pika at the same time gonna get this plant as well.